The neat and pretty girl at my new school is a childhood friend of mine who I thought was a boy. Volume 2 by Hebrew. Translation by NACL at Glucose Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. It was another hot day in a tranquil village nestled in the mountains, seemingly detached from the outside world. The scorching summer sun shone brightly as white clouds peeked out from the mountains. In the countryside of Tsukino's, 3 children, their sweaty shirts sticking to their skin, were earnestly staring at something. I'll approach from the right side of the do, a small mini shrine-like structure. So Haruki, you hide and wait for me further ahead. Okay, make sure you make it come to my spot properly, okay? Of course, don't underestimate me. Quick, Hayato. They chuckled softly at each other and shifted their gaze forward. In front of the do was a lamb, about the size of a medium-sized dog, basking lazily in the sun. It had escaped from Grandpa Jen's pen this morning, and as such, they were tasked with capturing it as the little lamb search party. Haru-chan, Una-chan, what about me? While Hayato and Haruki were filled to the brim with motivation, Himeko seemed lost and restless. Hime-chan, wouldn't it be better if you stayed put and watched? Yeah, if Himeko stays there, the lamb will more likely go to Haruki's side. Alright, got it. And so, the lamb catching operation began. Let's go, Haruki. Hayato's sudden appearance and voice startled the lamb, which froze for a moment before running in the direction where Haruki was hiding, just as they hoped. All right. But just as the lamb was startled by Haruki's sudden appearance, it abruptly changed its direction. The next moment, everyone present held their breath. Himeko. Hime-chan? Himeko stood frozen, not expecting the lamb to charge towards her, as she tightly shut her eyes as her body turned stiff. Hime-chan. Ow! Haruki. A loud thud echoed throughout the landscape. Himeko, who cautiously opened her eyes, saw Haruki being thrown back and the lamb tumbling over. Hayato hurriedly rushed over. I am okay. Hime-chan too, so get a hold of that bastard. Alright. Hayato hesitated for a moment, then nodded at Haruki and leapt to catch the lamb. Himeko, let Grandpa Jen know. Why yes. Hey, Hayato, isn't your way of holding the lamb different? Like compared to when they shear them? Oh, right. My bad. At Haruki's suggestion, Hayato pressed the lamb's bottom to the ground and lifted it from behind. It was a posture he had seen during shearing several times. The lamb eventually became docile, and they let out a collective sigh of relief. Hey, well done, Haruki. I'm glad Himeko's okay. Mom would have scolded us if we let a girl get hurt. What about me? Is it okay if I get hurt? At Hayato's cheerful laughter, Haruki pursed her lips. But Haruki would have been fine. I know you'll be okay, partner. Her eyes widened at his words. Partner. Seeing Hayato casually refer to her that way while smiling, Haruki couldn't help but smile too. Oh, I see. Well, that's fine then. Yeah, anyway. Thanks to Haruki, everything's okay. Haha, that's right. Ha ha ha. Their laughter echoed into the blue sky. It was the same. They were always together. Their clothes were covered in mud, their exposed limbs adorned with numerous scrapes, yet their smiles were as radiant as the midsummer sun. Just an ordinary, mundane day. Countless memories shared together, among which this was one of the brightest among them. A time when they were together, unaware of what the future held. Alas, was the story of a hot summer day long gone by. Chapter 1, The Change That Definitely Came in This New Environment. Hayato begrudgingly woke up to a sense of weariness. Even though his curtains were closed, he could feel the strength of the morning sun piercing through them. He felt like he had been dreaming about something he couldn't quite recall. Well, most dreams are like that. Time to get up. He scratched his head vigorously to shake off the gloom and sat up. It looked like it was going to be hot again today. Section. The Kirishima siblings, having finished their preschool preparations early, walked along their usual route to school. Oddly enough, Himeko had also woken up easily today. Well then, Ane, I'll be going this way. All right. Exchanging voices worn out by the heat, they parted ways at the intersection. Sighing melancholically, Hayato glanced up at the sky, looking at the summer sun that was excessively asserting its presence since the early morning. It's so hot. Summer in the city was difficult to endure. Unlike in the countryside of Tsukino's, the ground was asphalt as far as the eye could see, and instead of trees swaying in the wind, AC units emitted their lukewarm air into the outdoors, and the traffic lights in the countryside remained a constant yellow, a sharp contrast to the ones in the city that regularly changed between red, yellow, and green. Every step brought out sweat, making Hayato's uniform stick to his skin, which made him uncomfortable and further tired him out. And above all, there was something else that was making Hayato feel uneasy. Yo, Kirishima. Morning, Mori. Hey, transfer student. Good morning, Kirishima-kun. Oh, it's Kirishima. What's up? Good morning. The moment he entered the classroom, Hayato was greeted by warm looks and words from classmates like Mori. Since last week, when Haruki showed him a prank photo and he impulsively took her phone away, it seemed like everyone thought he had fallen head over heels for the childhood friend she was boasting about. Thanks to that, they were all eagerly interested in the progress of Hayato's love life, and he found himself being watched over with amusement. She's my sister, though. By the way, Haruki, the root of all evil, just made excuses with a trembling voice while avoiding eye contact, saying things like, well, rumors only last for 75 days, you know. Good morning, Nakaido. Good morning, Kirishima-kun. Perhaps because of that, his greetings to Haruki had become terribly blunt. As he simply averted his gaze, Haruki donned an apologetic wry smile on her face. However, neither Hayato nor Haruki seemed to realize that their attitudes were only fueling even more misunderstandings around them. Excuse me, Nakaido-san. Yes. What is it? I, wanted to ask you something. What is it, huh? At that moment, a group of girls who seemed eager to meddle, having misunderstood Hayato's actions as those to hide his embarrassment, sprung into action. They eagerly gathered around Haruki, surrounding her and giggling in hushed tones while occasionally glancing over at Hayato. It seemed like this particular group of girls loved to meddle in others' affairs. Even though Hayato could see that Haruki was desperately trying to keep up with them, she couldn't match the excitement of the girls with their sparkling eyes. Eventually, Haruki turned to Hayato with an apologetic expression and held out her smartphone. Kirishima-kun. What? It's about her. Could you take a look at this? It's fine. You don't have to show me anything. Please. Hayato didn't know what the girls had told her. After all, Himeko was Haruki's childhood friend and Hayato's actual sister. Honestly, he didn't want to see whatever it was, but seeing Haruki's troubled face, even though she was desperately trying to hide it behind an apologetic smile, and understanding to some extent that she had some reason to put up this act, he couldn't just ignore her. With a sigh, he reluctantly peered at the screen. But instead of a photo of Himeko, he was met with words jumping out at him. I'm sorry for everything. I'll be having lunch with them today. I'll make sure to clear up any misunderstandings. Looking at Haruki, who seemed to be saying you can count on me, with a wry smile, Hayato closed one eye. It seemed like she was feeling quite responsible. Originally, Haruki had always avoided getting involved in any trouble and insisted on eating lunch alone. Such was her evident determination to resolve the situation, and even during last week's dinner, she had apologized multiple times, saying she had gone too far with her prank out of mischief. Honestly, with that thought, the corner of Hayato's eyes naturally drooped, and a smile appeared on his face. All right. Why yes. Perhaps Haruki had also sensed Hayato's feelings, as they exchanged relieved glances. However, in stark contrast to the feelings of the two, there was a chorus Kaya behind them. The girls suddenly grabbed Haruki's hand and forcibly dragged her somewhere, exuding an aura that suggested it wouldn't be wise to resist. Shall we talk, Nakaido-san? It'll be quick, just a little bit. Oh. I was just thinking if there's anything we can help with. Hayato watched the scene with bewilderment, but he also noticed that the girls were much more relaxed around Haruki compared to when he had first transferred. With her beauty and academic prowess, Haruki was akin to a rare and unattainable flower, admired from a distance by everyone. She herself had put up walls, so it was only natural. Despite this, Haruki's demeanor seemed to have changed slightly. The current situation was evidence of that. That looks like trouble. Well, I guess she'll complain about it at dinner later. Honestly, sometimes Hayato's chest would feel oddly tight for reasons he couldn't explain. But as always, when she would come over to the Kirishima household, Haruki would expose herself defenselessly and treat him the same as she always had. Just like in the past, it was a side she didn't show to others. Thinking about it, a smile naturally appeared on his face. Kirishima, did you see something amazing about your beloved girlfriend, Mori? No, I didn't. How outsiders interpreted Hayato's changing expression was a different matter altogether. Mori, who instantly noticed the change, hooked his arm around Hayato's shoulder, and the boys around him grinned just as mischievously as the girls around Haruki, surrounding him as if not to let him escape. Well, don't you think we haven't been talking much? Yeah, for sure. Nakaido-san's childhood friend was such a cutie, huh? Hey, what specifically do you like about her? The surrounding students started getting riled up around the bewildered Hayato and Haruki. Similar to how Haruki had changed, Hayato found his surrounding environment changing as well. Section Lunch break, a time when students were released from the monotony of classes and set free. Voices rose up from various parts of the classroom, eager to enjoy their freedom. Hey, Nakaido-san, come over here. Did you bring your own lunch? Going to the school cafeteria? I'll come with you whichever. I've always wanted to talk with you, Nakaido-san. Wait. My bag. What? And like winged tigers, the group of girls with sparkling eyes carried Haruki away to their hangout spot, leaving Hayato to silently pray for her in his heart as he quickly slipped away to their usual secret hideout. Fortunately, the boys, being in the throes of adolescence, were more interested in food than in Hayato, so his escape was easier. Furthermore, Mori had dashed to the cafeteria without waiting for either the bell signaling the end of class or the teacher's permission. The classroom in the old school building, which was now used for storage purposes, had a narrow space about 6 tatami mats in size, serving as Hayato and Haruki's secret hideout, their shelter. Hayato stood alone, surveying the surroundings. It's pretty barren. Due to Haruki's meticulous care, it was tidy, but all that was there was a broom propped up at the entrance and 2 plain uncovered cushions, lacking any semblance of color or vibrancy. Perhaps because of this, even though it was summer, it felt oddly cold. Maybe I should find some cushion covers next time. As he deliberately voiced his thoughts, he took out his lunch. Having no one to talk to made the meal feel somewhat mechanical, and he finished eating much quicker than usual. He then looked at the time. Only 5 minutes had passed since he arrived. There was still plenty of lunch break left. Normally, just chatting with Haruki here would make time fly by. But for some reason, time seemed to drag on unusually slowly today. It felt like he had too much on his mind. Glancing around the secret hideout again, it felt much larger than before. Haruki, has she been alone in this room all this time? A well-mannered facade, living alone in a detached house. There were many things he wondered about, and many things he was worried about. But he felt like he'd fall down a deep rabbit hole the moment he started thinking about them. So Hayato scratched his head and stood up, and then, he headed somewhere else. Under the scorching sun during lunch break, there was a flower bed made at the end of the school building. There, a petite girl with distinctive curly hair was working diligently, despite the heat. Hey, Mitake-san. Kirishima-san. Despite it being such a blazingly hot day, Minamoto didn't seem bothered as she tended to the vegetables planted there. However, in contrast to her presumed enthusiasm, her expression wasn't too bright. Wondering what was wrong, Hayato glanced at the flower bed and noticed the limp, lackluster appearance of the vegetables present. When Minamoto noticed Hayato's gaze, she started speaking hesitantly with a troubled expression. Well, I've been watering them every day to keep the soil from drying out, and I've been pruning them regularly, but lately, it seems they haven't been doing well. You don't need to water them every day. It's better to water them heavily every few days to ensure the moisture penetrates deep into the soil. If you water them a little every day, the moistened area will evaporate quickly, leading to a water shortage. Really? But this doesn't look like a lack of water at first glance. These guys were producing a lot of flowers and fruits recently, which means they've been using a lot of energy. Now, what could that mean? Energy? As Minamoto pondered Hayato's riddle-like question, she tilted her head while stroking her chin. Hayato narrowed his eyes, finding her gesture somewhat nostalgic. She really does resemble them, huh? Seeing the vegetables, flowers and fruits and her curly hair bouncing up and down, Hayato couldn't help but think of the sheep the Jin family tended to back in Tsukino's, which were always attempting to eat various flowers, fruits, and vegetables. Hayato felt his cheeks relax. Eventually, Minamoto seemed to notice something and exclaimed, it seems they're lacking nutrients, meaning fertilizer," she said excitedly, looking up with sparkling eyes. The way she looked was quite something, almost like a small, praise-seeking animal, and Hayato felt the urge to pat her head, but he barely resisted the temptation. "Yeah, that's right. Vegetables may be hard to understand, but just like humans, they get tired if they use too much energy. Do you have any fertilizer? I'll help with the top dressing." "Yes, we do have fertilizer." Make sure not to apply it directly to the roots or stems. It's best to sprinkle it in a circular motion around them." "Why yes." Then, while the flower bed was quite large, its size was still within the realm of a home garden. With both of them working, they quickly finished spreading the fertilizer. However, they were still working under the summer sun. Even though Hayato was already used to working in the fields under the scorching sun back in Tsukino's, he found himself sweating profusely, his uniform sticking to his skin. "It's done. Thank you so much." What is it?" As Hayato wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand and looked at her, he noticed that, like him, her blouse was clinging tightly to her body. Although slender, her feminine curves were accentuated. While she was petite, she had more volume where it mattered than Himeko, and she even surpassed Haruki. Hayato quickly averted his gaze, perhaps oblivious to Hayato's suspicious behavior. Minamoto tilted her head again. "That caught me off guard." Despite being reminiscent of the sheep in Tsukino's, Minamoto was a girl of the same age. As someone who, until now, had very little experience regarding interacting with peers of the same age, Hayato hadn't consciously considered such a scenario. But when exposed to a girl of his age in such a vulnerable state, he couldn't help but feel flustered. Furthermore, although Minamoto seemed to be the type unconcerned with fashion, and the type to be unafraid to work in the dirt with her usual curly hair, upon further inspection, she had quite the lovely face. One could consider her a diamond in the rough. A hat. I mean, wearing a straw hat or something might be a good idea. It's hot, and heat stroke is scary, you know? "Oh, yes, that's true. It's been getting very hot lately." Taking Hayato's words at face value rather than viewing them as an attempt to conceal something not quite as innocent, Minamoto felt a pang of guilt for her lack of vigilance. To Hayato, it was merely an excuse, but seeing her reaction filled him with remorse. As an indescribable atmosphere arose between them, a hand towel suddenly appeared out of nowhere. "Minamoto-san, besides wearing a hat, you might want to consider paying attention to your uniform too. It's a bit distracting for the guys, you know." Enka-Ida-san. Phew. Before Hayato knew it, Haruki, with a smile on her face, appeared beside Minamoto, handing her a hand towel. Her gaze was fixed on the lace pattern that stood out vividly on Minamoto's blouse, clinging to her sweaty chest. PPUI. Realizing her own state after it was pointed out, Minamoto's face rapidly flushed a deep crimson, and she hurriedly took the hand towel from Haruki, clutching it to her chest as she ran off. Watching her leave, Haruki, with a sulky look, turned back to Hayato and muttered under her breath, "Pervert. No, it's not like that. It's just lecture." No. "Well, you see, sorry." HMPH. Such choice of words and demeanor was unusual for Haruki. However, The aura she exuded was unsettling, and Hayato reflexively apologized. Section. It was currently the middle of afternoon classes. Constructed in 710 AD, Haokyo was modeled after Chang'an in the Tang dynasty, in what is now Nara Prefecture. The afternoon atmosphere was somewhat relaxed, as it often was during history class. However, from the seat next to Hayato's, an uneasy atmosphere arose. Curiously glancing over, he noticed that Haruki quickly averted her face the moment their gazes met. She seemed to be still sulking due to what had occurred earlier. How troublesome. The cause was clear. Hayato's gaze had been drawn to various aspects of Minamoto's uniform due to her sweat. For a boy his age, it was instinctual to notice such things, but it seemed that Haruki wasn't quite ready to accept nor forgive it. Furthermore, various reforms were implemented, including changes to taxation. Comparing this to what we covered last month about the Asuka period is interesting. The handout I gave, Hayato raised his voice. He realized he didn't have the handout. Although he had been at this new school for nearly a month now and was starting to get used to the class and lessons, there were still times when he needed to rely upon Haruki's help from the adjacent seat. Nakaido-san? Haruki let out a big sigh, but she still pushed her hand out toward Hayato. In the midst of all her sulking, she begrudgingly brought her desk closer to his. Come to think of it, something like this happened when I first transferred here. Back then, she had been in a similar mood, but she had still taken care of him in various ways. Thanks. Recalling that, a small chuckle escaped from his throat, but it seemed Haruki didn't appreciate Hayato's attitude. As for the handout, please don't look at it with the same lecherous eyes you looked at her with. What? With furrowed brows, Haruki turned her face away with a pout, her small but clear voice echoing through the classroom. Then, after a brief moment of silence, laughter erupted. Oi, Kirishima, what you do? Hey, what kind of look did you want now? Kirishima, harassment is not okay, you know? Come on. Let's continue the lesson. While the laughter had yet to die down, Hayato felt his blood rush to his face as he shrank back into his seat. Haruki, beside him, continued to ignore him as she turned away again with a disdainful snort. Section. As soon as class ended, Hayato found himself surrounded by the boys. Hey Kirishima, what kind of look was Nikaido-san talking about? Is she talking about that childhood friend we've heard so much about? Did you see something so extreme that it made you make that sort of face? Wait, hold on. Their eyes showed that they were keenly interested, and it seemed like they wouldn't let him go until they got some answers. The reason for their curiosity was probably Haruki's attitude earlier. She was elegant, talented in both academics and sports, and always kind to everyone. So, hearing her speak in a way that sounded like she was scolding someone was hard to ignore. Hey Kirishima, what kind of lecherous eyes are we talking about? Nakaido must have said something really strange for you to react like that, huh? Mori? Suddenly, Mori, as if egging Hayato and the others on, dropped a bomb of a comment. I see, so that's how it is. Well, I actually like armpits. Well, I'm quite interested in the area around the ankles, collarbones. That's not it. Even if you say that, and so, the boys gathered and continued their discussion, gradually losing all restraint and veering into embarrassing territory without caring about the girls' reactions. And with more fuel added, the fetish discussion that centered around Hayato's desk continued to spread like an out-of-control wildfire. It's the chest. The chest. Kirishima-kun loves boobs, you know. Hey, Haru, Nikaido. Hayato practically shouted in protest. From the boys came cheers like oh yeah, that's the spirit, and to hear those words from Nikaido-san's mouth, while from the girls there were murmurs like huck, boys are the worst, even Kirishima-kun too? But the girl in the photo. So that's his type, huh? The situation had descended into utter chaos, much like in the morning. Haruki pursed her lips as if to say, give me a break. Even Hayato couldn't help but bury his head in his arms on his desk. The commotion eventually escalated into a fruitless argument between boys and girls. But during all the chaos, Hayato caught Mori's voice filled with surprise and perplexity. Sonoka Ido can make that kind of face too. Mori? Kirishima? Nah. It's nothing. Wondering what that was about, Hayato looked towards Haruki, who was facing the boys with a mixture of disbelief and exasperation like the rest of the girls. Yet, her eyes held a hint of mischief that Hayato was all too familiar with. What now? He felt uneasy. As if to distract himself, he scratched his head. Then he suddenly locked eyes with Haruki. Fufu. This girl. With a smirk that only Hayato could understand, she teasingly stuck out the tip of her crimson tongue. And for some reason, after seeing that, Hayato felt strangely content. Section. The urban sunset didn't serve to paint the mountains as it had in rural Tsukino's. Instead, it dyed the buildings red. As she headed home, going from the main road into the residential area, Himeko bid farewell to her classmates in front of a large convenience store. Bye, Himeko-chan. See you, Kirishima-san. Later. Yeah, see you all tomorrow. The numerous streetlights illuminated the surroundings, making the city streets much brighter than the twilight that Himeko was accustomed to. Yet, Himeko's steps were rather heavy as if she was walking on a rural road at night. I ate too much today. It was delicious but quite expensive. Rubbing her stomach, Himeko moved her feet slowly. The reason for this was convenience store sweets. In Tsukino's, when it came to sweets, there were only cheap snacks that small shop owners seemed to make as a hobby, and they probably had shelf lives that lasted for an eternity. In contrast, this urban convenience store displayed a variety of sweets made with fresh cream and other ingredients that would expire relatively quickly. For someone like Himeko, who already had a low tolerance for sweet treats, such temptations were irresistible. Additionally, Himeko's classmates often found it amusing to recommend various things to her. As a result, Himeko's allowance situation had become quite difficult. I'm home. Huh? Oh, welcome back. Welcome back, Hime-chan. However, as soon as Himeko returned home, she found herself tilting her head in confusion. Hayato was preoccupied with chopping vegetables, albeit with an unusually troubled expression, while Haruki plopped herself on the sofa, hugging a cushion to her chest while sulking. There was a clearly uneasy atmosphere between the two. By the way, Haruki had taken off her socks and was sitting cross-legged, so even though she was hiding her chest, it was a lax guard that would reveal her underwear if she turned to face front. A sigh escaped Himeko's lips, laden with various meanings. So, Haru-chan, what's going on? Hime-chan. Hayato is a beast. As if prompted by Himeko's question, Haruki's already serious expression turned sterner, and she hugged the cushion even tighter as if to further protect her chest. Seeing her childhood friend in such a state, Himeko's usually calm demeanor vanished in an instant. Did he touch you? I've always thought Anna was a beast, but Haru-chan, you're quite. Can I touch it a little too, as like a blessing? Hime-chan? No, it wasn't me, but rather not there. Hey, what are you doing? Himeko, stop it. Interpreting things in her own way, Himeko went berserk as she tried to grab Haruki's chest. Unable to watch any longer, Hayato intervened and pulled her away, his eyes conveying a hint of seriousness. Half of it? No. A third would do. Please share. That's impossible. Then do something about it. Hayato sighed deeply, furrowing his brow even more. Section. I see. So Anna was interested in another girl's chest. He had a really lewd face too, you know? Cut me some slack. The topic of conversation during dinner between Haruki and Himeko was Hayato's lecherous actions from earlier in the day. Himeko's misunderstanding had already been cleared up, and Haruki's voice, unlike before, was tinged with mischief. Hayato seemed to understand that, smiling awkwardly. Today's main dish was a variation of mapo tofu, featuring eggplants that were finely diced and stir-fried with ground meat, garlic, shiitake mushrooms, green chili peppers, seasoned with a mixture of soy sauce, mirin, oyster sauce, and a small amount of miso to create a sweet and savory flavor. Of course, it paired perfectly with white rice, as Hayato served himself directly from the rice bowl instead of putting it onto a plate. Haruki and Himeko followed suit, eagerly eating with their chopsticks. By the way, Haru-chan, was that girl really that big? She's petite, but definitely 2, no, maybe 3 sizes above me. What? Even though there's already a 2-rank difference between me and Haru-chan? Haha, to be honest, my gaze was also attracted to that area. Well, I guess it's inevitable. I'll let it slide. Yeah. Instead of just yapping, make sure to eat properly, okay? Yes. After finishing their meal and having a tea break, by the time Haruki was about to leave, everything had returned to normal as if nothing had happened. While Hayato was washing the dishes, Haruki was lounging on the sofa, watching TV just like usual, not losing to Himeko's relaxed attitude. Ah, I see. Himeko understood Haruki's feelings. Perhaps she had sulked about something during the day, so she wanted a chance to reconcile, or rather, to interact as usual with Hayato. And Himeko had fallen for it completely. Haru-chan, you've never been straightforward, have you? What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Hime-chan? Nothing, really. As Himeko exasperatedly glanced at Hayato, Haruki, feeling like she had been exposed, began to prepare to leave, trying to divert attention away from herself. Yeah. I should head home. Thanks for the meal today. Yeah. Thanks for coming, Haru-chan. As Haruki got up while putting her high socks that she had tossed on the ground earlier back on, Himeko recalled their earlier conversation and muttered softly that it was just an extension of their trivial chat. Come to think of it, it must be tough for Ane too, having 2 cute girls like us here. Yet his eyes wandered to other girls. Haha, that's true. Honestly, if only he was satisfied and settled with me. Well, actually, if you were looked at with those eyes, it'd be kinda true. Haru-chan? For some reason, Haruki suddenly stopped moving. With only one sock on, she was in the middle of putting on her other sock in a rather awkward halfway state. She froze for more than 10 seconds. And even Himeko couldn't help but look puzzled at the strange sight unfolding before her. Haru-chan? Oi, Haru-chan? Hime-chan. Yeah, I'll be leaving now. No need to see me off. Okay, bye, Haru-chan. As if rebooting at the sound of Himeko's voice, Haruki, still halfway through putting on her high socks, dashed out of the house in a strangely flustered manner. It all happened so quickly that Himeko had no chance to stop her. Just as bewildered as Himeko, Hayato, with a vacant expression, interrupted his dishwashing to ask, "Did Haruki leave?" "Yeah, seems like it. Are you sure it's okay not to see her off?" "She probably thought she'd get ogled at if you went with her, right, Ane?" "There's no way that's true." "Stop talking nonsense and go take a bath. It's ready." "Okay." Having exchanged such banter, Himeko headed for the bathroom. While preparing a towel and change of clothes, she couldn't help but wonder if what she casually mentioned earlier wasn't too far off the mark. "Ane, could it be that until now, you've been looking at Haru-chan with—" No. However, Himeko immediately dismissed that thought. The way Haruki appeared at home was just, well, relaxed, to say the least. Yet, she had never seen Hayato look at her in a strange way, as if he were conscious of her. He seemed to regard her no differently than he did his own family members. On the contrary, if Haru-chan started to become conscious of Ane, that's impossible. Even as she entertained such thoughts, her chest felt oddly uneasy, prompting her to reject them as well. She swiftly discarded her sailor uniform, as if shaking off those thoughts, and stood there in nothing but her birthday suit. Then, she suddenly noticed the weight scale in front of her. She hadn't used it in a while. Her slightly bulging belly caught her eye, and after a brief moment of hesitation, she tentatively stepped onto the scale! And then, she let out an inarticulate scream. "Himeko, what happened? Are you okay, you idiot?" "Don't come in, don't peek, stupid Ane." Sorry. Feeling embarrassed, Himeko crouched down on the spot, then grabbed her head in frustration. What should I do?" The number displayed on the scale, which she hadn't touched in about 10 days, showed an increase in her weight of nearly 10%. perhaps due to her recent binge eating of convenience store sweets section. It was currently the time of day during which the waning moon had yet to appear in the eastern sky. However, the many streetlights adequately illuminated the road in the place of its absence. Huff, 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 huff. A girl was running alone along such a road, her long hair flying wildly as she sprinted with all her might. It was clearly an unusual sight. With her face flushed up to her neck, she would surely attract a lot of attention during the daytime. "I'm home," Haruki threw her usual greeting into the darkness, but unlike normal, she didn't confirm the expected lack of response and immediately dashed into the changing room. She threw her sweaty blouse directly into the washing machine and then, still cold from not warming up completely, she pulled the shower over her head. "Sea cold?" While acknowledging such an obvious fact, she continued to bask under the gradually warming shower. Her sticky sweat eventually washed itself away, leaving her body feeling refreshed, but the uneasy feeling lingering in her chest seemed unlikely to clear anytime soon. These were feelings over such trivial matters she had noticed since the other day. As she stood under the now hot water, she recalled today's events, specifically starting from after she managed to escape from the girls' questioning session in class. She had headed to their secret hideout, only to find it deserted. So, she went to the school's small vegetable garden where Hayato often went, and sure enough, she found him there. "Hiya, Kairishi." She naturally attempted to call out to him as soon as she spotted him, but for some reason, she couldn't. With a bag of fertilizer in one hand, he was tending to the flower bed with practiced hands, occasionally speaking in a gentle tone to Minamoto Mitake, a member of the school's gardening club. She seemed to rely on Hayato too, asking various questions earnestly. It was a side of Hayato that Haruki didn't know about. Yeah, Hayato can be quite caring. Memories flashed through her mind. The promise they had made to have lunch together at their secret hideout, the time he had insisted on taking her home even though she resisted, and especially the time he had forcefully made her stay over because he didn't want to send her back to her house. What Hayato was doing now in front of her was virtuous and something she should be proud of as his best friend. Yet, for some reason, all it did was prick at her heart. Confused by her own feelings, Haruki proceeded to observe Minamoto instead. She didn't know much about her, especially since they had attended different junior high schools. She had a quiet personality, was a bit shorter than Haruki, but had notable feminine curves. And there was something about her that reminded Haruki of a small animal, with her cuteness and charm. It was something that Haruki couldn't possess in Hayato's presence, something girly. And somehow, it made her feel uneasy. She didn't, and couldn't, understand what that feeling was, but it was evident that it somehow frustrated her. And as she continued to watch Hayato and Minamoto happily gardening together, such frustration only continued to grow inside her. And when Hayato blushed when faced with her chest, a chest larger than Haruki's own, she couldn't bear it anymore and barged in between them, surpassing her limits of patience. She was aware that her subsequent behavior was childish. She was obviously sulking. So she was surprised by Hanko's intervention, but she also felt thankful. Although these lingering feelings persisted, she convinced herself that she would calm down by tomorrow and everything would go back to normal. Or at least, that's what she hoped. Yeah, that's right. Really, if only I could compromise and be satisfied with myself. Starting an innocuous conversation with herself, she suddenly realized the cause of the discomfort she had been feeling. "I thought Hayato was being taken away from me." It was something akin to childish jealousy or possessiveness. Haruki knew and understood that Hayato was a healthy teenage boy. Such were the grounds for her often teasing, but it was also because of the trust and confidence she had in Hayato that he understood her in return. However, seeing him smile shyly as a result of another girl's actions did not sit well with her. It's not like I'm, as if attempting to run away from such thoughts. She tried to increase the temperature of the shower, only to find that it was already at its hottest setting. Geez. Trying to dispel her lingering unease, she vigorously lathered and washed her entire body. but there was no sign of her palpitations subsiding. Today's shower seemed like it would be a long one. It's so hot. Her body, having showered for too long, was on the verge of overheating. Unable to bear it, she took out some ice cream from the freezer and cooled down in her air-conditioned room. Cold, but it's so delicious. Despite giving herself brain freeze due to eating the ice cream too quickly, she eagerly continued to devour it. One could say that she was stress-eating, considering how unsettled she still was. Anyway, it's all Hayato's fault. After being tossed around by various emotions and thoughts, she arrived at that conclusion. She knew it was a complete tantrum and acknowledged it was immature, but she couldn't help it. That's how much Haruki's heart was in turmoil. For Haruki, having her emotions tossed around by Hayato was a common situation since long ago. However, it was not the same as before. She keenly felt that. But somehow, she couldn't help but think it wasn't necessarily a bad thing, and that thought itself is what surprised her the most. With the ice cream stick in her mouth, she exhaled a long sigh while sitting cross-legged on the cushion, as she observed her room around her. Manga scattered on the floor, video games, and a partially assembled diorama on the coffee table. There were also recently added cosmetics, fashion magazines, and feminine clothes. They were all scattered about somewhat forlornly. The room was silent. It had been the same familiar silence for years, yet for some reason, Haruki found herself furrowing her brows as she subconsciously compared it to the noisy Kirishima family apartment where Hayato and Himeko lived. Even her heart was strangely noisy. Ding! Exclamation mark. At that moment, her phone, which rarely had notifications, chimed. She jerked her shoulder in surprise and hurriedly picked it up. Haru-chan. What's up? Haim-chan. What's wrong? Haru-chan, are you okay? What do you mean? Himeko's voice sounded unusually dark and serious, and it left Haruki puzzled. Furthermore, it somehow felt like Himeko had seen right through her earlier, and her heart began to beat faster involuntarily. I gained weight. Yet, what ended up reverberating through the speakers of her phone rendered Haruki speechless, as she immediately thought of the plethora of reasons that came to mind. Haru-chan, you had seconds to date too, didn't you? Lately, she had started having dinners at the Kirishima household, where she found the food unusually delicious. Unlike what was the norm for her, meals she bought from the convenience store that were mechanically consumed for nutrition, she found that sitting around the dining table and chatting with everyone had made her chopsticks move automatically, with her increasingly frequent seconds becoming evident of that. And recently, she had been coming home and eating ice cream alone to distract herself more often. What about you, Haru-chan? Wait, hold on a second. I might be okay? Yeah, definitely. I should be fine. Let's face reality, shall we? Let's do something before it's too late. Shouldn't you weigh yourself now? There's no need. I'm definitely okay. Even though she said that, the fact was that she had been feeling uneasy about her stomach and arms lately. Returning to the dressing room while continuing her call with Himeko, Haruki hesitated as she placed her phone on the wash basin and prepared to step onto the scale. Then, she hesitated momentarily before stripping off her clothes as she stood there completely naked. It was something completely minor, just a mere few hundred grams. But reality was merciless. Like Himeko, Haruki's weight had increased by nearly 10% compared to the last time she measured herself. Fufu, I guess we're forming a diet alliance, huh? From the smartphone on the wash basin, Himeko's voice, faint yet determined to pull her comrade in, echoed. As she found that both her mind and body were undergoing definite changes, Haruki found that her growing maiden's heart was becoming even more troublesome. Chapter 2, Inexperience. Hey, Ane, we're going on a diet. Oh, okay. Good luck. Wait, does we imply Haruki as well? Yeah. So, could you please handle the diet menu for dinner? I don't really know any recipes like that, you know? That's how last night's conversation went after Himeko had finished speaking to Haruki on the phone. As Hayato recalled it, He walked along his usual route to school. Thinking about Himeko and Haruki, he felt that the both of them didn't seem like they needed to diet, but saying something like that was outright impossible when faced with Himeko's determined attitude. My repertoire doesn't include stuff like that. To Hayato, the word diet had been unfamiliar until now. In the rural countryside of Tsukino's, it was natural that every person had their own car. Even for small errands, there was a significant distance to cover, but as a student, Hayato had no choice but to walk or ride his bike everywhere. It was because of that he had never thought about a lack of exercise or the calories in his meals. It was a troubling issue, and added to that was the fact that it was both he and Himeko that were meant to take care of dinner, not just him, in the first place. But once again, he thought of Haruki. Though her chest might be slightly smaller than average, she had a healthy, well-proportioned body with the typical curves of a girl. That physique must have been the result of various efforts. Hey, Hayato, you've gotten pretty good at cooking, huh? Grr. Is this what it feels like to have your stomach captured? Yeah, it's definitely better to eat together than alone. At the same time, the image of Haruki enjoying the dishes he cooked flashed through his mind. Indeed, her weight gain was partially his fault. Maybe it's a good opportunity to expand my repertoire. Expressing his determination, he said it aloud. Hayato's expression softened with contentment. From the time he arrived at school until the morning short homeroom session, Hayato found himself with spare time. On days like these, he made it a point to visit the school's vegetable garden. Similar to when he was in Tsukino's, he found solace in working with the soil. Plus, he often visited to dispel the misunderstandings that often arose with Minamoto due to her tendency to jump to conclusions. Pulling weeds, huh? I'll help, Mitake-san. Kirishima-san. Sure enough, Minamoto was diligently tending to the vegetables today as well. Lately, they had been preoccupied with yanking at weeds. Letting your guard down at this time of year was basically asking to have the garden be overrun by them. With diligent teamwork, they finished the weeding before long. There weren't enough weeds to bother putting them in a bag, and they were easy enough to carry with one hand to the correct disposable area. And with this, their morning chores were done. Is this all of it? Yes, thank you. With a smile and a bit of dirt on her cheek, Minamoto expressed her gratitude. Her current attire was far from stylish, featuring gym clothes, a straw hat, and gloves. The style typical of the girls and women back in Tsukino's. This nostalgia made Hayato feel even more familiar with her, his cheeks relaxing. Perhaps that was why he casually asked the following question. Mitake-san, have you ever been on a diet? Do I look overweight? Do I need to go on a diet? No. It's my sister. She wants me to support her with her diet. You don't need it at all, Mitake-san. Sorry, I jumped to conclusions again. Despite her usual habit of jumping to conclusions, she tilted her head once she calmed down, humming in thought as she pondered about it. She was indeed an earnest girl. I guess what's important is exercise to go along with a diet. The diet is my only concern. After all, I'm the one cooking, but what I can make is, well, mostly what you call heavy dishes. Oh, so you can cook too, Kirishima-san. By the way, that recipe for the pickled eggplants you gave me the other day was a lifesaver. Haha, I'm glad to hear that. I've been forced to cook since I was a kid. My mother was a bit, Oh, so the hospital visit the other day. Saying so, Minamoto blinked and peered at Hayato. It was a curious expression. It seemed to convey admiration or empathy, and Hayato wondered what it meant. But before he could ponder it further, her expression suddenly softened into a gentle smile. Kirishima-san is a good Unai-chan, isn't he? What's with that all of a sudden? It's not like that at all. Foo-foo. This time, it was Hayato's turn to be flustered. Although Minamoto lacked sophistication, she had a charming face and was someone Hayato considered a diamond in the rough, enough to make him, who had little resistance to girls his age other than family, flustered. I think it's wonderful to be able to work hard for someone else, even if it's something you're not used to. My grandpa also, Mitake-san. It was a voice filled with various emotions, with a slightly melancholic expression. She turned toward a specific direction, the direction toward the hospital, and her thoughts seemed to cool down instantly. Surely, she also had things that were difficult to say to others. Hayato scratched his head in frustration before she turned back to him. Earlier. Yes? Earlier when you mentioned that I can cook too, does that mean you cook as well, Mitake-san? Well, yeah, it doesn't have to be a diet dish or anything like that, but if you have any recommended recipes, please let me know. Sure, but the things I cook are more like things an older person like my grandpa would like. Then it might be good for a diet too. They seem to have less fat. Oh, haha. You might be right. They exchanged glances and smiled at each other. However, there was something weighing on both of their minds. They hadn't known each other for long, and there was still a lot they didn't know about each other. That's why they both searched for some kind of point of conversation. Then next time, I'll send you a recipe by message. Ah, yeah, huh? Behind the school building, at the storage area, something interesting was brewing up. Although it wasn't cleaning time, nor was it a place that students would normally visit, there were two figures, a boy and a girl, enveloped in a tense atmosphere. Hayato wasn't completely clueless as to what was going on. Is this a confession? A confession scene? Hayato was completely shaken, as this was the first time he had witnessed such a scene involving a boy and a girl. He knew he shouldn't look, but he was curious. He shouldn't be peeking, but would he be noticed if he moved now? These conflicting thoughts swirled in his head, deepening his confusion. Oh, that guy over there is Kaido-san, right? Kaido, huh? Kazuki Kaido, he's part of the football club and is pretty popular. It wasn't until Minamoto spoke that Hayato finally observed the person in question closely. He was tall and slender, with a great physique built up by club activities, and a refreshing face with sharp eyes. He was definitely handsome, even from Hayato's perspective as a guy, and it was clear why he was popular with the girls. Yet Minamoto seemed oddly calm. This only added to Hayato's confusion. And then, as if she already knew the outcome, Minamoto predicted the future with a calm and somewhat troubled tone. Soon, he'll turn the girl down and she'll leave. Look, as Minamoto predicted, the girl soon dropped her shoulders and left. All that remained was the boy, Kazuki Kaido, with an apologetic look on his face. Despite encountering what seemed like an urban legend-like scene of a confession, both Kazuki and Minamoto seemed strangely accustomed to the situation. This peculiarity bothered Hayato, and with a head still spinning with confusion, he blurted out his honest question. Why? Well, you get used to it. I was surprised the first few times too. But apparently, this place is a popular confession spot. Really? But I could tell she was really cute. She seemed like she'd be popular. Yeah, the one just now was Takagura-senpai from the second year. So I'm kinda surprised he turned her down too. But there's a reason among the girls. Hayato, who had never been in a relationship with anyone, thought the word confession sounded like part of a foreign language. But what followed was even more incomprehensible. That Kaido-san actually has a crush on Nakaido-san. Eh? Such a statement blew Hayato's mind, leaving him feeling utterly blank. Leaving Minamoto behind, Hayato walked towards the classroom dazedly. So he likes Haruki, huh? Indeed, Haruki was popular. He'd been told that by Mori on his first day at this new school, and indeed, even from Hayato's perspective, she had the looks to back it up. She was adored and relied upon by everyone, after all. However, since they reunited, Haruki had always acted the same around Hayato. Not only that, but she also showed him her vulnerabilities that she would never reveal to anyone else. Though she could be a handful and troublesome at times, she was the kind of person who was dangerously endearing. That was the Haruki that Hayato knew. So, even though he was told that Haruki was popular, he never really felt it. And he even doubted Minamoto's words just now. Good morning. Yo, resident Stramaniac, Kirishima. Cut it out, Mori. So, what's going on? As Hayato entered the classroom, he was greeted by the sight of girls facing each other with serious and solemn expressions, while the boys, though trying to appear normal, seemed restless and uneasy. Given what had happened yesterday and the possibility of more teasing today, Hayato had entered the room a bit pensively, so he was taken aback by the mood. "Well, you'll figure it out if you listen closely." "Right." Not fully grasping Mori's words, Hayato shrugged and made his way to his seat. His gaze naturally fell on Haruki's group in the neighboring seats, and their conversation reached his ears. "I think the scariest part is the possibility of relapsing. Actually, losing weight is just the beginning." "Oh, and those just eat this diets are total shams. Fufu, and intense exercise routines are traps. I've just come to realize that hunger is the best spice. I'm definitely going to lose another 5 kilograms before summer vacation." "Good idea." Summer clothes always show off your body lines. This year, as a first year without exams, I'm sure I'll. So, moderate exercise and watching your diet seem to be the best approach, huh? Surrounded by girls, Haruki engaged in a serious discussion about dieting. Some of them shared their experiences, adding depth to the conversation. With summer vacation approaching, the topic expanded beyond swimsuits and fashion to include desires for boyfriends or romance, which seemed to be making the boys uneasy. "Well, it seems it's all about dieting. My sister was also making a fuss about dieting. Is it a trending topic right now? It's summer, so isn't it that time of year?" "All right. Here's some advice for you. Girls on a diet are emotionally unstable. So, think of them as wounded or hungry beasts. You seem to be speaking from experience." "Haha, she's just like that." "Come to think of it, you mentioned having a girlfriend. Have you been together for long?" "Since the end of junior high." "So it's not that long." "But we've been childhood friends, so in that sense, it's been quite a while." Hayato couldn't help but respond with a strange noise. Mori's words felt strange somehow. For Hayato, a childhood friend would mean someone like Haruki. Certainly, Haruki was a beauty. He knew about her personality, even parts that could be considered her true nature, and their relationship was good. However, when asked if he wanted to date her or be her boyfriend, he couldn't quite agree wholeheartedly. But he couldn't shake off the unease he felt after hearing the rumor that Kazuki, a popular and handsome guy, liked Haruki. "I don't really understand. You might get it if you try it yourself. How about we try dieting too?" "No way." "Haha, all right. Just one more piece of advice then. When it comes to girls who are dieting, make sure to praise them, pamper them, and give them plenty of physical affection." "Huh?" "Encourage them, spoil them, show affection. Trust me, it works." "Wow, can I even do that to my sister? Isn't that too lovey-dovey?" "Ha ha ha." After such a conversation that didn't quite align with Mori's usual style, Hayato took his seat. Looking to his side, he saw Haruki, seemingly unchanged from her usual self, a sight that didn't quite suggest she needed to go on a diet. Amidst the crowd of girls enthusiastically conversing about dieting, she seemed like an ordinary girl who could be found anywhere. For Haruki, who had always pretended to be a solitary and high-achieving student, this change in atmosphere should be viewed in a positive light. Yet, for some reason, Hayato didn't want to acknowledge that, and so his greeting became quite curt. "Good morning." "Oh, good morning, Kirishima-kun." Faced with a smile as graceful as if nothing had happened yesterday, Hayato's frown deepened even more. The girls noticed this, and one of them intervened with an exasperated voice. She was a girl who often talked to Haruki, one of the central figures in the class, with her short bobbed hair and bright personality. "Come on, Kirishima, are you still bothered by what Nikaido-san said yesterday?" "Geez, everyone knows boys like boobs, so no one is particularly concerned about it." No. From around him came voices like, "Hey, your face looks scary, just smile, smile." "Yeah, even I thought yesterday's joke went a bit too far." Then, he made eye contact with Haruki, who looked apologetic. I'm sorry about yesterday, Kirishima-kun. It's not like I'm angry or anything." But Hayato scratched his head vigorously and turned away. From next to him came mocking laughter. Lunch break. At their usual secret hideout, there, Hayato found himself faced with Haruki's frown. You Haruki's resentful gaze seemed to be directed at Hayato's lunchbox. His lunch consisted mainly of reheated mapo tofu from last night, accompanied by sesame-dressed komatsuna salad, cherry tomatoes, broccoli, and a fluffy rolled omelette with chopped green onions, an appetizing assortment even when cold. On the other hand, Haruki's lunch seemed to be just one item: a chicken salad with the label 68 calories per serving and vegetable juice. As she stared at his lunchbox, nibbling on her salad chicken bar, and her stomach was growling cutely, Hayato let out a big sigh. "Want a bite?" I don't. But Haruki, I ended up gaining 4 kilos. Haruki? She blushed furiously as she swiftly averted her gaze. 4 kilograms seemed like a significant number, but at first glance, Hayato couldn't tell the difference. He furrowed his brow, perplexed. "I don't really see that much of a change." So maybe there wasn't a need to force herself to lose weight. Hayato implied this without saying it explicitly. But then, he remembered Haruki chatting amicably with the girls about dieting just a moment ago, and now it was his turn to turn away. However, Haruki, as if she didn't understand the seriousness of the matter, raised her voice, sounding agitated. "Hey, Hayato, you have no idea how much 4 kilos is." What? Listen, 4 kilos is like 4 packs of milk, or 6 to 7 weekly manga magazines, or a piece of meat about the size of a medium-sized watermelon, or a small bag of rice, all attached to my body. Oh, okay. That's. Despite not having grasped the significance of 4 kilograms, when faced with such a specific description, Hayato couldn't help but feel that maybe it was serious. Picturing Haruki actually carrying the list of items she mentioned only signified it even more. Indeed, Himeko had also started her rambles about dieting. It was hard to overlook that much excess fat, and he felt like he started to understand the girl's obsession with dieting, even if just a little. But that didn't change the tense atmosphere that was present between them. Haruki's face remained sullen, but her gaze occasionally darted back and forth between the lunchbox, Hayato's face, and elsewhere. Being watched like that made him feel uneasy, and his brow furrowed even more. Are you mad, huh?" It was an unexpected question. Haruki suddenly asking him something like that caught him off guard. She looked somewhat anxious, as she continued to peek at him as if to gauge his reaction. "Because, Hayato, you've had this stern expression since this morning." No. It's just. In retrospect, maybe I went too far yesterday. So, I'm sorry." "What?" Hayato thought that this apology was unlike her. Normally, Haruki would dismiss such things as trivial and not bother about them, instead usually opting to toy with Hayato. But the Haruki that appeared in front of him now had a weak, pleading look in her eyes. "Being emotionally unstable, huh?" Hayato recalled Mori's words from this morning, as well as his advice on how to handle such situations, but that was a pretty high hurdle to overcome. There's a famous rumor among the girls that Kaido-san actually has a crush on Nakaido-san. And for some reason, Minamoto's words came to mind. Haruki. It was an impulsive action. He naturally reached his right hand out, grasped Haruki's head, ruffling her hair, before slowing to a gentle stroke. Both Hayato and Haruki widened their eyes in surprise, speechless. Her hair felt incredibly smooth. Like silk threads, it slipped through his fingers, teasing his touch, and he found himself with the desire to indefinitely continue. Likewise, Haruki seemed to enjoy being pampered, as her previously tense eyes gradually softened, surrendering to Hayato's hand. Even though Hayato himself thought it was uncharacteristic of him, for some reason, his hand refused to stop. He felt a ticklish sensation in his chest, which took the shape of words that inadvertently slipped out. "Your hair." "Why yeah. If you diet too much, you'll lack the necessary nutrients, and your hair will get dry and brittle, you know." "Why yeah. I'll be careful. I wouldn't like that." Take it easy, okay? I'm rooting for you, so don't overdo or rush it." I'll do my best." Well, your hair is really nice. It's kind of addictive." Really? I'll continue to take care of it, then. But if I do this too much, I'll probably mess it up. So I'll stop here." As Hayato regained his composure while stroking her hair, embarrassment started to outweigh desire, and he reluctantly pulled his hand away. All while Haruki let out a voice tinged with sadness. It was a sorrowful twang, as if she was robbed of something she was engrossed in midway. She looked at him longingly as if asking why he was being so mean. Hayato Haruki. They stared at each other. Haruki, still with slightly teary eyes, gradually regained her composure after being released from Hayato's hand, as her face turned red with embarrassment. Not just her cheeks, but her entire face. The mood hung in the air, filled with a mixture of awkwardness and a strange new feeling of intimacy. My Haruki, unable to hold it in any longer. Haruki let out a loud cry. What the hell was that? That was scary, Hayato. Where did you learn how to do that? And how many people have you used it on before? Wait, calm down. I've never used it on anyone. There are hardly any people our age in Tsukino's, other than Haimko. The only others I've ever petted are sheep or cats. You did it to Haim-chan too? That's really, inappropriate. The way you're saying it. Geez. Haha. Haruki was so embarrassed by her own behavior earlier that she couldn't stop stammering. But it was such reaction typical of Haruki that it made Hayato laugh. Seeing his laughing face, Haruki pouted and protested, and just like that, they returned to their usual selves. Honestly, I'm not used to being praised or pampered like that, especially having my head petted by someone. Haruki laughed awkwardly with a troubled smile on her face. For a moment, a shadow had enveloped her expression, as if she had recalled something unpleasant, but it was something Hayato didn't notice. In a slightly sulky voice, he retorted. Really? That's surprising. I thought you'd be used to it, given how popular you are. I figured you'd have gotten a lot of confessions. As he spoke, Hayato felt a twinge in his chest. This was something that had been on his mind. As he seized the opportunity to broach the topic, he found himself immediately struck by a desire not to know the answer. Quickly regretting his question, he furrowed his brow in frustration with himself. No, I've never been confessed to. I've always made sure to avoid situations where that might happen. That's why I don't usually share my text ID. Is that so? Scandals? Yeah. Like celebrities, when people find out who they're dating, and how it affects their work, it becomes a big issue, right? Yeah, I guess. That's why good girl Haruki Nakaido can't date anyone. I see. Hayato was perplexed by Haruki's sudden words. He vaguely understood what she was getting at, but the implicit meaning eluded him, obscured by the 7 years of separation. It was extremely frustrating. Haruki must have noticed the troubled look on Hayato's face. She laughed it off, smiling to diffuse the tension, and forcefully changed the topic back to what it had been. Well, anyway, I need to keep up my diet for my health. For my health? For your health, huh? Haimko's working hard too. Yeah. As Haruki emphasized the importance of health, Hayato still found himself confused by various thoughts, but the fact that Haruki had never dated anyone, let alone been confessed to, was greatly relieving to Hayato. Chapter 3, An Unexpected Gift. It was still early in the evening, the twilight before sunset. At the Kirishima family dining table, 2 girls expressed their dissatisfaction. Ane, this is terrible. No. This time even Yeah, I know. Even I think it's a bit much, honestly. Spread out on the dining table was salted edamame, sliced chilled tomatoes, cucumber slices with spicy miso dressing, chicken with ponzu sauce garnished with onions and green onions, and instead of white rice, chilled tofu. It was practically a menu perfect for a drinking party, if only there were beer. That's right. Ane's repertoire tends to lean towards snacks that pair well with alcohol. Ahaha. Is that so, Hayato? Haha. Well, despite how it looks, I think it's suitable for a diet. Don't you? Despite such exchanges, both Haruki and Haimko managed to finish their meals without any complaints about the taste. Hayato had tried to choose dishes that seemed suitable for a diet, focusing on including enough protein while keeping calories and carbohydrates low, and incorporating plenty of dietary fiber into the menu. Back in his room, sprawled out on his bed, Hayato pondered. A diet menu, huh? Ultimately, he was satisfied as long as they enjoyed the food he made, but as he thought about this dilemma, he couldn't come up with any good ideas. Should I ask for advice? With that in mind, Hayato pulled up Minamoto's profile on the messaging app, and attached a photo taken during dinner with a simple note. It wasn't well received. After about 10 minutes of waiting, he received a wry smile emoji in response. He could sense her confusion through the screen, and after a moment's thought, he sent a follow-up message. Sorry, I sent something difficult to respond to. When it comes to dieting, all I can imagine are dishes centered around vegetables. Do you have any ideas? I don't want to upset my sister. How about fried summer vegetables? I think that'd taste good. Is that the dish that involves frying them once in oil and then soaking them in dashi? It might be asking a bit in terms of calories. I'm sorry, I can't be of much help. No, it sounds delicious. If it's okay, could you share a recipe? Yes, I'll send it to you later. Thank you. After a short exchange, Hayato sat up and scratched his head. He glanced at his other contacts, dominated by the few names of his male classmates, including Mori. He couldn't imagine any diet menu suggestions coming from them. Come to think of it, I don't have many female acquaintances. Oh, that's it. He decided and headed to Haimko's room just across the hallway. Haimko, got a moment? Exclamation mark WH. What's this all of a sudden? Don't just barge in like that. Sorry. Without waiting for a response, Hayato opened the door to find Haimko sitting cross-legged with her hands clasped together, struggling with a stretch routine. Spread out in front of her was a fitness magazine. It seemed to be a state she didn't want to be seen in, as she growled and urged him to state his business quickly. I was wondering if you could give me Morao-san's messaging ID. Huh? Saki-chan's? Hayato's words seemed unexpected to Haimko, who frowned in puzzlement. She then examined his face carefully, as if trying to discern her brother's true intentions, before letting out a big sigh. Ane, it's not a good idea to go after your sister's friends just because you're not popular, you know? I am not planning anything like that. I just, wanted to ask something and needed to contact her. What's up with that? Besides, she was generally pretty awkward around you. Oh, right. Haimko's best friend, Saki Morao, and Hayato had a strained relationship. Whenever they met, she would often hide behind Haimko's back, and if they encountered each other alone at school or on the street, she would often hurriedly scatter away, leaving Haimko to question him many times about whether he had done something to upset her. Seeing Hayato slump dejectedly when reminded about her demeanor around him, Haimko sighed heavily once again. Well, I'll give her your ID. Whether she responds or not depends on Saki-chan. Thanks. And with that, Haimko shooed her brother away with her hand. Feeling like he had failed to connect with Saki, Hayato left his phone in his room and diligently went about his household chores before heading to the bath that had been prepared beforehand. Drops of water pitter-pattered onto the tiles. What should I do? He gazed up at the ceiling as he soaked himself in the bathtub. His sighs melted into the air of the bathroom, which didn't have a window like the one he had grown accustomed to back in their home in Tsukino's. In his mind's eye appeared the image of his sister's friend, Saki Morao. She had a well-proportioned face that still retained traces of youthfulness, and her skin was fair with a translucent quality that belied her Japanese heritage, accompanied with her shining, flaxen hair. Being the daughter of a shrine family that had been in the village since the Heian period, she possessed a mysterious and beautiful appearance. Unlike the boisterous Haimko, Saki seemed to always harbor a calm and gentle atmosphere, and she conveyed it through a warm smile. She was treated like a grandchild by the elders of Tsukino's and was somewhat of an idol-like figure. Despite all this, for some reason, it felt that she always went to great lengths to distance herself from Hayato. I mean, I was the only boy of a similar age back there. Hayato himself also had trouble figuring out how to interact with Saki, a girl close to his age. However, it didn't change the fact that she was his sister's best friend. Furthermore, Hayato had always found her Kagura dances special, a Shinto ceremonial, ritual dance. He thought perhaps they could communicate through messages on a smartphone without seeing each other face to face. But, indeed, What Haimko said is true. Girls are difficult. He thought briefly as Haruki's face flashed in his mind. He imagined her calling him an idiot while flashing her usual mischievous grin, prompting him to furrow his brow as he sunk half his face into the bath water, his breaths creating large bubbles that floated to the surface. By the time he returned to his room, a considerable amount of time had passed. There, he found a notification on his smartphone showing a message from an unknown contact. When he opened the chat, he was greeted with the text, "It's Saki Morao," accompanied with another message containing a curt "What do you need?" Checking the time of the text, he saw that she had sent it about an hour ago, right after he left Haimko's room. It seemed that she had reached out to him as soon as Haimko contacted her. It's so over. Compelled by the realization that he had kept her waiting too long, he carefully composed a reply. "Is long time no see appropriate here? Sorry for contacting you out of nowhere, but Haimko suddenly started dieting last night. Do you know any good dishes for that sort of thing? I thought, since you're a girl, you might know a bit about such things." Despite having had her wait for over an hour, Saki's response was quick. He couldn't help but be impressed by how accustomed she seemed to be to typing on a smartphone, as her replies came in rapid succession. "I see. I've never dieted myself, so I wouldn't know, but if you search for diet, meal, and recommendations, can't you find something?" All her replies were curt, but considering their interactions, or more accurately their lack of interactions, back then, her reaction was expected. Yet, she responded out of obligation, since it involved her best friend Haimko. Hayato smiled at that thought. "I see, thank you. Is that all? If I need anything else, I'll let you know." Got it. The conversation ended in this manner. Though he could make out her usual aloof tone, Hayato considered it a success that he wasn't ignored and stretched with satisfaction. "I'll take the opportunity to research before bed, then." Following Saki's advice, Hayato began researching, but what he found were recommendations for convenience store purchases, calorie counts for chain restaurants, and nutritional explanations about various ingredients. Eventually, as he got distracted by the World Wide Web, nighttime arrived, and before he knew it, he fell into a deep sleep. Section MNGH. When did I fall asleep? Hayato noticed the morning sun streaming into his room, and checking the clock, he realized the time was already close to when he usually woke up, perhaps because he was using his smartphone while lying down instead of his computer. He must have dozed off at some point. Ow, my neck. Then he noticed that he had received several messages. Pasta with shirataki, seared chicken breast, and mushroom stuffed omelette rice. Wow, these are amazing. But they were all from Saki. Each message contained polite and easy to understand recipes. They seemed like dishes that would please both Haruki and Haimko in terms of presentation as well. Hayato couldn't help but be impressed, but he realized that all of these messages had been sent late at night, after the date had changed. She must have researched them for Haimko, since I mentioned her. Wait, what's this? Among the sent images was one that stood out from the recipes. It's this year's festival costume. What do you think? Accompanying the message was a picture of Saki in a special shrine maiden outfit worn only during festivals. It was an orthodox white robe and scarlet hakama, traditional Japanese skirt pants that are tied at the waist and fall to the ankles. Occasionally seen at shrines, adorned with cool, embroidered sashes, hair ornaments, and makeup. Her already ethereal beauty, with her pale complexion and mysterious allure, was further enhanced by such extraordinary attire. Moreover, she wore a natural smile that Hayato had never seen before. Even though he knew she was his sister's friend, he couldn't help but be captivated by her charming appeal. He didn't understand why she had sent him this image, but almost immediately, Hayato recalled the various times his sister Haimko had sought his opinion when she bought new clothes. In other words, this was probably the same thing. He shouldn't misunderstand it. With a cough to clear his throat, Hayato felt a sense of duty to at least send Saki a thank you message. "Thanks, Haimko will be glad. And about the costume, it suits you well, like it does every year. It's cute." There was no immediate reply, It was early in the morning, so it was only natural. Stretching with a yawn, Hayato started getting ready for the day. Looking out the window, he couldn't help but sigh wearily as not a single cloud passed by, indicating another hot day ahead. Meanwhile, Saki's reply came over an hour later, while Hayato was on his way to school. I see. As expected, her response was as indifferent as ever, and Hayato couldn't help but smile wryly. Chapter 4. Sometimes, something like this is nice, right? Struggling to make lunchboxes using unfamiliar recipes, Hayato found himself running late to school. The classroom in the morning was bustling as usual, with some students working on assignments they had forgotten about, while others copied off their peers. Nevertheless, most students were engaged in chatter with their friends. Hayato's smartphone chimed the moment he took his seat. Wondering who it could be from, he unlocked his phone, only to find a picture of an eggplant with a nose like a tengu. The sender was Minamoto. Accompanying the picture was a message saying, "Aren't they getting carried away?" Upon seeing it, Hayato involuntarily chuckled. She had also sent images of bell peppers with twisted stems, claiming they were bent out of shape, and one of a chili pepper growing the wrong way up, captioned "doing a handstand." They were all oddly shaped vegetables. They weren't commonly seen in supermarkets, but in Tsukinos, they were often shared as gifts when they couldn't be sold. Hit with a sense of nostalgia, Hayato chuckled at Minamoto's unique sense of humor. "What's got you grinning, Kirishima? What are you looking at?" "Thinking about that girl again?" "Nah, Mori. It's veggies." "Look, see?" "Hey, what's this? Such weird shapes." "Right? They don't make it to the market, but vegetables come in all sorts of shapes." "Huh. You got more of these pictures? Let's see." Hayato accidentally swiped to another image on screen, which caught the curiosity of Mori. Yes, I see, Kirishima. Every guy loves shrine maidens, right?" "Wait, Mori. It's not like that. It's more to do with the festival, not my preferences." It was the image of Saki in her shrine maiden outfit, the one she had sent along with various recipes that morning. But explaining this to Mori would be a bit troublesome. Yeah, it's about the festival. I get it. Along with shrine maidens, and also girls in yukata, right?" "I don't deny that. But, do they wear yukata and stuff at your festivals here?" "Yeah. At the local summer festival. Didn't they wear them where you used to live?" "No. Only children wore them there." "Huh, I see." Just as Hayato was thinking about how to change the topic, it naturally shifted to that of yukatas. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief at the turn of events, perhaps intrigued by their discussion. The other boys gathered around and joined in. "Yukatas really have a special feel to them. Just wearing one makes a girl look 50% cuter. And those hairstyles that go with yukata, the ones that show their napes, they're the best. They're not that revealing, but it makes them look so sexy." "No, they don't. No, not at all." That's not true, right, Kirishima?" Don't ask me." Apparently, there was going to be a summer festival hosted by the local municipality in a nearby park in early autumn, and some of the boys were openly sneaking glances at the girls. When Hayato glanced to his side, he noticed Haruki looking at him with keen interest and a somewhat mischievous glint in her eyes, making him instinctively tense up. "Fufu, do boys really like yukatas that much?" "Well, that's..." With her index finger on her chin and her head tilted at an angle, Hayato couldn't help but find her gesture adorably charming, even though he knew she was teasing him on purpose. However, this charm was reserved exclusively for Hayato. "Of course we do." "Show us Nakaido-san in a yukata." "Come to the festival with us." "Better yet, be my girlfriend. Please go out with me." Haruki was taken aback at the boys who got fired up by her playful words, as she recoiled in surprise, as if she would. "Hey, what are you guys saying?" "Back off, you beasts. Are you okay, Nakaido-san?" The situation quickly escalated into the girls trying to protect her from the overly enthusiastic boys. Haruki, caught off guard by this turn of events, could only mutter in puzzlement, "Ha, geez." Lately, Haruki had been showing her scatterbrained side more often. With a sigh, Hayato joined the girls and Mori in trying to calm down the rest of the boys. It was at this moment that he heard something unexpected. Haha, Nikaido's really changed, hasn't she? I can't really tell. Haven't you noticed that she's become more approachable? And she seems more at ease. Maybe the rumors among the girls are true after all. Rumors? That Haruki Nikaido has a boyfriend, huh? He was aware of how goofy his voice sounded. Even now, he hadn't fully grasped what Mori had said. It was certain that Haruki had changed recently. That was probably a good thing. But for some reason, in Hayato's mind, that didn't connect with her having a boyfriend. Just as Hayato was feeling confused, a commotion was brewing near the entrance of the classroom. Is Nikaido-san here? Yes. What is it? Here. That's what I'm talking about. It was Kazuki Kaido. It seemed he had something to discuss with Haruki, as he was calling her over. Hayato glanced at Haruki's face as she walked over, but she wore her usual innocent expression, not the expression of someone being called over by their crush. And besides, Hayato, who was always by her side, knew she didn't have a boyfriend. Yet, for some reason, an unpleasant feeling swirled in Hayato's chest. There's a famous rumor among the girls. He recalled Minamoto's words from the day before. Looking around, he saw a group of girls grinning as they watched Haruki, and a group of boys with complex expressions doing the same. It felt as if the surroundings were creating a narrative, and it made Hayato feel uneasy. He tried to read Kazuki's expression, but from where Hayato stood, he couldn't make it out. However, Kazuki's gestures seemed exaggerated, almost as if they stemmed from nervousness, giving credibility to Minamoto's words. So about club applications, I was told to ask Nikaido-san from our year. Okay, then we should head to the student council room, right? Should I come with you? Yeah, that'd be great. It seemed to be about club activities. Hayato didn't understand why Kazuki was seeking help from Haruki. But when he caught a glimpse of his relieved expression as the both of them walked out of the classroom side by side, he found himself leaping up and chasing after them before he could even think. Hold up a second. Huh? Kirishima-kun. Who are you? Not only the two in front of him, but also the entire classroom, was surprised. It was an action driven by pure emotion. He had acted on impulse. Haruki, Kazuki, and everyone around them were surprised, but the one most shocked was Hayato himself. What the fuck? But now that he had done it, there was no going back. Hayato's mind raced as he tried to figure out his next move. It's just that. I assume you're heading somewhere related to club applications, right? I also have a club I want to join, so I thought I'd tag along. With that, he blurted out his words quickly, as if making an excuse, and briskly walked ahead down the hallway. You're going the wrong way, Kirishima-kun. With Haruki's remark, Hayato's flustredness became evident to those around, and stifled laughter could be heard. Hayato's face flushed red all the way to his ears. Shall we go together, then? It's fine, right, Kaido-kun? Yeah, I don't mind. Kazuki gave in, his expression complex but ultimately agreeing with Haruki. Sheepishly, Hayato followed behind the both of them. They walked down the corridor before the morning short homeroom. Although the chatter emanating from the classrooms had yet to stop, indicating that there was still some time before the bell, there were no other people in sight. The footsteps of the three seemed oddly rapid, creating a somewhat mysterious atmosphere. Haruki, seemingly in a good mood, Hayato with an expression of reluctance, and Kazuki with a puzzled expression wondering why things had turned out this way. Amidst this, it was Kazuki who broke the silence. Joining a club at this time of the year is unusual, isn't it? He hesitated in his words. If the rumors were true, Hayato would have been interfering with his approach to Haruki. However, his tone was calm, and his expression didn't convey any malice or ulterior motive. It seemed to stem from genuine curiosity. Hayato was aware that his response sounded somewhat curt. I'm a transfer student. I see, so that's why. Which club are you planning to join? If it's the football club, we'd welcome you with open arms. The gardening club, huh? It was a voice tinged with surprise. Kazuki stared at Hayato with a puzzled expression. With a height of over 170 centimeters and arms down from the sun peeking out from his short-sleeved uniform, Hayato did have a well-muscled physique. His body was overall well-toned, leading one to assume he must be involved in some sort of sport, even for someone like Kazuki. So, when the words gardening club came out of Hayato's mouth, it was only natural for Kazuki to be surprised. However, Hayato interpreted his reaction to one of mocking, as he responded with a disgruntled expression. "Hey, you're in the football club, right?" "Yeah, but what's so enjoyable about football?" "What do you mean?" "It's the unique value of each goal in contrast to other sports, the freedom it offers and the many diverse playing styles, and, of course, the camaraderie it creates within a team. There are so many things that make it enjoyable that I can't even list them all." Same goes for gardening and farming. Taking a deep breath, Hayato stopped and turned around. Watering plants on the daily, pruning, fertilizing, dealing with weeds and pests. Yeah, it's labor-intensive and time-consuming. But, you know, the vegetables that you pour your heart and soul into growing will respond to you. And each of them has its own personality. Seeing an oddly shaped vegetable feels rewarding. "Here, look at this. Working in the soil is the best thing ever." As if to say, "How about that?" He pulled up the pictures that Minamoto had sent to him earlier. To the two, Haruki and Kazuki were taken aback by Hayato's sudden passionate rant. After all, it was rare to see a high school boy talk so fervently about gardening. It was only natural for them to be surprised. And then, Kazuki was further shocked by Haruki's following actions. "Ha ha ha. Hiya, Kirishima-kun. You sure love gardening that much, huh?" Yeah, I think it's great to have something you're passionate about." "Well, it's something I'm used to, but..." "Ow, ouch, stop hitting my back. It hurts." "Nakaido-san?" Haruki couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably, as she started aggressively slapping Hayato's back with her usual casual demeanor, something she had never done before at school. Kazuki, who had always thought of the Haruki Nakaido as a kind, polite, and well-mannered girl, turned wide-eyed at the sight of her unexpected behavior. Let's keep going." Oh, why yeah, let's do that, okay?" Noticing his gaze, Haruki cleared her throat deliberately. Then, she straightened the hem of her skirt, as if to reset the atmosphere, and briskly walked forward, leading the way. Both Hayato and Kazuki were taken aback by her sudden change. Their destination, the student council room, was less than a minute's walk away. "Excuse me, is anyone here?" I'll go get the forms, so please wait here for a bit, okay?" "Yeah, counting on you, Nakaido-san." Feeling somewhat embarrassed as he reflected on his sudden enthusiastic outburst, Hayato scratched his head vigorously, watching Haruki's back as she searched through the cabinets. There was no sign of hesitation in her actions. "She's used to this kind of thing." A somewhat bitter feeling spread through his chest as he witnessed this side of Haruki, which he still didn't fully understand. "I didn't know." As if echoing Hayato's inner thoughts, Kazuki muttered, "Is the girl from earlier the real Nakaido Haruki?" "Who knows?" It was a question almost as if seeking confirmation. And there was a hint of conviction in his tone. As the unease grew in Hayato's chest, his response became devoid of any warmth. "Is it really a bad thing if her facade is exposed?" He knew that he was being childish, but after Haruki's careless attitude earlier, he couldn't help but resent the fact that she kept hiding her true self. "I'm Kazuki Kaido." "And you, huh?" "Your name?" "Hayato Kirishima." Yet Kazuki extended his hand as if he were interested in him, albeit, it was unclear what his intentions were. Hayato gazed at his hand for a moment. Moving his gaze up, he saw a gentle smile, which seemed to have no traces of malice behind it. Rumors were just rumors, and whether Haruki turned out to be whatever shouldn't concern Hayato, but the fact remained that he couldn't help but be curious. "Nice to meet you, Kirishima-kun." "Yeah." With a complicated expression on his face, Hayato shook Kazuki's hand in return. Separating from Kazuki along the way and returning to the classroom with Haruki, Hayato was immediately surrounded by the boys. So, what happened? Yeah, way to go, Kirishima. You stopped a pretty girl from being swooped up by a handsome guy. You're a hero. All right, are you free during lunch and after school today? We need to have a serious discussion about breasts. And don't forget about Nakaido-san's childhood friend. They casually draped their arms around Hayato's shoulders, enthusiastically teasing him. But their eyes were serious. They were determined not to let him slip away. Hayato looked around for help, only to see Mori shrugging and Haruki mouthing the word idiot. He sighed heavily, realizing that he had drawn attention to himself, as he mentally prepared for the interrogation that was about to start. On the other hand, Haruki was aware that she was feeling a little buoyant as she observed Hayato. She was also aware of the rumors about Kazuki circulating among the girls. Even from Haruki's perspective, it was obvious that Kazuki was undoubtedly popular among the girls. He was a flawless, handsome guy. However, based on Haruki's own experience, she understood that he wasn't interested in her. He was probably just taking advantage of the excitement around him. In that regard, he was similar to Haruki. That's why she was surprised by Hayato's sudden intrusion, and also, why am I feeling happy? She was puzzled by her own emotions, which was probably why she ended up getting carried away and slapping Hayato's back. But she didn't feel bad about it. During break time, as she watched Hayato being questioned about his earlier actions, she couldn't help but break into a grin. She would probably have pouted and looked away if he had caught her smiling like that, though. Fufu. With Hayato seemingly having the upper hand lately, Haruki's grin only widened. However, during lunchtime, Haruki's smile froze when a familiar face arrived for the second time today. Is Kirishima-kun here? Kaido. The Kazuki Kaido, with his refreshing and charming smile, came to see Hayato. Not Haruki, but Hayato. The sudden turn of events surprised not only Haruki but also the entire classroom, enveloping it in silence as if a spell had been cast. Even Kazuki himself couldn't hide his wry smile at the situation. What do you want from me, or rather, why are you here? Well, to deepen my friendship with Kirishima-kun. Do you mind if I sit here for lunch? Oi, geez. Yeah. Do you have any more pictures like the ones of those vegetables from earlier? I have some, but great, show me. However, Kazuki remained his natural self. With an innocent demeanor, he smoothly entered the circle of boys surrounding Hayato, seamlessly blending in. Kirishima, you also had a photo of a shrine maiden, right? Mori, you? Well, yeah, I do. Shrine maidens are great, aren't they? Festivals too. I also like maids and stuff. His words resonated with some of the other boys and a few girls. Oh? I'm into nurses as well. Cheongsams are great too. Whoa, Kaido, I like the way you talk. What about Gothic Lolita? I'm actually kinda interested in that. Well, as a matter of fact, seemingly disarmed by Kazuki's unexpectedly laid-back demeanor, not just Hayato but everyone else too gradually joined in the conversation centered around him. As expected of a popular figure, he effortlessly and effectively displayed his charisma. Haruki couldn't help but marvel at it. However, she also felt confused amidst all of this. She didn't and couldn't understand it. The mingling of Hayato and Kazuki, who were chatting amiably, stirred up a mess of emotions inside of her, and she didn't know how to deal with them. And from those not part of the circle, there were concentrated gazes directed at both of them. Alright. I need to go. Muttering to herself without addressing anyone in particular, she stood up and left. She couldn't stand being there any longer. Section. It wasn't unusual for Haruki to have something to do during lunch break, so nobody found it suspicious. As she glanced briefly at Hayato on her way out of the classroom, she noticed his troubled smile. It somehow bothered her. Once outside the classroom, there was only one place Haruki was headed, their secret base. Their shelter was a narrow room in the old school building, about 6 tatami mats in size. It kinda feels empty right now, she inadvertently muttered to herself. Spreading out the uncovered cushion and sitting cross-legged, Haruki took out her chicken salad and began to eat. But for some reason, it didn't go down smoothly and felt like a lump in her throat. After managing to finish it, She glanced at the clock, realizing only 2 minutes had passed since she arrived here. There was still plenty of lunch break left. Looking at the cushion Hayato usually used, she recalled him being surrounded by everyone just now. Hayato got caught up. Huh? She knew it wasn't true, but she couldn't help feeling excluded, as if she had been left out. It felt like Hayato had been taken away from her. It was a strange feeling indeed. Compelled by emotions of loneliness, Haruki reached up to scratch her head, only to shake her head vigorously as she recalled how Hayato had petted her the other day. Oh, geez. Huh? At that moment, her phone notified her of a message. It was from Hayato. Sorry, looks like I can't get away. Consider it an IOU. Frowning, Haruki realized that escaping from that situation would be extremely difficult. After all, she herself hadn't been able to do so just the day before. I see. The moment she recognized that she was alone, a sense of hollowness filled her heart. It wasn't Hayato's fault, but she couldn't help feeling a bit resentful. Eventually overwhelmed, Haruki left their secret base and began to walk aimlessly. However, she avoided people's eyes. After all, her options for where to go were quite limited. So, it was inevitable that she ended up there. In the flower bed behind the school building was the figure of a petite female student wearing a straw hat and tracksuit, Minamoto. The moment Haruki spotted her, for some reason, she instinctively hid herself. Minamoto seemed so engrossed in tending to the flower bed that she didn't even notice Haruki's presence. There wasn't any particular connection between them. They were in different classes, and Haruki only knew her name at best. And considering the fact that she was attempting to stay out of sight, it would be logical to leave as soon as possible. Working in the soil is the best thing ever. However, she couldn't help but remember how Hayato had declared his intentions to join the gardening club earlier, the club Minamoto was in. Her chest felt uneasy, and before she knew it, her feet had moved toward the flower bed. Hello, Mitake-san. Kairishi. No, Nakaido-san. She really did resemble a small adorable animal, Haruki thought, and then, her chest tightened as she noticed that Minamoto had almost instinctively said Kairishima-san. Well, why yes. What is it? It was an impulsive action. She didn't really have any reason to talk to her, after all. So, even though she initiated the conversation, she didn't know what to say. Seeing Haruki hesitating, Minamoto returned a puzzled smile of her own. I was just wondering what you were doing. I'm pruning and weeding. Ahaha, is that so? It was a situation that was clear as day. They both exchanged awkward smiles. A sense of silence lingered between the two, as an indescribable, delicate atmosphere enveloped them. As Haruki pondered about what to do next, she observed Minamoto's figure intently. She was more than a head shorter than Haruki herself, with curly hair being her distinctive feature. She had a small animal-like charm and, upon closer inspection, a cute face. Is this girl actually pretty cute? And she's a different type from me, isn't she? Maybe Hayato's reason for joining the club. Geez. Haruki raised her voice at the thought of such a conviction. Trying to shake off the vague feeling of discomfort in her chest, she vigorously scratched her head, not caring if her hair got messy. Nakaido-san? Naturally. Haruki's strange behavior was quite unsettling for Minamoto. She was flustered, wondering if she had done something wrong. Seeing her like that, Haruki regained a bit of composure and showed a self-deprecating smile. Ahaha, sorry about that. I guess I was being a bit weird just now. Boku. Is something bothering you? Haruki slips and uses boku here, a very casual way to refer to oneself, rather than watashi, which is the more polite way she usually uses when she has a facade on, which is why Minamoto is puzzled. Yeah, something like that. I've been a bit troubled lately. I see. Haruki sighed deeply. She couldn't help but feel exasperated with herself, thinking that being here for any longer might lead her in the wrong direction. She was about to turn on her heel when, let's do some gardening. Let's do some gardening. Gardening's great. It's calming. Here, take this. Wait a minute. At first glance, it seemed like Minamoto was peering at Haruki with concern, but she suddenly pushed the straw hat she was wearing onto Haruki's head, forcefully tugging along at her hand. It was a somewhat forceful and surprising action for her, given her petite and quiet appearance. When they reached the eggplant patch full of blooming purple flowers, she smiled and offered Haruki a pair of pruning shears. It seemed like she wanted Haruki to give it a try. "We'll start with trimming off these unnecessary branches and weeds. Think of it like giving them a haircut." Is it okay to cut this? It'll be like removing a third of them." "Yes, please be liberal with it. It's like a haircut for the vegetables." I see, here I go." Haruki began to prune under Minamoto's guidance, albeit feeling a bit bewildered. The vegetables in front of her were all unique, with not a single one having the same shape. So even in pruning, there was no one-size-fits-all answer. Each one had to be approached individually, making it quite a puzzling task. But that was precisely its charm. Before she knew it, beads of sweat had formed on her forehead, and her cheeks were dirtied with soil just like Minamoto's. Yet, she became so absorbed in pruning that she didn't mind at all. "Should I just cut here in one go? Is it too much?" "It's okay. These little ones are quite resilient, so they'll be fine." "All right then." "Fufu, but it's still strange to think these flowers will become vegetables one day." "That's right. I think it's amazing." "Oh, right. Then, when it's time to harvest, please join us by all means." Nakaido-san?" Haruki, who had been completely absorbed in the vegetables until then, turned around to Minamoto's face. Her expression was incredibly gentle and compassionate. At the same time, Haruki became aware of how much she had gotten carried away, as she felt a sense of warmth spreading across her face. Fufu, you smiled." Or you?" Feeling like she had been seen through, Haruki couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Seeing Haruki like that, Minamoto offered a smile of her own and moved next to her, directing her gaze towards the vegetables. "You know, I received some shocking news a while ago. It made me sad and upset, and I ended up crying, but at the time, I realized that I was actually pretty hungry, which felt kind of funny." Flowers bloom and that's it, but with vegetables, bearing fruit is just the start of it. And that's what got me into it initially. Curiosity. Mitake-san. But when I actually started taking care of them, I realized I knew nothing. It was even harder than I imagined, but it was also very enjoyable. What am I even saying? Well, it's like, doing something you love can be really comforting. Realizing that she had been talking about herself, Minamoto embarrassedly clasped her hands in front of her chest as she groaned before straightening up to look Haruki in the eyes with a serious expression. It was her way of encouraging her. It was nothing special. Minamoto was just trying to cheer Haruki up, who seemed down. As Haruki looked back into her eyes, she could see that she had no ulterior motives. She could tell that much. "Oh, she's really a good girl." Seeing her genuinely caring for someone else, Haruki's perception of her changed. At the same time, feelings akin to admiration began to sprout in her heart. Haruki found herself wanting to learn more about her. Can I come here again?" "Oh, yes, please do." Minamoto's smiling face bedazzled Haruki. Section. After school. Once the short homeroom was over, Hayato found himself surrounded by Mori and the other boys, just like during lunch break. "Hey, Kirishima, there's a big shrine just a little ahead from here by train." Yeah, we should go see the shrine maidens in their summer attire." "Wait, guys, how about taking this opportunity to go to a maid cafe?" "Wait, a maid cafe? Do those actually exist?" It seems like they were inviting him to hang out. While Hayato reacted with surprise to the term maid cafe, he also cast a glance at Haruki, as if seeking help. Haruki rolled the words, "Oh, so you're interested in maid cafes?" around in her mouth before swallowing them. She could easily imagine that intervening in this conversation, which was clearly between boys, would lead to a repeat of this morning's incident. Instead, she laughed dryly and furrowed her brow. There was an uneasy feeling in her chest. Just as a group of girls seemed like they were going to approach Haruki while Hayato was about to be grabbed by the boys, she instinctively stepped in between them. "Hey, Nakaido-san." After this, all right, even though it's pretty late, let's have a welcome party for Kirishima at a maid cafe. Kirishima-kun, could you, do that thing now? She cut off their words. The surprised gazes of Hayato, the boys, and the girls all focused on her. In an instant, the previous clamor was replaced by silence. It was a spontaneous action. If she had to give a reason behind her words, it was because of the looming uneasiness in her chest. But there was no way she could explain it like that. Haruki herself was caught off guard and didn't know what to do. But did Hayato, her childhood friend, manage to read all that in this brief moment and take over the situation? Is this about the paperwork regarding joining a club this morning? Was there something wrong? Why yes. Exactly. I thought if we could correct it before the advisor leaves, then we should hurry. Sorry, guys, let's do this another time. Wait, Kirishima-kun. Taking advantage of the situation, Hayato slipped away, and Haruki followed after him. As soon as they stepped into the corridor, the classroom erupted into noise. Startled by the sudden increase in volume, Haruki's shoulders trembled for a moment. She and Hayato exchanged wry smiles. Then, without a word, they both dashed towards the stairwell. Haruki, your actions have really been one-dimensional since forever. It's like my first day at this new school all over again. Shut up. Besides, I have somewhere I want to stop by. Come with me. Yeah, sure. Even though school was out, the summer sun remained high in the sky. In the end, the place they ended up going to was Haruki's own home. Is your house really the place you had in mind? I'm not sure. Maybe? Hayato seemed surprised, his voice tinged with confusion. To be honest, there hadn't been any particular reason or place she had wanted to go. Haruki herself wasn't sure about it. Maybe it was because her brain wasn't getting enough sugar due to her diet. So she just blurted out what she felt in her heart. Well, I just kinda felt like continuing that action rebounds per game we were playing together the other day. Oh, right. You only want to progress through it when we're playing together, huh? Yeah, that's right. The both of them chuckled awkwardly as they took off their shoes and headed into the house. Once they were in the room, Haruki turned on the air conditioning and casually tossed her socks aside. Following suit, Hayato sank onto a cushion and let out a relaxed sigh. Hey, Hayato, you sound like an old man. Shut up. You're in no position to say that. Haruki, too, loosened the collar of her blouse and sprawled on the floor, feeling lethargic in the heat. As she eagerly tried to boot up the game console, Hayato suddenly muttered, "This kind of thing sure is nice sometimes!" His sudden words made her heart skip a beat, but at the same time, warmth began to spread through her chest. When she glanced back, she saw Hayato scratching his head bashfully. Lately, she had been visiting the Kirishima household more often than not, mainly because of their agreement to have dinner together. So it had been a while since Hayato had stopped by her house. There was a more easygoing atmosphere here, different from school and the Kirishima residence. So, when Haruki handed the controller to Hayato, her face bore the same innocent smile she had had as a child. Yeah, here you go. All right, let's finish up before Himeko gets hangry. Gotcha. They exchanged glances and let out mischievous smiles. Memories of the past flashed through their minds. The time they had discovered a field of morning glories blooming in the mountains. The time when they had found the perfect spot to get cool flat stones by the riverbank. The time they had built a secret base using an abandoned shrine. As they shared the same smiles as they showed during their past, the summer sun shone just as brightly as it did back then. Chapter 5. A reliable back. It was currently lunch break, a momentary liberation from the monotony of classes. Some rushed to the cafeteria, while others gathered with close friends in their classrooms to unpack their lunchboxes. Others went to other classrooms or even clubrooms. There were various ways that students spent their lunch breaks. Like many others, Himeko loved this time. Back in Tsukino's, both elementary and junior high shared the same building, and students were served school lunches in their classrooms. In contrast, here, they had to bring their own lunch or buy it from the cafeteria. Having her own lunchbox as opposed to a school lunch made Himeko feel a little more grown up, which was her favorite part of it. She preferred its simplicity and convenience. However, as soon as Haimko opened her bento, she frowned and made a strange noise. When her classmate and friend, Ongoka, peeked in to see what was wrong, she found a very ordinary lunchbox with omelette rice as its centerpiece, accompanied by colorful cherry tomatoes and broccoli. "What's wrong, Haimko-chan? It looks delicious." "I don't like tomatoes." "It's just by chance that something you don't like happened to be in it." "It's not by chance. This must be Anna's retaliation. Remember the dinner I was talking about the other day? It was all over the place, and I teased him about it several times, even yesterday." Wait a minute. Could it be that Uranai-san made this lunchbox?" "Yeah, that's right. He always makes them for me, which is nice." "But, you wanna try a bite?" "Definitely." Under Ongoka's pressure, Haimko reluctantly offered her a bite from her lunchbox. Ongoka carefully inspected it, uttering murmurs of astonishment while doing so. Haimko couldn't help but feel embarrassed when faced with Ongoka's keen interest, even though she hadn't made the actual lunchbox herself. "Here goes." This is tofu. No, okara. Soy pulp. Insoluble parts of soybean that are filtered out during the production of tofu. There's plenty of mushrooms and it really tastes like the pinnacle of Japanese cuisine. It's delicious. Haimko-chan's Anna-san isn't just good at cooking. He's really amazing, isn't he? Even though he's good at it, all he can make is dishes that pair well with drinking parties, you know? Besides, he's always rough when he wakes me up in the morning, and he barges in and cleans my room at random times without asking. It's not all sunshine and ponies, you know. What? So he's not just good at cooking, but he also wakes you up in the morning, cleans your room, and takes care of you? Ongoka-chan. Haimko had intended to complain about her brother as usual. However, for some reason, it seemed to have struck a chord within Ongoka. With wide open eyes, she leaned forward and grabbed Haimko's hand. And it seemed that she wasn't the only one. "Kirishima-san, could you tell us more about Uranai-san? What kind of person is he? Is he tall? Which school does he go to? Do you have any pictures? And, most importantly, does he have a girlfriend?" Having an older brother like Kirishima-chan's, who can cook and is caring. You're definitely lucky. Hey, could you introduce him to us next time we have a semester break? Haimko was perplexed. To her, her brother Hayato was a meddlesome, busybody who lacked any sort of tact. While she appreciated his efforts in cooking, he also had unkempt, messy hair and a questionable fashion sense, which often led him to attempt to head to the city while wearing a straw hat. So she couldn't understand why her classmates were interested in him in the first place. But for Ongoka and the others in her class, it was different. Despite her shortcomings, Haimko was quite a beauty in their eyes. So the expectations for her brother, who shared the same blood, were naturally high. No, he's not as great as you think. He acts like this know-it-all even though we're only 1 year apart. His fashion sense is terrible, and he's never had a girlfriend, nor does he seem like he'll ever have one. All right, Haimko-chan, you shouldn't say things like that. Next time, bring him along when we hang out. Karaoke would be fun, right? Well, Anna is. Wait, karaoke? Not the kind where you sing in assembly halls or on buses, but private karaoke boxes, like in actual karaoke parlors? This time, it was Haimko who leaned forward eagerly. The rural countryside of Tsukino's featured no karaoke joints. The only things that could barely resemble one were the outdated machines set up in the community center, used mostly by the elderly, that certainly did not offer the latest hits. So, to Haimko, the idea of going to karaoke with her classmates after school, especially in a private karaoke box, was something she had only seen in fictional media and admired from afar. Faced with Haimko's sparkling eyes, her classmates offered oddly kind gazes towards her. "Yeah, let's go to karaoke after school today, the one near the station, right? They have coupons." "All right, we'll treat Haimko-chan's share." Ignoring Haimko's confusion, her classmates buzzed with excitement. It seemed that the plan for this afternoon had been decided in that instant. The summer dusk arrived painfully slowly, Despite Haimko singing her heart out for an hour and a half with 3 other female classmates after school, it still seemed that there was plenty of time before the sun would set. Parting ways with her friends, Haimko walked alone through the shopping district near the station, feeling somewhat dejected. Recalling the events of the recent karaoke session, she let out a heavy sigh. Everyone was so good. Not only that, but they all seemed so comfortable, especially Ongoka, who was exceptionally talented and played a big part in keeping the energy high. On the other hand, Haimko, who was experiencing karaoke for the first time today, fumbled with the media tablet, struggled with microphone feedback, and mumbled more often than she sang as she faced unfamiliarities with vocal techniques. Instead of teasing Haimko for her awkwardness, her classmates looked at her with smiles. Well, from Haimko's perspective, it felt more like they were smirking. So even for her, it was hard not to feel a little down. I need to invite Ane and Haru-chan next time and practice. As Haimko resolved to bounce back and put in more effort, she suddenly encountered a familiar face. Haim-chan? Haru-chan. Wow. As she tried to call back out to them, she was immediately surrounded by girls that wore the same uniforms as Haruki. Being naturally shy, Haimko was taken aback as she trembled. Oh, this is her. She's that childhood friend Nakaido-san mentioned. Oh, so this is the girl Kirishima-kun has eyes for. She's in her 3rd year of junior high, right? That uniform is a bit nostalgic. Oh, she's quite tall and slender, and she has the posture of a model. I see. With a beauty like that, it's understandable why you'd hesitate to introduce her to the guys. Or you. Haimko, who hailed from the sparsely populated countryside, wasn't used to being surrounded by people. At most, the only thing she was used to being surrounded by were chickens, sheep, and dogs. So, faced with unfamiliar older girls, it was natural for her to feel flustered. Haru-chan. As she looked to Haruki for help, she only received a wry smile that seemed to ask for help in return. Your hair is so silky. How do you take care of it? That innocent sailor uniform look is so charming. We wore blazers in my junior high, so I always wanted to try wearing that. Should I lend you mine next time, then? But I feel like I can finally understand Kirishima now. Hey, what do you usually do with Nakaido-san? Between being stared at with keen interest by the older girls she didn't know, having her hair and uniform caressed, and being the subject of the conversation, Haimko froze, not knowing what to do. Her head and heart were at the risk of exploding, and her face felt incredibly numb. Geez, you guys are scaring Haim-chan. That's enough. Suddenly, long black hair swayed in front of Haimko. Although it was a back she hadn't yet become familiar with, when such an oddly familiar figure jumped into view, she reflexively grabbed the hem of Haruki's skirt from behind. Then, Haruki herself looked over her shoulder, offering a reassuring smile, almost as if to say, "It's okay." It was a grin that Haimko had seen since her childhood, an expression identical to back then. Haim-chan just moved here, so she's still getting used to everything. Please be gentle with her, okay? Sorry, we might have gotten a bit carried away. Yeah, we were probably a bit too excited. Sorry about that. Well, I was just a bit startled. But it's okay. Realizing they had been a bit forceful, the girls restrained themselves and apologized with awkward expressions, accepting their apologies with a flustered demeanor. Haimko watched as Haruki, with a slightly stretched smile, reached out to pat her head, which was slightly taller than her own. There, Haim-chan, you did great. Good job. Haru-chan, stop it. I'm not a kid anymore. The both of them exchanged their usual playful banter, the way Haruki acted like an older sister, and how Haimko, despite her reluctance, showed trust in her, painted a picture of their close bond, which the other girls found endearing as they smiled and observed. Ding. Then, at that moment, Haimko's phone rang. It's from Ane. He wants milk, yogurt, and soy sauce. That's gonna be heavy. Haha. I'll carry half then. Well then, everyone, see you tomorrow. With a smile, Haruki bid the girls farewell and urged Haimko to leave the scene. As the 2 girls departed, the remaining girls watched their backs and murmured softly, "They seemed really close, huh?" "Yeah, I've never seen Nikaido-san like that before. More importantly, did you hear? That girl mentioned Anane, right? And Nikaido-san even mentioned going to her house together. Within their conversation, there were things that couldn't be overlooked. Reuniting with a childhood friend, the presence of her brother, and the recent changes in the girl named Haruki Nikaido. The girls exchanged glances, their imaginations running wild. Kaiawa in the twilight outside a fast food restaurant. Excited screams echoed. Section. Having finished shopping at their usual supermarket, Himeko and Haruki walked towards the Kirishima apartment. Stretching out in front of them were their shadows, now side by side, larger than back then. Come to think of it, this is the first time we've walked home together, isn't it? Haha, well, we go to different schools after all. Yeah, that's true. But hey, Haru-chan, is that how you usually are at school? Hanging out with others like that a lot? Nah, today was just a rare occasion. Hayato got dragged off by some guys too. It was kinda strange, wasn't it? Strange is one way to put it. It's just that, knowing how you usually are, it felt kinda weird. Oh, now that I think about it, you were like that the first time we met at that convenience store too. Oh yeah, I guess I was. Yeah, I'm pretty much like that when I'm outside. I see. So, Haru-chan's current self is our little secret, huh? As Himeko muttered these words as if they meant nothing, Haruki suddenly stopped in her tracks, blinking her eyes as if surprised. What's wrong, Haru-chan? Nothing at all. Secret? Yeah, that's right, it's a secret. As Haruki repeated the word secret with a strangely happy smile, Himeko tilted her head in confusion, but instead of dwelling on that, she blurted out something else that had been on her minutes since earlier. But, you know, I'm glad it was you I bumped into back there, not Ane. Huh? Why is that? Ane isn't really reliable when it comes to things like that. I remember how it was you who always protected me. And that's how I fell in love with your back. Himeko swallowed the rest of her words, pursing her lips. Haruki blinked in surprise, humming thoughtfully, crossing her arms and placing her index finger on her chin. Her demeanor was so delicate and adorable that it was hard to imagine her as that rascal leader of their gang back then. Himeko's brows furrowed even more deeply at this thought, and just then, I don't think that's the case. But well, I agree that Hayato tends to have difficulty reading the room and all. Woof, 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 woof. What? Something that resembled a brown and white furball dashed toward Himeko and Haruki with great speed. It was a fairly large dog, almost the height of Himeko's waist, and it would likely be taller than her if it stood up. It would be dangerous if it pounced on them. What? Where's its owner? Should we run? As Himeko's thoughts spun around her head in confusion, Haruki quickly threw her bag to her. Hime-chan, here. Haru-chan? And at the same time, like an arrow shot from a bow, she dashed off. Himeko had yet to comprehend what was happening, but then, beyond Haruki's back, she saw the figure of a little girl, and suddenly understood the situation, as her breath got caught in her throat. Watch out! Kaya. Haruki leapt at the large dog from an angle. She managed to grab onto it skillfully, diverting its attention from the little girl to herself. Woof, woof woof, woof. Huff 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 huff. Eek! An audible thud echoed out. The large dog slipped out of Haruki's arms and turned around, knocking her to the ground. It pounced on her, as she now sat on her backside. Himeko's mind went blank. She didn't know what to do, so naturally, her brother's face came to mind, and she reached for her phone. What's up, Himeko? Did they not have what I wanted you to get at the super? Oh Anna-chan, what should I do? Haru-chan is being attacked and knocked down. She's in trouble. What? Wait. What's happening? What the hell's going on? Hey, Ren-kun. Get off Nikaido-san. Stop it. Don't lick me. Don't eat my hair. Woof, woof, huff huff huff. Woof, woof. It's drooling all over her. What a mess. What should I do? Wait, a dog? Drool? The hell is happening? Section. In a small park that featured a few playground equipment near the supermarket, a dejected-looking Haruki was being lectured on the bench by Himeko. Himeko's gaze was fixed on her ankle, which was wrapped in a wet handkerchief. It seemed that she had twisted it when the dog had knocked her down. Honestly. Jeez. Haru-chan, you and Unai are always so thoughtless. What would you have done if you injured your face instead of your foot? I'm really sorry. Nakaido-san was just trying to help me, so, please go easy on her. It's fine. Sometimes you gotta be firm with Haru-chan or she won't understand. The girl who had almost been attacked by the large dog tried to mediate. The dog, Ren, a rough collie, was now sitting obediently beside her, wagging its tail. He belonged to a neighbor of the girl and was very fond of her. Examining her from up close, Himeka found the girl small and cute. She had distinctive curly hair, and had perhaps been on her way back from the supermarket, judging by the leaks sticking out of her eco bag. However, when Himeko shifted her gaze to the girl's modest chest, which evidently pushed up her light green shirt, she involuntarily twitched her lips, coughing to hide her embarrassment. More importantly, are you okay? No injuries, right? Good girl. Were you coming back from an errand? By the way, what do you eat to develop so well? Kids these days grow up so quickly. I'm fine, and, eating? Growing up? Himeko's eyes remained glued to the girl's chest. Then, as if praying for some good luck, she ruffled the girl's hair thoroughly. The girl squirmed in embarrassment, but Himeko didn't care. Her eyes were awfully serious. By the way, you called Haru-chan Nakaido-san. Are you two acquainted? Through the school's vegetable garden. Hime-chan, this girl here's Mitake-san. We're in the same year. Himeko's hand, which had been ruffling the girl's hair, froze. She turned her stiff neck to look at Haruki, who exaggeratedly shrugged her shoulders and returned a smug, grinning gaze. Oh my. Did you think Mitake-san was younger than you? Even though she's much more mature in some ways? Shut up. Haru-chan. I'm sorry, Mitake-san. And I'm still growing. It's only just begun. Yeah, sure, keep telling yourself that. That smug face is so annoying. Haha, you two are really close. And Nakaido-san, you're so different outside of school. It's a bit surprising. ! Minamoto's laughter brought the both of them back to reality. They had been quite lively, and it was a little embarrassing. Haha, you've caught me. Was it weird? No, not at all. You're more approachable. Actually, Himeko then remembered that Haruki had been putting on a facade for her classmates, but right now, she wasn't trying to hide her true self. Understandably, this led Himeko to feel that. Oh, I see. So, Mitake-san is Haru-chan's friend from school. I'm Nakaido-san's friend? That's too much of an honor, or rather, that's not it. Contrary to Himeko's expectations, Minamoto blushed deeply and started to panic. Tilting her head, Himeko looked at Haruki, who seemed somewhat embarrassed as she extended her hand. Friends? Yeah, we're friends from school in the gardening club together. Right? Yes, that's right. Friends from the gardening club. I have to take Ren-kun back to his owner, so I'll be going now. Minamoto, blushing furiously, shook Haruki's hand vigorously before dragging Ren away. It all happened in an instant. Haruki could only smile wryly, saying, she's as energetic as ever. Himeko, Haruki. What happened? Ane. As Himeko stood there in a daze, a puzzle-stricken Hayato approached them. When he saw Haruki's twisted, reddened ankle, he sighed in exasperation and furrowed his brow. Idiot, what were you doing? Aren't you being too harsh? Geez, Haruki, here! ! Without asking for details, Hayato squatted down in front of Haruki and turned his back to her. It was a very natural action, yet it all finally made sense to Himeko. Isn't it a bit embarrassing for me to get a piggyback ride at my age? Walking's gonna be tough with that sprained ankle, right? How about heading to our place for now? Ignoring Haruki's embarrassment, Hayato forcefully hoisted her onto his back and began walking. The scene seemed so natural and fitting, just like the old times in Tsukino's. Whether it was getting injured in the mountains, losing shoes in the river, or falling asleep at home and not waking up, it was an all too familiar sight. I see. It was nothing special. Just as Himeko had always been fixated on Haruki's back, Haruki herself had always been attached to Hayato's. Since those days, always putting her hand to her chest, Himeka felt the thorny pain that had been pricking her heart finally dissipate. You've gotten heavier compared to when you were a kid. Hey, calling a girl who's dieting heavy? How rude. You. Oi, wait. I'm sorry. Stop pulling my ears. In front of her were the same usual playful interactions between her brother and childhood friend. Really? Ane, you haven't changed a bit. You're still so insensitive. That's right, Haim-chan, give it to him. All right, all right. With a sigh, Himeko stepped ahead of them with a small sprint. She turned her back to them as she walked in front. Her face showed a mixture of slight sadness and a clear, bright expression. Chapter 6. Let's hang out. It was a cloudless morning, and the bright summer sun warmed the asphalt on the ground. Hayato, casting a resentful glance at the sun, slowly made his way to school. So hot, in the city that lacked any natural greenery, simply walking drenched him in sweat. As he walked through the school gate, annoyed by the sweat-soaked shirt that clung to his skin, he looked for the flower bed adorned with rows of various plants, checking the club application form in his bag again. The spot, which had no shade to block the sun, was already extremely hot despite it being early in the morning. What's with these tomato stems covered in weird bumps? Mitake-san, are they okay? They infected or something? Nakaido-san, those are aerial roots. Eh? These are roots? Yes, they appear when the plant lacks water or nutrients. But since tomatoes are crops from arid regions, it's natural. Hayato couldn't hide his surprise. Not only was Minamoto there, but for some reason, Haruki was also tending to the vegetables. Both had beads of sweat on their foreheads, and their faces were smeared with leaves and dirt from weeding. What are you guys doing? Kirishima-san. Good morning. Good morning, Kirishima-kun. What are we doing? We're harvesting some of the plants along with other stuff in the flower bed. That much was obvious. What he didn't understand was why Haruki was there. Haruki was revealing a side of herself that she had only shown to Hayato, and she seemed quite friendly with Minamoto. Seeing them chatting as they divided tasks, Hayato couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy in his chest. Well, if Haruki's okay with it, then it's fine. It was an unexpected sight, but both of them seemed to be enjoying tending to the vegetables together. Seeing Haruki in such a good mood, he couldn't bring himself to complain about anything. Kirishima-san. What's up, Mitake-san? About these aerial roots, are they really okay? Minamoto spoke to him quietly, looking somewhat anxious. The aerial roots of tomatoes appear as clusters of dozens of bumps, which can be a bit unsettling to some. So, despite confidently explaining their nature to Haruki, she still seemed concerned. It hasn't rained that much lately, so they're probably lacking some water. It's fine though. It's not like a disease that will affect the fruit. Actually, it's quite common. I see. That's a relief. With those words, Minamoto broke into the relieved smile. It seemed that she was quite worried about them, treating the crops she had nurtured as if they were her own children. Minamoto, looking carefree as ever, carefully returned to the flower bed with her swaying curly hair. Watching her retreating figure, Hayato cleared his throat while thinking once again that she really did resemble Grandpa Gen's sheep. Whoa, Haru, Nakaido. When suddenly, out of nowhere, Haruki snuck up beside him, snorting and giving him a sidelong glance. She crossed her arms and nodded thoughtfully, looking back and forth between Hayato and Minamoto before letting out a big sigh as she shrugged her shoulders. No, it's just that Mitake-san is really something. What's that supposed to mean? She laughed as she said it, leaving Hayato puzzled. So, with a furrowed brow, Hayato quietly whispered to Haruki, "Is everything all right?" He didn't specify what he meant, but he knew Haruki would understand. Mitake-san is a good girl, and, well, she's my gardening friend now. So it's fine. I see. But, are you okay with getting sunburned? If you're not careful, it can be pretty bad. Ugh. Well, a little sun won't hurt. But what about you, Kirishima-kun? Aren't you pretty tan yourself? Hey, wait. With a mischievous grin, Haruki lifted his shirt. Then, while uttering she compared his stomach, arms, and face, staring at them as if to analyze them intently. All while Hayato stood there, startled by her sudden action, feeling embarrassed under her unabashed gaze. I see, your stomach is impressively pale, white belly-san. Wait, whoa, you've got pretty good abs. Hey, can I touch them? Just a little. Wah, stop it. Your fingers tickle. Ahaha, come on, it's fine. It's so soft on the surface, it feels weird. Hey, cut it out, Nakaido, or, come on, just a bit, please. No, it's not that. Look, Mitake-san. Hayato pointed to Minamoto, who stood with her hand covering her flustered face. Her gaze darted between Haruki and Hayato's faces and Hayato's stomach, clearly blushing at the unfamiliar sight of male skin, all while looking clearly unsettled. Well, it's nice that you two get along, but this is a public space, and, I think it's inappropriate. Mitake-san. Hey, Haruki. Damn, I haven't even handed in my club application yet. Ahaha. I'm sorry. Might have gone overboard. Minamoto, being the innocent girl that she is, fled after being easily embarrassed at the sight of a usually hidden body part of the opposite sex. What are we gonna do now? I'll clear up the misunderstanding with her later. Despite seeming apologetic, Haruki's voice had a somewhat amused tone to it. Her expression remained the same mischievous one Hayato had often seen in their childhood, as if to convey a disingenuous, "Whoops. My bad, or I'll be careful next time," with no attempt at showing genuine remorse. Hayato sighed in dismay. Come on, let's not be late to class. Yeah. However, he was relieved that Haruki appeared more cheerful than usual. Despite this morning's events, the rest of the day proceeded as usual, until lunchtime, that is, as Hayato prepared to head to the unused classroom that they used as their secret base. He was approached by Kazuki. Hey, Kirishima-kun, what you doing for lunch? I'm not particularly. Wait, don't just sit down next to me like it's nothing. Come on, don't be like that, Kirishima. Mori followed suit as well, and Hayato found himself surrounded by the two. They both grinned mischievously, clearly not planning to let him escape. Why is Kaido so fixated on me? For some reason, Kazuki had become interested in Hayato, but unlike before, there were no signs of any more classmates joining in on the conversation. Haha, I just want to have some guy talk with Kirishima-kun, so I asked the girls to give us some space. Such was what Kazuki had apparently requested the other day. As a result, the girls had distanced themselves, and the boys, who would have flocked around for the girls, backed off too, disappointed. Only Mori, who had a girlfriend, continued to find amusement in the situation. In any case, Hayato couldn't understand why Kazuki took a liking to him. Their initial encounter hadn't left a particularly good impression. And this guy, he's interested in Haruki. He recalled the rumors. Thinking about it only made Hayato grimace. Misinterpreting Hayato's expression, Mori and Kazuki exchanged looks and teased him. Could it be that you would have preferred having the girls around, Kirishima-kun? Haha, Kaido, I think Kirishima already has someone he's interested in. Oh? Who is it? Someone I know? Nakaido-san's childhood free, MMPH. Hey, Mori. You. Kazuki's eyes lit up with interest as Hayato desperately tried to stop Mori from complicating things. He didn't want any more misunderstandings about the topic spreading and was already concerned about how others would react. And now, he was also worried about Haruki's reaction. He had already failed to slip away during lunch the other day, and was unable to spend the break with Haruki as a result. Finding himself locking eyes with Haruki, he bore the weight of the dissatisfaction that she showed no attempts at hiding behind her warm smile. It'll be a hassle if she complains later. With that thought in mind, Hayato was just about to excuse himself when, sorry, today we already have an arrangement though, right? Abruptly interrupting Hayato, Haruki, with an even brighter than usual smile, interjected. Is that so, Nakaido-san? Yes, that's right. Kaido-kun. Not only that, but she forcefully took his arm and pulled him away, sparking surprised murmurs from those around. It was a strange sight and there was no way they would avoid attracting everyone's attention. But Haruki and Kazuki, ignoring the gazes around them, smiled and glared at each other while sandwiching Hayato. I wonder how long that arrangement will last? Can I wait here? Organizing the library prep room takes quite some time, so you're just gonna have your talk with him on another day. Oh, in that case, shouldn't I help too, Kirishima-kun? That won't be necessary. It's a cramped space, and having more people isn't necessarily a good thing, right? Well, that's being suddenly addressed himself. It was natural that Hayato would become flustered. Of course, organizing the library prep room was news to him. And for some reason, amid the swirling rumors, it seemed like Haruki and Kazuki were fighting over Hayato. From the perspective of an outsider, one wouldn't know how to respond. Why is she dropping that act of hers now? Hayato looked at Haruki for an explanation, but she only returned a smile and a gaze that seemed defiant and somewhat ticked off. Kazuki chuckled, perhaps amused by Haruki's demeanor, causing her to turn even more sullen. It was an indescribable atmosphere. Come on, let's go, Kirishima-kun. Why yeah, and Haruki, seemingly fed up and having nothing more to say, firmly took Hayato's hand and left the classroom. Hayato glanced back as they left the classroom, catching a glimpse of a dumbfounded-looking Mori and Kazuki stifling his laughter. Oh dear, looks like I got rejected. With Kazuki's mutter, the classroom enveloped itself in chatter. I wonder how he managed to get rid of that facade of hers. Section. The library prep room was located adjacent to the library, which was itself located quite the distance away from the classrooms in the opposite direction of the cafeteria. Because of this, not many students chose to confine themselves to the library during their lunch break, giving it a somewhat lonely atmosphere. Haruki, where should I put this? Just leave it next to me. And also, take these sorted ones over there. Got it? So, Hayato and Haruki continued their work silently. It was straightforward but a bit awkward. However, when Hayato glanced at Haruki, he noticed that her neck and ears were flushed red. It seemed like she was embarrassed. Perhaps she was reflecting on her earlier actions. Geez. Hayato sighed exasperatedly and looked around. The library prep room, accessible from behind the library reception counter, was about the same size as the secret base that Hayato and Haruki always used. 6 tatami mats. Books newly delivered by suppliers, books stacked as they were returned, and books needing repairs due to aging were scattered around. Haruki's task, she explained, was to organize them and process the library lending cards. There were a lot of them and the task at hand was time-consuming. Though it was simple, it was incredibly dull. Is this also part of her whole act? Glancing at Haruki, he noticed that she seemed to be used to her work. At this rate, if they divided the tasks, they would finish everything soon. Feeling a sense of relief, Hayato couldn't help but ask what had been on his mind. So, what's up with you today? What do you mean, what's up? This morning, and just now, it's like, did it look like that? Yeah. It seemed she was aware of it. Haruki stopped her work and turned to him with a somewhat troubled expression. She had changed a little recently. The barrier she had built around herself had been slightly lowered, and she was increasingly adored by the girls in class. Surely it was a good thing, but Hayato couldn't help but be critical. I thought it was a bad thing if that facade of yours wears off. Well, yeah, but I've been considering some things as of late. Considering about how maybe I don't need it anymore. I think. Is that so? Haha, but I still have some habits that have been deeply ingrained over the years. I see. Her facade. Being the good girl. Haruki Nikaido. Doing what's necessary. It was a big factor that contributed to Haruki's popularity, but at the same time, it bound her deeply to loneliness. Hey, Hayato. It's hard to put it into words, but, what is it? Haruki? Haruki began to twirl her long hair with her index finger after suddenly calling out to Hayato. Her cheeks were faintly flushed, and her hesitation was evident from her fidgeting. Then, as if mustering up her courage despite her embarrassment, she opened her mouth. I want to try my best at it. I want to change. I see. Hayato didn't know how to respond. There shouldn't have been anything wrong with wanting to change. In fact, considering her recent slight changes, it seemed to be having positive effects. Yet, for some reason, Hayato couldn't help but battle the unsettling feeling in his heart. He furrowed his brow, and surely, his expression right now must have been complicated. Just kidding, Haruki. Upon seeing Hayato's face, hastily averted her gaze out of embarrassment. She then gathered up the documents in front of her. Then, I'll take these back to the Haruki. As if distracted by her own attempts to conceal her embarrassment and flustered state, Haruki stumbled over a stack of books that had been piled up on the floor. Luckily, just as it seemed she was about to crash face first into the floor, Hayato managed to slip in just in time, embracing her from the front to catch her. With a thud, his back forcefully slammed itself against the sliding door. GGHH. Hayato, Haru. Are you alright? Why yeah. I'm fine. Good, thank God. It was a close call. Haruki was now snugly nestled in Hayato's arms, though the situation had put him in a position to fully enjoy her soft sensation and slightly sweet fragrance that tickled his nostrils, qualities unique to a woman. The cost was significant. While he had luckily not hit his head, his back throbbed with pain, making it impossible for him to fully appreciate the presence of one of the most beautiful girls in the school, whom he held in his arms. Sorry, I can't move, my back's all numb. Is it okay if we stay like this for a while? Why yeah, I'm okay with it, my bad. Hayato did nothing wrong. Haruki's cheeks were now as red as they could possibly be. Of course, from an outsider's perspective, their current position was rather compromising. Wrapped in Hayato's embrace as he leaned against the door, Haruki leaned on top of him, and, depending on one's perspective, their position could easily be mistaken for an assault by her. They couldn't be any closer to each other than they were now. Forced to keenly feel Hayato's presence, Haruki's heart pounded so loudly, it felt as though it might burst, but Hayato himself was far from concerned about her state. Hey, senpai. Looks like there's nobody else here. Just like I said. True. Well, it's the perfect spot for it, I guess. Exclamation mark. At that moment, the library door swung open, and two people entered. The tone of their voices indicated that they were a couple, and whoever they were, the situation that Hayato and Haruki found themselves in at that moment was not one they wanted to be seen in. They held their breaths and froze in place. Hey, is it okay to eat in the library? It might not be, but since nobody's here, we can kiss, right? Hey. What's the reasoning, bae? Smooch. Hee. I missed you so much, senpai. So I'm replenishing my deficiency. What do you mean missed me? We saw each other this morning, and we see each other every day. Don't we? That's not what I mean. You're being mean. MFGHN. Hey, wait, what about lunch? Maybe I'll taste senpai first. Hee. They weren't just any couple. They were quite the bae couple, a mix of the words baka, meaning stupid, and couple, used to define an incredibly soppy and sweet couple. With no one around to rein in their unbridled antics, the escalating escapades of the two showed no signs of stopping. As a result, the air that enveloped Hayato and Haruki filled with an awkwardness that couldn't be surpassed. Through the door, they could hear rough, tormented sighs, muffled voices, and occasionally the sensual sound of fabric rubbing against fabric. Both Hayato and Haruki blushed furiously, hoping for the couple to leave, but as their embarrassment escalated, there was no sign of their departure. It was a dire situation. As Hayato gradually recovered from the pain in his back, the feeling of the weight, heat, and softness of Haruki, which were distinctly different from the sensation of male, became increasingly vivid. Things couldn't go on like this. Hastily untangling his arms from around her, Hayato heard Haruki let out a soft, plaintive sound. With eyes now glistening, she stared at him with an expression mixed with loneliness and protest. The pain in his back, Haruki's softness, the sweet scent, and the all-around troubling situation, culminated in an attempt to make his head explode. Though he didn't usually think about it, He couldn't help but understand, even against his will, that Haruki was a girl. Ugh, damn it. But to let such base desires ignite with Haruki, with his childhood friend, felt like a betrayal of the worst order. He couldn't help but feel like a filthy creature. Hayato quietly scratched his head and took a slow breath. Leaning closer to Haruki's ear, so that he wouldn't be audible beyond the door, he murmured, "What should we do?" Exclamation mark. At that moment, Haruki's shoulder jerked. She grabbed Hayato's chest tightly with her trembling hand. And then, peering into Hayato's intensely furrowed brow, as if suddenly realizing something, her face flushed rapidly. "Naya!" Exclamation mark. In an instant, she let out a cry of embarrassment, throwing her hands up and leaning back, her eyes spinning, but Hayato wasn't far behind in shock either. "Hey, what's up with you all of a sudden? They'll notice us from the other side. Because I just now, Haruki scuttling away from Hayato in a flurry, she covered her face with her hands and shook her head vigorously. It seemed she had completely forgotten about the two on the other side. Sorry. Hey, wait a second. With that, Haruki dashed out of the library. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, the couple outside, who had noticed their voices, had already slipped away. What was that all about? Now left alone, Hayato muttered to himself. It was in the afternoon, during classical literature class, where Haruki found herself sighing frequently with a melancholic expression, drawing everyone's attention. Haruki was usually a model student, to the point of being esteemed by even the faculty. Seeing her behave differently in class today prompted the teacher to inquire, unable to ignore the deviation from her usual demeanor. Nika, I do. Is there something you don't understand? No, not really. I see. Let's continue the lesson then. But Haruki simply offered a vague smile to evade the question. With that response, even the teacher found themselves at a loss for words. Something was off about Haruki today. That much became a shared understanding within the classroom. Hayato tried to assess the situation, but whenever his gaze met Haruki's, she quickly averted her eyes, her ears turning slightly red. It's definitely about what happened at lunch. Recalling the incident from lunch break, Hayato scratched his head in frustration. With no ideas of an explanation coming to mind, the class continued in this tense atmosphere. And then came right after school. Haruki still wore a pensive expression, seemingly still affected by what had happened during the day. She was the type to wear her heart on her sleeve, for better or worse. But if the past was an indicator, she never dwelt on things for long. Even after arguments, she'd come back the next day ready to play as if nothing happened. Indeed, since their reunion, there had been a few close calls similar to what happened during lunch break, but they never lingered nor affected her for this long, with her usually greeting him the next day with an untroubled smile. So why was Haruki so hung up on it this time? Her reaction was throwing Hayato off. It was just an accident during lunch. I'll make sure to clarify that I don't feel anything about it. Some sort of conversation seemed necessary. Steeling himself, Hayato slapped his cheek slightly to refocus, then mustered the courage to approach Haruki. Hey, Nika, I do. What is it? Kirishima-kun. Right. Her reaction was excessive, to say the least. This wasn't going to work. He was practically broadcasting that something was going on to everyone around them. He could feel the resentful glares from the boys and the curious gazes from the girls piercing his back. I guess it's nothing. I see. Despite trying to end the conversation, he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt when he saw her deflated expression. Unfortunately, Hayato didn't possess the courage or the communication skills to navigate this strange attention and convince them otherwise. Damn it! I could say anything without worrying if it was with some old geezer over 60. Hayato lamented his lack of experience and sighed in frustration. As he was about to scratch his head, someone tapped him on the shoulder. All right, Kirishima-kun, leave this to me. If I remember correctly, Isami-san, right? Turning around, he saw a girl who had recently been interacting with Haruki quite often. She was easily identifiable by her bright hair and cheerful personality. With a sly smile, She raised her thumb towards Hayato and hurried over to Haruki. Nakaido-san, can I talk to you for a moment? Isami-san? Yes, of course. Huh? But Haruki, who was acting unlike her usual self, wasn't only approached by her. We've got some things we wanna ask you too. When someone's troubled, you just wanna lend an ear, you know. And while we're at it, how about telling us about your childhood friend and her family? Haruki found herself surrounded in no time. Hayato was taken aback, but he didn't have an answer to this situation. Even though he was listening nearby, he couldn't keep up with the dizzying changes typical of girls' interactions, furrowing his brow in confusion. Sorry about that, my girlfriend can be a handful. Mori. Wait, your girlfriend? This time, Mori tapped his shoulder. Among his words, there was a phrase that caught Hayato's attention, causing his heart to race. Emma can be pretty forceful. Tough break, Nikaido. Look, prompted by Mori, Hayato looked at Haruki and saw her being whispered to by Emma. In an instant, her face flushed crimson, but she nodded in agreement, eliciting excited squeals from the girls. It's rare for you to come forward so willingly, Nikaido-san, Emma commented with no attempts to hold back. It must mean she's really troubled, right? No. But it's not like that at all. And then, the girls, led by Mori's girlfriend, Emma Isami, dragged Haruki out of the classroom. She desperately seemed to be trying to explain something, but her expression resembled that of a cow being led away to the slaughterhouse. Meanwhile, as Emma left, she waved to Hayato and Mori with a mischievous grin, as if to say, sorry about that. Their relationship seemed more like that of close friends than lovers, indicating a long-standing familiarity. Hayato glanced between Emma and Mori, somewhat dumbfounded. Seeing Hayato's bewildered expression, Mori shrugged with a wry smile. Emma and I are childhood friends with a complicated relationship. Huh? Is that so? Hayato trembled involuntarily at Mori's words. Childhood friends. The relationship that currently defined Hayato and Haruki. You know, Kirishima. What? Want to stop somewhere on the way home? Sure. Thus, Hayato reflexively and solemnly nodded. Mori took him to a family restaurant right across from the station. Since it was still early in the afternoon after school, there were quite a few other students. KFFT, Kirishima, you really have never been to a family restaurant before, huh? Is that a problem? Sorry. They both sat across each other in a booth. Mori held his stomach, unable to hold in his laughter, while Hayato wore a sulky expression, pouting his lips. The reason for this was that Hayato had fumbled awkwardly with the drink bar, making a fool of himself. And his faltering comments like, is this really how you order drinks? And can we really drink as much as we want? Seemed to have hit Mori in the funny bone. Hayato sipped his iced tea awkwardly. After Mori finished laughing, he composed himself and brought up the elephant in the room. So? Yeah? What happened earlier today? What do you mean? It was a direct question. But it wasn't something he could talk about honestly. Hayato frowned while sipping noisily on his straw. But if I don't say anything, not explaining would be asking for Mori's imagination to run wild about Haruki's behavior today. So, desperately thinking of what to say, he chose his words carefully. Well, when we were organizing stuff in the library prep room, a couple came into the library and started making out. So, yeah, that's about it. I see. That would make things awkward. Nakaido might be popular, but she's not good with that kind of stuff. Huh? Well, even though she's popular, it's more like she's erected a barrier to keep people at bay. She said she's never been confessed to directly, so maybe she's not used to that sort of thing. I see. By the way, Kirishima, you seem to know a lot about Nakaido's situation. Huh? Do I? Yeah. Nakaido rarely talks about herself. By the time he realized his mistake, it was already too late. Mori was grinning while peering at Hayato's face. It was as if he had declared that he had a special relationship with Haruki. All he could do was let a strange laugh slip out, as he felt sweat trickle down his back. Now, what do I do? Hayato sighed deeply and ruffled his hair vigorously. Well, putting that aside. You know, I've only been dating Isami, Emma for about 3 months now. Oh, Really? It was a sudden change of topic. He was taken aback. He thought he was going to be questioned about Haruki. I've known her since kindergarten, and I thought I knew everything about her. But I guess I was wrong. Hayato didn't understand what Mori was getting at. But seeing his unusually serious expression, he couldn't just brush it off. Like how she's into collecting plushies at the arcade. How she likes frilly clothes even though she says they don't suit her. And how, even though her parents are allergic, she's always wanted to have a cat. I've been discovering all these things I didn't know about her since we started dating. Is this love talk? Haha. Yeah, it is. I've never seen you guys getting all lovey-dovey at school, though. And it's only been about 3 months, right? Mori rubbed his nose and looked away, somewhat embarrassed. Hayato couldn't quite grasp what he was trying to say. We've been friends for a long time, and we never went out of our way to hang out with just the two of us. But now that we're dating, I'm constantly discovering new things and being surprised by them. But it's refreshing to learn all these things about Emma. I see. Well, that's the thing. When you hang out together, you learn a lot about each other. It's not just about Nikaido. But why don't you come hang out with me and the others sometime? You always go home early, Kirishima. Yeah, that sounds good. It seemed like a meddlesome piece of advice. It was better than having strange suspicions, but thinking about how it might be perceived made him feel embarrassed. He shifted his thoughts back to Haruki instead. Come to think of it, since we went to buy me a smartphone together, we haven't really gone anywhere. They saw each other every day, but there was nothing particularly special about it. They were just together as an extension of their daily lives. He suddenly recalled the past. The mountains and paths of Tsukino's, the small river, the shrine, the bamboo grove, and the local workshop. They had made these places their playground, using whatever they found lying around as toys, building memories and fond smiles. He probably knew more about Haruki than anyone else at school. Catching cicadas, drinking ramen, and building secret bases with leftover wood. All of those were things of the past. Just how much did he know about the Haruki of now? She still loved video games, ate convenience store lunches and frozen meals all the time. Her fashion sense was still disastrous, and she's all alone. Sometimes, her lonely expression reminded Hayato of the Heimka from back then. Hanging out, huh? So, it seemed like a rather peculiar idea. Even if their location was different, surely, by hanging out together like they used to, they could smile together and make more memories. Maybe the gap between Hayato and Haruki could close little by little. Thinking about that, Hayato's mouth naturally loosened into a smile, before then furrowing his brow. Kirishima? Seeing that, Mori raised a puzzled voice. Indeed, Mori's suggestion was wonderful, but there was one fatal flaw. So, where exactly should we go and what should we do? Ah, so that's where you're coming from. Hey. There were no amusement facilities in Tsukino's. For Hayato, who had spent his holidays either playing games or helping out in the neighborhood fields, thinking of where to go was a particularly challenging issue. Hayato glared resentfully at Mori, who was shaking with suppressed laughter. Well then, see you later. Yeah, I'll look into it. Since Hayato still had to prepare dinner, they cut their conversation short and left the family restaurant. Even as the sun dipped below the horizon in the urban summer evening, the heat didn't seem to dissipate. The sweat that broke out of his skin the moment he left the store didn't subside, causing his uniform to stick to his skin as he walked back home. Hayato had asked Mori for some recommendations for places to hang out. Some of them had names he had heard on the internet or TV, but since he didn't know them that well, they didn't really resonate with him. Hayato's grim expression, as he shopped and picked out ingredients at the supermarket, must have seemed quite odd to those around him. I wonder if Haruki or Heimko know about these places? But on the other hand, just thinking about it made laughter well up inside him, causing his supermarket bag to dance slightly. It seemed that Hayato was looking forward to going somewhere to hang out. Then he realized. I'm back. Welcome home, Hayato. Haruki? What's with that? The one who greeted him at the entrance as soon as he returned home, wearing an apron for some reason, was Haruki. The apron she wore was pastel-colored, and featured a print of a calico cat leaping on the front. I bought it. How is it? Does it suit me? Well, yeah. If asked whether it suited her or not, there was only one objective answer. It did. Regardless of her personality, Haruki's appearance exuded an elegance and grace reminiscent of a Yamato Nadeshiko, the embodiment of Japanese beauty in women. The apron worn over her school uniform added a nice homely touch. Moreover, being greeted at the entrance like this was a situation that any guy of the same age would dream of. Even though it was unexpected, Hayato couldn't help but feel a flutter in his chest. Furthermore, Haruki seemed to be ecstatic. Whether it was because she bought the apron or because she had talked with her friends was unclear. Perhaps she was forcibly lifting her spirits, but seeing her return to her usual self naturally brought a smile to Hayato's face. Noticing Hayato's gaze, Haruki grabbed the hem of her apron with a slightly embarrassed expression. Her gaze was oddly serious. Lately, I've been feeling like I'm relying too much on you, Hayato. Is that so? But it's just dinner, right? And you've been paying for your portion of the groceries too. That's enough by itself. But you carried me the other day too. That's something that's happened before, hasn't it? Well, I thought you'd say that, Hayato. Haruki laughed awkwardly with a troubled expression. In fact, Hayato didn't really think of it as taking care of her. It was more accurate to say that it felt more like he was dealing with two Haimkos at once. Anyway, I've thought about it. Let's start with what I can do. So please let me help with cooking dinner and other household chores from now on. Please. Oi, wait. Haruki. Saying that, Haruki bowed her head. It was a polite and courteous request. Hayato had never had someone bow their head to him like this in his entire life, and the person doing it right now was supposed to be the familiar Haruki. Rather than surprise, confusion overwhelmed him, and he was left dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Is it not okay? As Haruki raised her head and saw Hayato's reaction, she let out a voice tinged with anxiety and sadness. Hayato let out a deep sigh and scratched his head, subtly avoiding eye contact with Haruki. No, I was just surprised. I mean, cooking is also a hobby for me, so you don't have to worry about it that much. But it still bothers me. Even if you say that. And besides, I'm a girl, you know, one that lives alone and all. It's better if I can cook and do other household chores, right? A girl? Hey, what's with that reaction? Haha, just never had that image of you. Geez, what do you think you're doing, saying that to such a beautiful girl? So you do call yourself that as well? Yeah, it felt super cringy too. Haha, ahaha. But as they continued to talk, the conversation turned into an exchange typical of Hayato and Haruki. They exchanged glances and laughed, creating a comfortable atmosphere between themselves. However, Hayato also realized that Haruki was serious about her request. Even during their playful banter, Haruki's hands still remained tightly gripped to the hem of her apron. It just feels frustrating, you know, being the one always taken care of. Then Haruki let slip her true feelings. It was a very Haruki-like thing to say. Seeing her pouting slightly, Hayato felt that he finally understood it all. He thought for a moment about what it would be like if he were in Haruki's shoes. So, she hates the idea of always being on the receiving end. They had always done everything together, side by side, as equals. Thinking about it that way, their current relationship had seemed a bit one-sided ever since they had reunited, and he began to understand why Haruki was acting the way she was today. All right then, can you help me out? Yes. And with that, Hayato extended his hand towards her, prompting Haruki to let go of her apron to take his grip. Ane, how long are you two going to stay in the entrance? Or rather, what are you two doing? Is dinner ready yet? Suddenly, Haimko appeared out of nowhere, looking somewhat disgruntled. It seemed she had come because she heard them laughing and felt left out. Haha, it's nothing. Hey, Ane, don't pat my head, it messes up my hair. And don't try to dodge my question. Ahaha, Haim-chan. We were just talking about how uniforms with aprons are kind of erotic, so Hayato found it hard to explain. Ane? Hey, Haruki. Wait, Haimko. Hayato, flustered, faced the full force of Haimko's scornful glare, Haruki watched the two of them with narrowed eyes, as if they were something bright and precious. Then, Hayato quickly escaped to the kitchen, and Haruki followed closely behind. Tonight's main dish was bang bang chicken made with chicken breast. They used a large pot to boil the chicken with sake and the green parts of a leek, before leaving it to cool and shredding it by hand. Other ingredients they had used to infuse their flavors included thinly sliced onion, carrot, daikon radishes, cucumber, tomato, and shiso leaves. As for the sauce, they had finely chopped leeks and ginger, mixed with ground sesame paste, soy sauce, mirin, and spicy bean paste. It was a dish that involved a lot of chopping and was quite labor-intensive. However, the resulting bang bang chicken was a refreshing, spicy dish perfect for summer. It was also low in fat and high in protein, making it suitable for dieting. Tonight's dinner also included a Chinese-style soup made with wakame seaweed and beaten eggs. Let's eat. Oh, Anne, you didn't put any tomatoes in my portion, right? If you find any, put them on my plate. Delicious. Wait, isn't there any rice today? We have some instant rice in the pantry if you want. I'm on a diet, so I guess it's fine. As Hayato and Haimko enjoyed their usual dinner, Haruki sat alone, radiating a gloomy aura. Anne, what's up with her? Oh, that. Haimko whispered in Hayato's ear. Since she was eager to help, Hayato had asked Haruki to do various tasks while he chopped the ingredients. She had washed the rice and tried to cook it, but accidentally only pressed the keep warm button on the rice cooker. She had also attempted to change the vacuum cleaner filter, but dropped it, causing a mess, and when she ran the washing machine, she had forgotten to add detergent. Despite her enthusiasm, Haruki made a series of common mistakes. She had always been quite dexterous, as evidenced by her current facade of a model student. However, it was typical for her to make blunders when she was overly excited. About that, she also used to die repeatedly in the early stages of new games we would play due to sheer excitement. Recalling that, Hayato chuckled to himself. Seeing this, Haruki shrank further into her seat. So, how's the dinner today? It's my first time making it. Does it suit your taste? It's been a frustrating day. Is that so? Frustrating, huh? Normally, Hayato would have made a witty comment, but the atmosphere was too serious for that. He felt his mouth twitch involuntarily. Meanwhile, Haimko watched Haruki with a knowing look and nodded. Yeah, I get you. That's why I gave up early on. But Haim-chan, you're younger and his little sister. I'm the same age as Hayato. Ah, so that's what's bothering you, Haru-chan. That's why I'll keep trying my best. Today's food is delicious too, so it really gets to me, you know? Yeah. What are you two talking about? Just when it seemed like an incomprehensible conversation had started, the two girls nodded at each other in understanding. It was something that Hayato didn't quite understand, but more importantly, there was something he wanted to say today. Hey, are you free during the upcoming break? There's this update for a game I'm playing coming out soon, and I still have to catch up on all the other games, manga, and anime I have been putting off. It's because I've been hanging out at your place so much lately that I haven't gotten to it. In other words, it was a roundabout way of saying that she had no plans. However, Haruki's expression was oddly serious, and it was hard to tell if she was actually joking. I see. Well, if you're free, I was thinking we could go out somewhere. What? Really? Absolutely, let's go. I'll definitely go. Oh, what about all of that you were just talking about? Yeah, but this is more important. She was incredibly eager. The gloom that had clouded her expression earlier had dissipated as she leaned over the dining table with sparkling eyes. It was a complete and utter transformation. Yet somehow, Hayato felt a sense of déjà vu. Ah, I see. Even back when they were young in Tsukino's, there were times when Haruki often looked gloomy and sad. Now, he could guess it was due to her family situation. But at the time, Hayato had no way of knowing that. All he wanted was to play together. And because of that, he was able to see Haruki's smile more often than not. If they hung out together, she'd smile. It was that simple. Thinking he should have invited her sooner, Hayato scratched his head vigorously. So, Hayato, where are we going? Did you find a good place? Well, that's the thing. I actually don't know any. How about you, Haruki? Have any places in mind? I'm kind of an indoor person, so right. It was clear that the both of them wanted to go out and have fun, but they didn't know where to go or what to do. Yet, despite showing their ineptitude, their faces were full of smiles as they planned their outing. Mori gave me some places this afternoon. Hayato recalled this and was about to open the notepad application on his phone. But at that moment, Himeko, with a serious expression, raised her hand straight up. All right. I want to go to the movie theater. Movies? Himeko, is there something you want to see? 768 seats. Huh? 768 seats. I mean that movie theater with a huge screen that can accommodate up to 768 people at once. Doesn't that sound interesting? That's crazy. That's more than half the population of Tsukinos watching at once. In Tsukinos, movies were generally something you only rented or streamed online at home. The nearest movie theater was a 2-hour drive away and was just slightly larger than a school classroom, resembling that more of a mini theater. So, for both Hayato and Himeko, a movie theater of such scale was something they couldn't even imagine. But at the same time, it strongly piqued their curiosity. Don't you want to see how big it is? I really want to go at least once. Yeah, we got to experience something like that at least once. Haruki, is that okay with you? Yeah, I'm fine with that too. Hey, do you think they sell popcorn? Wait, it says here that they offer movies in 4D. There are so many types. I don't even know what half of these mean. As Hayato and Himeko had gotten increasingly excited, Haruki wore a bewildered look on her face, like a pigeon that had been shot with a pea shooter. That's right. Himeko is coming with us, right? Of course. Haruki. Why do you ask? Come to think of it, it's been a while since the three of us went out together. Haha. Yeah, it has. Saying this, Haruki smiled vaguely. Chapter 7, Minamoto. The sky had been overcast since that morning. As Hayato walked to school, he took a deep breath and inhaled the atmosphere around him. It's pretty faint, but it smells like it might rain. He furrowed his brows, regretting his decision to not bring an umbrella. He had initially taken a quick glance at the sky before leaving home and judged that it wouldn't rain. However, it now seemed like he was going to be wrong. The faint smell of incoming rain just so happened to be one of the many subtle differences between the city and the countryside. Despite this mishap and the gloomy sky, Hayato had an oddly cheerful expression on his face, accompanied with the lightness in his steps. In fact, Hayato was excited about their plans to watch a movie this weekend. The sheer size of the movie theater Himeko had mentioned was completely beyond his understanding, like an unknown realm that tickled his sense of adventure. And he was going there with Haruki. Memories of exploring dried-up wells, abandoned railroad tracks, and deserted shrines in the mountains came to mind, further fueling his anticipation. Yo! Something good happen, Kirishima-kun. Kaido. It's nothing. However, when he ran into Kazuki on the main street near the school, he couldn't help but frown. Even though you're making such a happy face? Maybe it's just your imagination? Haha. Well then, we'll just go with that. Kazuki, ignoring Hayato's reaction, quickly closed the distance and walked beside him. Despite being blatantly treated coldly, he smiled cheerfully, as if he was enjoying it. Hayato, on the other hand, had an expression that deeply contrasted his, as he furrowed his brows even more and sulked. It was obvious that Kazuki was teasing him, and all Hayato could was glare. Kazuki, who was slightly taller than Hayato, had a well-toned body from club activities, and his short, well-groomed hair suited his refreshing and cool eyes. Even from the perspective of the same gender, it was understandable why he was popular. In fact, he stood out quite a bit. Good morning, Kaido. Yo. Oh, it's Kaido-kun. Good morning. Hey, good morning, everyone. Even now, he received morning greetings by students of both genders as they passed by. When he responded with a fresh smile, it was hard to hold a bad impression of him. The sullen-faced Hayato standing next to him only invigorated that effect. He was just as popular as Haruki. In fact, after witnessing him sometimes joining the boys in his class for silly banter, Hayato, much to his regret, couldn't help but think he wasn't such a bad guy. This guy, huh? However, as he walked beside him, he couldn't help but notice something. Despite his friendliness and smile while exchanging greetings, no one came any closer. This unconsciously made someone else come to Hayato's mind. Is there something on my face? No, not really. I was just thinking you look like an idol. Like the ones my sister often watches on TV. An idol? Huh? Haha, that's a good one. It's like you were kinda almost engaging in some sort of fan service just now. Is that so? For a moment, Kazuki's eyes widened, and then he blinked with a troubled look. Watching him, Hayato realized that one of the things that had been bothering him was a disturbing sense of déjà vu. Scratching his head, he blurted out, "I see. So you're the type to put on a facade!" Hayato heard a gasp from behind him as he walked ahead. He then stopped and sighed. Kazuki Kaido, who put on a good face for everyone, yet never got close with anyone, was, in a sense, similar to Haruki no Kaido. Hayato didn't know why he did this. Maybe it was just a tactic to survive socially. After all, he didn't know him well and didn't want to. He wasn't interested, but Hayato couldn't help but overlap Kazuki with Haruki, recalling the lonely expression Haruki showed when they went to buy a smartphone the other day. Damn it. He was aware that his words were curt and impolite, and he couldn't help but be curious about the rumors involving Kazuki and Haruki. He didn't even understand his own thoughts. However, thinking about what expression Kazuki might have worn behind him, he couldn't just ignore or cut him off. It felt like abandoning Haruki, which left him with a bad feeling. Hayato sighed deeply once more, scratched his head, and turned back. "Oi, why are you standing there? I'll leave you behind at this rate!" Right. Haha, ahaha. Kazuki, brought back to reality by Hayato's voice, momentarily contorted his face, but soon returned to his usual self as he jogged back to Hayato's side. His face was painted with surprise, yet held a sense of refreshment, as he stared intently at Hayato, leaving him confused. "What? Just so you know, I don't swing that way." "How interesting. Neither do I." "Then what's the deal? It's not like I have an unusual face." "No. I just thought that you're a nice guy." "Kirishima-kun." "Huh? What's with that suddenly? That's creepy." "Haha, indeed." Kazuki's shoulders shook with genuine amusement as he wiped away the tears that had formed at the corners of his eyes with his fingertips. Then, he lined up his shoulder next to the somewhat conflicted Hayato and started walking. "And besides, rumors are just rumors." "Which rumor are you talking about?" Lowering his voice so that only Hayato could hear, he brought up the topic that lingered in the back of Hayato's mind, about Nakaido-san! At the sudden mention of that name, Hayato instinctively tensed up, his fists clenched involuntarily, and he turned back with narrowed eyes, glaring. However, Kazuki calmly met Hayato's gaze, as if he found it rather pleasing, and smiled softly. "Nakaido-san is not like that to me." So, you don't have to worry." I mean I'm not particularly involved with Nakaido like that either." "Haha, I see." "Is that so?" At that moment, an uncharacteristic and slightly mischievous look flashed across Kazuki's face. "What is it?" Hayato sensed an odd sense of familiarity in that expression. He thought that Kazuki and Haruki were really quite similar, before quickly dismissing the thought. "What am I thinking?" Kazuki seemed to enjoy Hayato's attitude, nodding in understanding as if to himself. "Peeling off the skin of that gigantic bacon neko, a shape-shifting yokai." "I see." "So, you're not like that." "No, calling her that, it's a fitting description, don't you think?" "I can't deny it." Kazuki, with his usual cool demeanor, brushed off Hayato's gaze and deftly changed the subject, teasing him. He was clearly a step or two ahead. And as if the heavens were on his side, raindrops began to lightly patter on the ground. It was a weak, fleeting shower, one that didn't even necessitate an umbrella. "Let's hurry, Kirishima-kun." Let's race. Oi, wait. Geez, what are you, a kid? Provoked by his words, Hayato found himself running after Kazuki. His mouth, unbeknownst to him, had curved into a slight smile. When Hayato entered the classroom, he immediately noticed an unusually cheerful Haruki. She was preparing for class, pulling out her textbooks with a smile that seemed 50% brighter than usual. She almost looked as if she were about to start humming, and every now and then, she jot down random notes or fidget with her smartphone, making it hard to believe that nothing was going on. Her demeanor attracted quite the curiosity of those around her. Good morning. You're in a pretty good mood, huh? I'm just the same as always, though. Really? You look like a kid the day before a field trip. That ain't true. It seemed Haruki was really looking forward to their movie outing. When Hayato had asked her recently if she had been to the cinema, she had emphatically replied about how convenient streaming services were these days. Haha. Let's go with that, then. HMPH. Haruki puffed out her cheeks in a childlike protest. Hayato, understanding her feelings, having just been teased by Kazuki himself, couldn't help but tease her back with their same old playful banter. After a brief stare down, Haruki gasped softly, seemingly realizing something out of nowhere, and turned around. She headed towards Emma, who was watching them with wide eyes as if she had seen something incredibly rare. Emma-san, can I talk to you for a moment? Oh, sure. What is it? I have something I want to discuss. Jeremy-san and Shiranami-san. You too? Huh, me too? Okay. Haruki, donning a mischievous expression rarely seen at school, swept everyone along in her excitement, including the bewildered girls. She's definitely up to no good. It was a look Hayato was all too familiar with. Back in Tsukino's, she had the same expression when she dug holes, interrupted ant trails, or put socks on Grandpa Jen's sheep and dogs for fun. Watching Haruki, who was now like a storm that caught the attention of those around her, Hayato scratched his head in exasperation and sighed deeply. Despite this, his mouth had curled into a smile, though he felt a prick of discomfort in his chest, furrowing his brow. Looks like she got taken away. She's not my girlfriend. No, I mean mine. I'm talking about Emma. Hee. Don't glare at me. Mori had suddenly appeared out of nowhere to tease Hayato, causing his face to twist in annoyance. In his usual flippant manner, Mori apologized with a, sorry, while glancing at Haruki and Emma's group. She asked me for advice. Advice on how to become friends with Nakaido. Friends, huh? Yeah, you know how Nakaido has this wall around her, doesn't hang out with anyone specific, and is kinda like a lone wolf. But recently, she seems to have changed. Looks like things are going well now. Yeah, it seems so. Looking back, Haruki and the other girls were having a lively, friendly conversation. It was a heartwarming scene, and Mori, watching his girlfriend, narrowed his eyes with a contented smile. Yet, Hayato's expression remained clouded. Kirishima? It's nothing. He didn't understand why he felt that way. He couldn't pinpoint the reason. The thorny sensation in his throat born from his conversation with Mori refused to dissipate despite his attempts to swallow it down. So, Mori, how do you feel about your girlfriend getting close to Nakaido? It was a question asked out of frustration. Well, I hope she can finally make a friend this time. Mori? Haha. It's nothing. Forget it. I see. Mori's response, unlike Hayato's irritated tone, showed concern for Emma. It was a clearly troubling remark. However, seeing his serious expression, Hayato felt it would be rude to press further. Everyone has their own issues. Thinking that, Hayato scratched his head again and sat down at his desk. The chime signaling the end of the school day rang out. Emma-san, let's go to that shop. Yeah, leave it to me. During the day, Haruki and Emma's plotting continued through lunch and didn't end even after school. Their conversations were lively and showed no signs of stopping. Haruki, gathering her things, shot a smug look at Hayato before heading off with the girls. It seemed they were going somewhere together. Watching Haruki's retreating figure, Hayato noticed a notification on his phone. Checking it, his scowl deepened even further. Looks like you got dumped. Kirishima. What is it now, Mori? Consider it a little invitation for us two who got dumped to hang out somewhere. No, I've got somewhere to stop by on my way home. What, grocery shopping for dinner? No. The hospital. Huh? Grabbing his bag with an indescribable expression, Hayato left the classroom section. After returning home once, Hayato received a package that had been scheduled for delivery. It was something his father had notified him about on his smartphone. Signature or stamp, please. Signature. The package was quite light and about the size of a textbook. The contents were labeled as an embroidery kit. Rehabilitation aid. He could have delivered it himself. It seemed his father had purchased it for his mother. Scratching his head, Hayato, still in his uniform, headed to the hospital. Looking up at the sky after leaving the apartment, the weather was a misty light drizzle, giving the city a somewhat gloomy aura. The dreary weather wasn't enough to warrant an umbrella, but it was enough to dampen his hair and clothes uncomfortably. Hastening to finish his errand, he briskly walked to the station. The hospital was like a vast alabaster fortress. It was the largest general hospital in the area, bigger than the high school Hayato attended, and it had an imposing and sturdy presence. It felt almost like a prison, giving the impression that those who entered wouldn't see the light of day. In fact, Hayato's mother was chained here by illness, a prisoner of the facility, if you will. Despite coming this far, Hayato felt reluctant to go in. He wasn't sure if it was because of the weather, the hospital itself, or his lingering thoughts about Haruki and Kazuki. However, he felt a strong sense of duty to visit his mother, and his father's errand provided a convenient excuse. He let out a deep sigh and reluctantly went through the procedures for checking in as a visitor. He realized that the primary reason for their move from Tsukino's was his mother's hospitalization. His father had made a bold decision. He had a lot on his mind about the move, but moving had allowed him to reunite with Haruki, which was undeniably a good thing. Damn it. He felt conflicted, his head full of scattered and unresolved thoughts. After checking in at the reception desk, he considered channeling his frustration into making some elaborately prepared croquettes, as a vessel to vent his feelings. With this thought, he stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 6th floor, where his mother's room was located. But as soon as he stepped out of the elevator, Hayato couldn't help but let out a dumbfounded sound. The scene before him was so unexpected that his mind couldn't catch up. You have to take care of your hair properly since you're a girl. There's a hairstyle that suits even your curly hair. My hands are itching to style it. Sorry for troubling you, Kirishima-san. We're all men in our household. Lucky you, Minamoto. Or you. Right in the recreational area in front of the elevators, Hayato's mother was busily working on Minamoto's hair for some reason. Nearby, her grandfather and some familiar-looking people he had encountered during his last visit were warmly watching the scene. His mother's lively face and Minamoto's blushing helpless expression were in stark contrast, almost making it look like she was a toy being played with. Yet, no one seemed to disapprove of this. In fact, everyone was enthralled. It was no wonder. With her deft hands, she was transforming Minamoto's hair right before their eyes. Like magic, painting her with a completely different look and inevitably drawing everyone's attention. Hayato was no exception. Within a few minutes, Minamoto had become noticeably cuter. It took a bit of effort, but the result is perfect. How adorable. How adorable. Oh, wow. Minamoto looks so beautiful. Yeah, Minamoto-chan, you've transformed. This is amazing. Who knew a girl's appearance could change so much just with a different hairstyle? Is this me? Her hair, styled into a braided half-up, shed any of her previous awkwardness, instead showcasing the charm unique to curly hair and a slightly mature atmosphere, making Hayato unconsciously hold his breath. Minamoto's grandfather was moved to the point of prayer, and the familiar faces around them were showering praises. Hayato's mother handed Minamoto a mirror, enjoying her embarrassed yet surprised reaction to her changed appearance. Wait. What's with this situation anyway? Hayato was completely out of his depth. The only thing he could grasp was that Minamoto, with her hair properly styled, was incredibly cute. Seeing her looking bashful yet happy with her transformed appearance made his heart skip a beat against his will. Oh my, Hayato. You're here to deliver that, right? Why yeah. Fui Kirishima-san, this is HMPH, it's that young lad from before. Noticing Hayato's presence, his mother beckoned him over with a strangely cheerful smile. Trying to hide his earlier confusion, Hayato held up the package he brought, but his mother's mischievous expression didn't waver. She grabbed Minamoto, who was trying to hide behind her grandfather out of embarrassment, and thrust her in front of Hayato. How is she? Don't you think Minamoto-chan looks really cute right now? Well, yeah, I think she's really cute. Fui Awawa, hey, you brat. What are you trying to do? Hitting on Minamoto. His mother's confident words made Hayato respond instinctively with what he honestly thought. It was a natural and genuine comment. Well, why yes, it's. When their eyes met, both Hayato and Minamoto, startled by his careless words, immediately shifted their gazes away from each other. Their conversation became meaningless. Seeing the two of them fumble, his mother and the others all watched with smirks, while Minamoto's grandfather's intense glare made Hayato feel extremely uncomfortable, instigating his desire to leave as soon as possible. Anyway, this is what Dad wanted to give. Feeling overwhelmed, Hayato coughed forcefully and tried to hand over the package. That's when it happened. A thud echoed throughout the room. The atmosphere grew tense as the package, despite Hayato making sure that he handed it securely to his mother, fell to the floor with a loud sound. Although his mother put on a troubled face as if she had just made a mistake, the trembling of her hands, lacking any strength, spoke volumes and silenced everyone around them. They were at a hospital, after all, and the reason for her hospitalization was evident in that moment. Oh dear, this happens sometimes. Thank you for the package, Hayato. It's nothing, really. However, Hayato's mother forced a bright face and voice, waving her still slightly trembling hand as if nothing was wrong. Hayato followed suit. This will help with my rehabilitation. And, Minamoto-chan. Why yes, when you come to visit your grandfather, could you let me do your hair again? It'd be perfect for my rehab. Well, I don't mind, but suddenly addressed. Minamoto blinked in surprise, her gaze shifting between Hayato and his mother's hand, unsure of what to do. Normally, Hayato would interject at this point, but given what had just happened, he didn't know what to say, returning only a vague expression. The atmosphere was solemn. Ignoring the two's confusion, Hayato's mother took Minamoto's hand, pulling her closer with a smile. My daughter won't let me do her hair anymore. Oh, your hands are rough. And your skin. Are you taking proper care of yourself? That's not good for a girl. Well, I grow vegetables in the school's flower bed and work with soil, so that's why. With steady hands this time, Hayato's mother started to fuss over Minamoto, patting her gently. She was known for being meddlesome and often didn't recognize boundaries. Helplessly, Minamoto looked at Hayato with a troubled expression, silently pleading for help. We'll be taking our leave. Kirishima-san? Not knowing what else to say, Hayato grabbed Minamoto's hand and pulled her towards the elevator. She, clearly distressed by the situation, followed his lead willingly. Oh, what a shame. Hayato, make sure you see her home safely. Why you brat? What are you doing to Minamoto? Minamoto-chan, come back soon. We're looking forward to more vegetable deliveries. The voices from behind were a mix of teasing and Minamoto's grandfather's angry shouts. As they entered the elevator, Hayato, realizing he was still holding Minamoto's hand, quickly let go. Sorry. It's fine. An awkward silence filled the elevator. The thoughts of his mother's hospitalization, her numb hands, and her need for rehabilitation lingered. Seeing Minamoto being treated like a toy, Hayato couldn't help but feel that she was put in an uncomfortable situation. Moreover, she seemed close to her grandfather, indicating she had likely spent a considerable amount of time visiting the hospital. This might mean that he would have more interactions with her in the future. Hayato sighed, lowering his shoulders. Glancing at Minamoto, he was once again taken aback. Earlier, he had been preoccupied with his mother and the surrounding situation, but now, looking at her properly, he noticed how different she seemed. Usually, Her small figure while tending to vegetables gave off a cute, almost animal-like charm. However, with her hair styled, she exuded a mature, alluring presence, her naturally wavy hair giving off a captivating aura. Seeing the different than usual Minamoto, with her hands clasped at her chest, glanced towards him with a worried expression, made it difficult for Hayato, a healthy teenage boy, to keep his heart from racing. Girls really do look different with just a change in hairstyle. Trying to distract himself, Hayato looked away from Minamoto and attempted to start a conversation to cover his nervousness. Sorry about my mom being so pushy. It's okay. But Kirishima-san, I didn't know your mom was hospitalized. Yeah, it's why I transferred schools, and that's why you can cook and all that. Anyway, if you don't like my mom fussing with your hair, I can tell her to stop. Mitake-san. For some reason, Minamoto had lowered her head, her expression serious as she murmured to herself. The atmosphere in the elevator grew even heavier. It was a confusing situation for Hayato. As someone who wasn't very good with interacting with girls his age, understanding her feelings was a tall order. You know, exclamation mark. As he scratched his head in discomfort, Minamoto's styled hair swayed before him, as she leaned in close. Startled by her unexpectedly close and cute face, Hayato instinctively stepped back. It must really be tough for you. If there's anything I can do to help, please let me know. For a moment, Hayato didn't grasp the meaning of her words. However, despite her lack of eloquence, the sincerity in her earnest gaze and her tightly clasped hands conveyed her concern for him. Upon reflection, it was understandable. A life without a mother was hard for a high school student. Paired this with the fact that Minamoto was quite the meddlesome type, her actions were understandable. Confronted with her genuine care, Hayato felt an awkward, itchy feeling in his chest, and he was unsure how to handle it. This is us. Yes. At that moment, the elevator reached the first floor. Relieved, Hayato quickly exited, with Minamoto trailing closely behind him like a sheep following a shepherd. Since they were in the hospital lobby, Hayato slowed his pace and stopped walking. As he scratched his head and turned around, he saw Minamoto's eager face, waiting for his request. This is quite troublesome. To be honest, Hayato appreciated Minamoto's goodwill, but he didn't know what to do about it. So, he spoke vaguely, as if trying to deflect the situation. I can't think of anything right now, but I'll ask for your help if something comes up. I'm pretty good with household chores and paperwork. So let me help in the future. The future? I owe you a lot for helping with the vegetable garden. Oh, I see. Well, then I'll make sure to ask for your help when the time comes. Yes. Apparently, Minamoto felt quite indebted to Hayato due to his help in their school's gardening club. Hayato himself understood this, but he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of déjà vu. Memories of Himeko as a child flashed through his mind. He saw the picture of her unfocused eyes, her red and swollen eyelids, and her cheeks streaked with dried tears, as she helplessly stood beside their fallen mother, unable to do anything but stare in a daze. A memory from the past. An event that had shaped Hayato into who he was today. It was the first time his mother had collapsed. Why? He had never forgotten it. He knew he couldn't ever forget it, but what he didn't understand was why this deeply buried memory suddenly resurfaced. A cold sweat ran down his back. The memory brought with it the long-gone feelings of helplessness and desperation he had felt at the time, causing Hayato to stagger as he put a hand to his forehead. Kirishima-san? It's nothing. I'm fine, Mitake-san. But your face, the gloomy hospital atmosphere is just getting to me. That's all. I see. Hayato frowned but tried to smile reassuringly at Minamoto, who looked worried and unsettled. Something was bothering him, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. And all his uneasiness did was make Minamoto want to take care of him and help him even more. Don't worry, I'll ask for your help if I really need it. Don't push yourself too hard, okay? With that, Hayato started walking toward the exit. The atmosphere between them remained awkward. What a mess. Such words involuntarily slipped out, not only because of Hayato's inner turmoil, but also because the rain outside had started in earnest. Though it wasn't heavy, It was problematic enough to warrant an umbrella. Hayato scowled, but Minamoto immediately responded with an enthusiastic voice. I have a foldable umbrella with me. Her smile seemed to say, you can rely on me already. You mind if I borrow it? And all Hayato could do was return a troubled expression. Section. The path back home was covered in rainy twilight. Hayato and Minamoto walked side by side, each with one slightly damp shoulder. Minamoto's foldable umbrella was quite large, and featured a cute design of sheep and clouds on pastel-colored fabric. The situation of sharing an umbrella with a girl of the same age was enough to make Hayato's face flush with embarrassment. Yet, he was grateful not to get wet and accepted the awkwardness as they made their way to the station. It's tough when a family member who's always been there suddenly isn't at home, isn't it, Mitake-san? Out of nowhere, Minamoto murmured such words casually. As she faced forward, Hayato couldn't gauge her expression. Maybe it was an honest opinion from experience. Perhaps she only said it because they both had family members in the hospital. Or maybe they were words pushed out by the gloomy rain. Without saying anything more, the both of them continued walking to the station. Listening to the raindrops patter against the umbrella, Minamoto's somewhat lonely murmur was enough to disperse Hayato's embarrassment. He sensed her bravado in her earnest attempt to be helpful, and he understood why she felt that way. He knew he had to say something, though he didn't have the right words. Scratching his head, he glanced at her. A fleeting image of Haimko's annoyed, exasperated face crossed his mind, realizing that he had yet to give her a proper compliment out of his own volition. Ah, Mitake-san. Yes, what is it? Your hair. It looks good. I think it looks cuter than your usual style. Pia. As a result of being one of the only few people around his age in Tsukino's, Haimko had often sought after his opinion on her clothes, or hair, when she tried something new. From that experience, he knew that giving a detailed compliment would make a girl happy. Your hair all styled up makes your overall silhouette look neater and prettier. The stray curls that peek out are cute but also give a mature vibe. So, I think you should keep that hairstyle from now on. Mitake-san. Hayato's intention was to cheer her up, just like he would have done with Haimko. However, seeing her face and ears turn beet red, he finally realized that his comment might not have been appropriate, but it was already too late by then. Minamoto, unable to bear it any longer, dashed off into the distance. All that remained was Hayato, holding her umbrella. Fortunately, the station wasn't too far. I've gone and done it now. Hayato's murmur was swallowed by the sound of the rain. Chapter 8, because it's special. Welcome back, Hayato. Oh Anna. I'm back. As soon as he returned home from the hospital, Hayato was met with a strange sense of discomfort, furrowing his brows. What he returned to was Haruki helping Haimko with her studies at the living room table. This sight was not particularly unusual, especially as of late. What was off was the air surrounding Haruki. Haruki's upright posture, calm smile, and the way her eyes and fingers moved over the textbook resembled the facade she maintained at school. This was in stark contrast to Haimko, who looked uncomfortable and hunched over. Getting ready for dinner? I'll help. What's on the menu today? Okara croquettes. Fried food? Is that okay? Calorie-wise, we'll use the oven. It won't use much oil, so it should be fine. Really? How interesting. With an unusually cheerful expression, Haruki stood up, carefully adjusted her skirt, and hurriedly put on an apron. Her graceful movements were in stark contrast to her usual nonchalant demeanor, turning Hayato's earlier discomfort into pure bewilderment. She seemed to be in a particularly good mood. Though it may have looked like it, judging by her tone, it didn't seem like she was putting on an act. I'll go wash my hands. All right. Watching Haruki's back, Hayato met Haimko's equally confused gaze. What's up with her? That's my question. Did something happen at school today with Haru-chan? I don't know. She seemed to be up to something. It's giving me the creeps. Me too. Hayato and Haimko shivered in unison. They had no idea what Haruki was up to, but they could easily tell that her behavior felt unnervingly off. Hayato. Yeah, I'm coming. Shrugging off Haimko's look that screamed, do something about it. Hayato headed to the kitchen. There, Haruki awaited with a serene smile, preparing the cooking utensils. Unlike usual, she exuded a composed and dignified air, and notably, she hadn't taken off her socks today. Hayato was just as curious about Haruki's sudden change. "So, what's up? Did something happen?" "Oh, you noticed I'm different? How could I not? You even got Hanko stumped over there." Haruki's smile broadened, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. "Well, you'll find out soon enough, Hayato. Let's just say, I'm feeling particularly motivated today." With that, she resumed her prep with an air of mystery, leaving Hayato and Hanko to ponder what might have sparked this unexpected shift in her demeanor. "Curious? Of course. Too bad, it's a secret." Flashing a mischievous smile, Haruki playfully poked the tip of Hayato's nose with her index finger. Her expression wasn't that of someone plotting something, but rather, of someone who had accomplished something significant. She looked like a wise sage who had crossed some sort of threshold into enlightenment, and she exuded a slightly condescending air. Annoying. Foo-foo. It seemed she had no intention of revealing anything as she effortlessly brushed off Hayato's complaints with a calm demeanor. Hayato knew very well that once Haruki decided not to speak, she wouldn't budge. More than his doubts and confusion, what took precedence now was a sense of irritation towards Haruki's attitude. Sighing in resignation, he began preparing to cook dinner. Today's dinner would be oven-baked okara croquettes. He placed some potatoes and pumpkin in a bowl with water, covered it with plastic wrap, and microwaved it. While the vegetables were cooling, he finely chopped onions, cabbage, okara, and ground chicken, and sautéed them in a frying pan. He then seasoned them with sake, mirin, and soy sauce, having coated it with some panko he had browned in another frying pan. He placed them on a rack in the oven. As they baked, he shredded some cabbage and whipped up some miso soup with some leftover vegetables, and took out some pickled eggplants. With that, dinner was ready. Finally, fried food for the first time in a while. Let's eat. Ouch. Hot. Water. Hanko, seriously. I'll dig in too. Yum. Today's meal is delicious as always, Hayato. Oh. Haruki's behavior remained unchanged even during dinner. Her graceful use of chopsticks and the way she ate were beautiful but felt somewhat irregular. With a perplexed expression, Hayato brought up another topic that had been on his mind. "By the way, the weekend's coming up. Have we decided what movie to watch?" Hanko let out a silly sound. They had planned to go to the cinema, but the specific movie hadn't been decided yet. "Well, if I had to choose, maybe Nayuta's Moment? The one that has been appearing in TV commercials lately? Isn't that?" "Yeah, it's directed by the same person who did 10 Years of Solitude starring Mao Taruka, which has also been a hot topic recently!" Exclamation mark. At the mention of Mao Taruka, Haruki's shoulders suddenly trembled. It was a fleeting moment, something that Hanko didn't even notice. Hayato, however, did. He had been paying attention to Haruki's behavior since their encounter with the actress in question a few days ago. About that, Hanko. Yes? It was clear something was up. However, Hayato knew it wasn't his place to pry or make a deal about. Just as he tried to subtly shift the conversation, Haruki, with a surprisingly serious expression, raised her hand and voice. "I want to see Faith, the movie Chapter 3. The expression she had moments ago had vanished, replaced by a tense sense of motivation. Faith, originally an 18-plus PC game that had captivated people with its unique world and epic content, had spun off into various media including anime, manga, and newer installments. Hayato wasn't deeply familiar with the franchise but had encountered some of its works. Haruki's face clearly showed she was a passionate fan. "I don't have any preferences, so that's fine with me. Isn't that the one with an anime adaptation currently running? I've only heard its name before. Is it okay to start watching from Chapter 3? What? Haim-chan, you've never seen Faith. Is it interesting? I've always been curious." "I see." Upon hearing Haimko's comment, Haruki's eyes narrowed as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard. Placing her chopsticks down with a decisive clunk, her eerie smile, combined with her demure demeanor, was surprisingly intense. "Haim-chan, What's up? It's really amazing, you know? It's intense and moving. Not having seen it means you've missed out on more than half of your life. Haru-chan. Haruki then casually moved to Himiko's side, expertly handling the Kirishima family's TV remote, and access to video streaming service. Look, because Chapter 3 just came out, they're also streaming the first and second chapters of the movie adaptation. Plus, there's the TV series. Personally, I recommend the second season's route. It's divine. The action scenes are great, and the protagonist's life story is so moving. You'll cry. I myself cried many times. But it's dinner time now, so let's eat, okay? Yeah. For me, I can eat 3 bowls of rice just with the second season's opening. It's that good. Haru-chan. Was today's pickled eggplant too salty? It was indoctrination. The instinctual behavior of an otaku pulling someone into the depths of their fandom. Despite Himiko's attempts to manage her fervent enthusiasm, Haruki showed no sign of budging, as if a switch inside of her had been flipped. Hayato knew from experience that it was futile to say anything when Haruki was like this. Moreover, he understood that she was clearly intentionally raising the tension, bowing towards Himiko apologetically in his mind. If possible, I recommend playing the original game, not the all-ages console version, but the 18+ one. There aren't many erotic scenes, but those scenes define the game so well, and the arrow. I'm home. Wait, by any chance, are you, Tisism, the E-ro? Just as Haruki was in the middle of her passionate monologue, a middle-aged man who somewhat resembled Hayato and Himiko entered the living room. It was Hayato and Himiko's father, Kazuyoshi. Even though he rarely visited their apartment, he was still the head of the house, judging from the wrinkled shirt that peeked out from the paper bag he was carrying. It seemed he had come to pick up a change of clothes. His timing for meeting Haruki was the worst. It was quite an awkward situation. Having said the word eroticism with such vigor in front of her childhood friend's father whom she had not seen in a while, any high school girl would be at a loss as to how to react next. Feeling unable to endure the situation any longer, Hayato cleared his throat with a cough in an attempt to clear the air. Dad. I did mention this in my email, but, long time no see. Uncle, it's me, Haruki Nikaido! But with a graceful smile and a slight bow, Haruki instantly changed the atmosphere to a more dignified one, prompting Hayato, Himiko, and Kazuyoshi to hold their breaths. Her posture was straight, her movements graceful, and especially today, her uniform was impeccably worn. She was the picture of a pure and graceful Yamato Nadeshiko, a perfect act. Haruki-chan, you've changed a lot, haven't you? Fufu, it has been 7 years after all. So, I see you still get along well with Hayato and Himiko. Yes, we're quite close. It was a model, ideal exchange, the perfect example of greeting an old friend's parent, leading the conversation as planned and controlling the flow of the situation. This was the pinnacle of Haruki's masterful act, and it was something that left Hayato and Himiko both at a loss for words. Up until just a moment ago, the mood around the dining table was the same as always, in the same living room with the same family and Haruki home to the same silly interactions as before. That's why Hayato couldn't help but dislike the Haruki in front of him right now. Well then, Haruki-chan, please continue looking after these two. No, it's I who am in their sea. What's with the sudden jump to formality? You were just talking about eroticism just now. Hayato. Hayato suddenly grabbed at Haruki's cheeks with both hands and pulled them. Seeing her all flustered and on the verge of tears, he grinned in surprise. So soft and squishy. As he pinched Haruki's cheeks, he felt her fine, smooth skin that clung to his fingers, resembling a mochi-like elasticity that changed in shape freely. It was not long before he became engrossed in that sensation, and when Haruki protested with a stoop, Hayato's mischievous urges only continued to well up uncontrollably. Haha, it's so stretchy. Wait, hey Iaho. Wait, Hayato. With complete disregard toward his surroundings, Hayato was now completely absorbed in playing with Haruki's cheeks. It was similar to how a grade school boy might tease the girl he likes. It was truly behavior unbecoming of a high schooler. Haimko, unable to watch any longer, tried to stop him. Stop it, Ane. Doing that to a girl's face. Take this. Wa, Haru-chan. But Haruki wasn't one to take things lying down. Gyugagi Gunanu. So naturally, she counterattacked, pinching Hayato's cheeks and kneading them around provocatively. This only served as even more of a reason for Hayato to continue pulling, twisting, and squishing her cheeks. It was pure childish play. Both Hayato and Haruki, stubborn yet smiling, engaged in such an immature back and forth. Haimko, who had tried to intervene, sighed deeply as she watched Hayato and Haruki's antics. Ha ha, ahahaha. Dad, uncle, father. Suddenly, Hayato and Haimko's father, Kazuyoshi, burst out laughing. Holding his stomach, he looked back and forth between Hayato and Haruki with a genuinely amused expression. Sorry, I just thought that you two haven't changed at all. That's not the case. It's Ane. Haru-chan snapped back to reality by Haimko. Hayato and Haruki quickly let go of each other, blushing furiously. All Haimko could do was sigh in exasperation. Dad, what about dinner? I didn't know you were coming back today, but we've got extra. In that case, I'll join you. As Kazuyoshi took his seat, Hayato used the excuse of preparing his portion to quickly escape to the kitchen. Similarly, Haimko put down her chopsticks in exasperation. I'm full, thanks for the meal. Traitor. And with that, Haimko finished her dinner and bounced her way back to her room. It was currently only Haruki and Kazuyoshi in the dining room. The atmosphere was tense, but in a different way than before. Haruki was visibly stiff with nerves. Kazuyoshi Kirishima, along with the other adults back in Tsukino's, knew about the situation regarding Haruki's grandparents and Mataruka. Faced with Haruki's tense demeanor, Kazuyoshi glanced toward Hayato in the kitchen, chuckled softly, then turned to face Haruki with narrowed eyes and a smile. Thank you, Haruki-chan. It's been a while since I've seen Hayato so happy. It was an unexpected comment. Haruki couldn't help but tilt her head in confusion as she peeked towards the kitchen, where Hayato was preparing dinner as usual. All right. It's ready. Soy sauce, ketchup, or whatever. It's up to you. Thank you. Oh, and about earlier, thanks for taking the delivery to the hospital for your mother. It was a big help. The hospital? Oh, did Hayato not tell you? About that. Haruki's eyes widened in surprise. It was the first she'd heard of it. Although she had been visiting Hayato and Haimko's house for some time, it was only now that she was meeting their father. Added to the fact that their mother was also never present, there was a clear indication that there was more to the story. She couldn't help but be curious. However, Haruki, who lived alone, had her own complicated relationship with her parents, and thus have never probed too deeply. But the word hospital was truly unexpected. She looked at Hayato with an expression of shock, only to see him awkwardly scratch his head while avoiding her gaze. Dad, did you come back for a change of clothes? The ones you sent to the cleaner. I see. So Haruki-chan really is special to you, Hayato. Dad? As Hayato desperately tried to change the subject, his dad made an unexpected comment. Haruki's heart also began to pound rapidly. In response, when she looked at Hayato, he saw that his face was redder than she had ever seen before, as he rapidly opened and closed his mouth in an attempt to respond, but to no avail. Kazuyoshi nodded, seemingly satisfied with his reaction. Yeah. The reason you didn't tell Haruki-chan about your mother was because you didn't want her to feel pity or concern over it, right? Haruki, I'll walk you home now. Okay. Unable to endure the situation any longer, Hayato grabbed Haruki's hand and led her outside. Haruki, who had lost her appetite at this point, followed him willingly. Kazuyoshi watched them leave, looking puzzled. Haruki-chan, feel free to come over anytime. I could even give you a spare key if you want. Dad. The sound of their footsteps echoed through the quiet residential area. The two walked in silence, at a pace faster than usual, neither knowing what to say. An awkwardness lingered in the air, but it wasn't unpleasant. Haruki looked up at the night sky. Despite the buildings and all the light pollution, she could make out a few faintly visible stars. Yet, it was still different from the Tsukinos she remembered, which featured a sky full of stars untouched by the lights of human activity. Things were different from the past. Prompted by that thought, words reluctantly spilled from Haruki's heart. "Hayato, you never ask me about anything, do you?" They had been reunited for some time now, but that didn't change the fact that the many changes that occurred during their time apart were left unacknowledged. She would have been lying if she had said she wasn't curious about them, and Hayato probably felt the same way. Hayato scratched his head as he walked beside her, his expression hidden from Haruki. "Back then, no, even now, I didn't really know much about your home life or your situation outside of school." "Yeah, that's true, but I enjoyed playing with you so much that I didn't really mind." That's it. I guess I've always thought of it as something trivial, and it's the same now." "Well, that's just how it is, I guess." "PFFT, what with that? What's wrong? Is it that bad?" "Nothing, it's just like you." "Hey, wait up." Hayato, seemingly sulking, quickened his pace. Haruki chased after him, grabbing his hand to catch up. It was a scene reminiscent of their childhood. "For me too, Hayato. You're still a special person to me." "I see." Both of their faces were flushed red, yet they kept their hands clasped together, neither showing any intention of letting go. The both of them quickened their pace, heading towards Haruki's home, attempting to leave their embarrassment behind. Chapter 9, I don't like it. "Hey, are you still messing with it? Ane, hold still." Haimko's sharp voice echoed throughout the Kirishima household on a Sunday morning. Hayato, who was forced to sit on the living room sofa, was having his hair styled by his younger sister for the past 30 minutes. Despite the amount of time spent, it seemed that the results still weren't up to her standards. Today was the day they had planned to go to the movies. Haimko, breathing heavily through her nose, was determined to groom her careless older brother, saying, "I'll have to stand next to you, you know?" As for herself, Haimko wore a sleeveless blouse that featured a calm atmosphere, accompanied with a navy blue asymmetrical long skirt. With her slender figure and mature atmosphere, it was hard to tell who was older one by just looking at them. "All right, it feels weird." While Haimko nodded in satisfaction, Hayato, experiencing the stiff texture of his hair styled with wax for the first time, let out a slightly pathetic voice. "Okay, we shouldn't keep Haruki waiting, so let's get going." "Huh? Wait, Ane, you're going out dressed like that?" "Hey, what's wrong with this?" As Hayato stood up to leave, Haimko gave him a strange look, yet, he couldn't fathom why. He looked around at himself, wearing a moss green loose shirt and black chinos, which seemed perfectly normal. Seeing his confused expression, Haimko let out a big sigh. She placed one hand on her hip and pointed with the other. "That shirt, the color is faded, the collar is frayed, and the sleeves are worn out." "Why, you're right." Now that she mentioned it, the shirt was indeed worn out from age. It was something that Haimko clearly couldn't overlook. Under the forceful guidance of his younger sister for the second time today, Hayato was dragged to his room to have his clothes chosen by his sister. Since it was the weekend, the station was crowded, but not as much as it usually was on weekdays, perhaps because people who didn't usually use the train were present. The line at the ticket machine was quite long, with Hayato being one among them. How much was it again? Having lived in the rural Tsukinos for most of his life, he never got the opportunity to develop the habit of buying train tickets. The countryside was naturally a place where not having a car practically meant you were immobile, with the truck, a Japanese mini-truck, reigning supreme. Therefore, Hayato's movements at the ticket machine were slow and clumsy, as he constantly checked the fare chart before taking out his wallet. "Hurry up, Ane." "Sorry." "Hey, don't you need to buy a ticket too?" "Haimko." "Fufu, I have this." With a proud expression, Haimko showed off her commuter pass, which featured a distinctive melon design. This card could be used not only for trains and buses but also as an electronic wallet in stores. Apparently, she had obtained it without Hayato's knowledge. With this, I don't have to buy tickets every time, and I can make smooth payments at convenience stores too," Haimko boasted, showing off the card to Hayato as she walked towards the ticket gate. "Unfortunately, insufficient balance. Please recharge." Haimko, on the verge of tears, reluctantly joined Hayato in line at the ticket machine section. Their destination was 3 stops on the express train, swaying for a little over 20 minutes. They had agreed to meet up at the central city area, where Hayato had come to get a smartphone with Haruki recently, specifically, in front of a bird statue. It was his second time here, but navigating through the crowded and complex station was still something he wasn't used to. He pushed through the crowd, slowly making his way to his destination. Incidentally, Hayato had suggested to Haruki, since they lived nearby, that they go together. But she had declined with her usual mischievous smile. It was a face that Hayato knew all too well, a face that showed she was up to no good. At the meeting place, Haimko, feeling restless, frequently took out a compact mirror to fiddle with her bangs. For Hayato, the swiftly flowing stream of people was fascinating, and just watching them kept him from getting bored. He thought that if he were to dive into that overwhelming crowd, he would immediately be swallowed up and drown. In fact, Hayato and Haimko had been swept along by the flow of people to get here. Haru-chan. Whoa, you're so cute, you sly girl. At that moment, both of them caught sight of a girl who stood out even in the crowd, and they couldn't help but let out strange sounds in astonishment. Haimko basically exclaimed in delight. Haruki was dressed adorably today. She wore a sky blue, short kami dress adorned with flowers. Her skirt was tiered, and from the high waist area, it split to reveal a different colored inner skirt as an accent. Over this, she wore a lace cardigan in a bolero style, giving her a girly look that emphasized her femininity. Moreover, Haruki had even styled her hair into twin tails with ribbons, making her look particularly charming. It was understandable that Haimko had described her as sly, although it made her look a bit young. It highlighted the delicate innocence and precariousness unique to a girl in her mid-teens, leaving Hayato blinking in surprise. In a similar fashion, Haruki seemed just as surprised. Instead of his usual unkempt hair, Hayato's hair was neatly styled thanks to Haimko's efforts, giving him a fresh look. The clothes Haimko had chosen for him also suited him well and gave him a more polished appearance. Haruki was so surprised by Hayato's transformation that she was left with her mouth agape. Who is that? Who's that? That's a bit harsh. Haruki was the first to snap out of her stupor, pointing at Hayato in surprise. Fufu, isn't Una great when he's like this? A sneak attack. I forgot Hayato had Haim-chan. Oi, come on. Haruki groaned in frustration as Haimko proudly pushed Hayato forward, as if showing off her well-made creation. Haruki puffed up her cheeks in annoyance, and Hayato couldn't help but sigh in exasperation when faced with such a childish reaction that matched her appearance. Seeing Hayato's face, Haruki seemed to remember something. She cleared her throat, adjusted the hem of her short skirt adorned with lace and frills, and approached him with a provocatively confident expression that she had recently been wearing more often. Fufu, you might have caught me off guard, but I am a new me today. Is that so? Well, you certainly surprised me with your new look, but that's not all. Can you tell what's different? Do you wanna know? No, not really. HMPH. Don't lie. You do want to know, don't you? It was true that Haruki's current appearance featured a completely different atmosphere about her, and it made Hayato's heart race. Flustered, he ended up acting aloof, misunderstanding Hayato's reaction. Haruki pouted, her lips forming a sulky line. Well, can you still say that after seeing this? What? Having reached her limit, Haruki stepped closer to Hayato and Haimko and tugged on the neckline of her camisole. The next moment, Hayato felt as if he had turned into a boiling kettle. Seeing his face turn beet red and his flustered reaction, Haruki grinned triumphantly. What Hayato and Haimko got a glimpse of was a black undergarment. The chic, lacy design exuded a mature, creating a stark contrast with her girlish outfit. This mismatch only served to highlight the difference in her appearance even more. Hayato was completely overwhelmed by such an unexpected contrast. His mind was a jumbled mess, and his expression clearly showed it. Seeing his reaction, Haruki smirked in satisfaction, while Himeko, understanding her brother's turmoil, let out a small, low voice in sympathy. How lewd. Haruki, seemingly satisfied with both their reactions, wore a triumphant smile, much like when she successfully pulled off a prank back in their childhood, and her confidence only grew. Feeling pleased, Haruki pestered Hayato even more obnoxiously. Hey, did your heart race? It did, didn't it? Your face is so red, you know. I can tell even if you don't admit it. It's all about focusing not just on the surface, but the unseen parts too, right? The allure oozing from my inner self, you know? You get it, right? I know you do. Since you're this red, shut up. Agitated, Hayato, still red-faced, grabbed Haruki's twin tails and started twisting them. Unable to respond with words, he counterattacked physically, much like a child would have done in the same situation. Take this. Ow? Haruki wasn't one to back down either. She grabbed Hayato's neatly styled hair and started ruffling it aggressively. They were being completely childish, showcasing a petty quarrel and a clash of wills. Both ended up ruining their stylish appearances, looking quite ridiculous. Himeko watched her brother and his childhood friend, her eyes narrowing in exasperation at their antics. Come on, Ane. Haru-chan, you're drawing attention, so stop. Hee ha ha, ahahaha. What on earth are you two doing? Ahahaha. When suddenly, a burst of laughter interrupted the both of them. The owner of the voice was laughing so much to the point that he had begun clutching his stomach, clearly finding the situation hilarious. It was a carefree laugh, unlike his usual composed demeanor at school. This made Hayato scowl even more and mutter under his breath. Kaido. Hayato and Haruki exchanged glances and finally realized how ridiculous they looked, pinching noses, poking, and pulling ears in front of everyone. Their playful scene was drawing amused looks and giggles from passers-by. They quickly let go of each other and took a step back. However, Kazuki couldn't stop laughing, wiping tears from his eyes as he spoke. Haha, what a coincidence, Kirishima-kun, Nakaido-san. Yeah, it is. Unlike me, it seems like you two didn't just happen to run into each other. Yeah, that's right. Hayato scratched his head and sighed, resigned. Reflecting on the situation, he realized it was nothing short of childish play. Certainly not something you'd expect from two students who had allegedly just met as new classmates. Kazuki, resting his chin on his hand, nodded dramatically, clearly entertained by the scene. I was careless. And of all people to catch us, it had to be him. It was natural to run into someone from school while out in town on an off day, whether they spoke to you or not. Especially with Haruki, who was particularly noticeable today. It wasn't like the last time, when they had spent the majority of their time inside of stores, with the general public mainly focused on the shooting of a drama TV series. Is that girl your childhood friend I've heard about? Nice to meet you. I'm Kazuki Kaido, from the same school as these two. Oi, Himeko. Kazuki, after taking a closer look at Hayato and Haruki, noticed Himeko and smiled warmly, introducing himself. Being good-looking and considered handsome by many, he naturally had a smile that charmed many girls. Himeko, unsure how to react, showed her shy side by hiding behind Hayato. Both Hayato and Kazuki could only laugh awkwardly at this. Too bad, looks like I got rejected. But, Himeko, you call her by her first name, huh? Well, that's... Kazuki shrugged his shoulders, his eyes full of curiosity as he looked back and forth between the flustered Hayato and Himeko. The air enveloping the four of them was undeniably awkward. This was partly because Hayato had not made his relationship with both Haruki and Himeko public at school. Himeko shuddered under Kazuki's unabashed gaze, clutching at Hayato's shirt and creasing it. It was truly a difficult situation to explain. As Hayato glanced at Himeko's face, just as he was about to speak, hey, Kaido, Stop staring. You're scaring Haim-chan. My bad. Haruki stepped in front of Kazuki, blocking his view of Haimko. Her face was drawn into a frown of reproach, and she pointed a finger at him. Kazuki, startled, leaned back and raised his hands, taken aback by Haruki's behavior. It was natural. Her demeanor was entirely different from what he was used to seeing at school. Witnessing it himself, he couldn't help but be confused. But surprisingly, he was also intrigued. His response was naturally laced with a desire to tease. But seriously, Nakaido-san, you look really cute. Your outfit and hairstyle are so different from your usual image at school. Did you dress like this to show Kirishima-kun? Of course. I dressed like this to surprise Hayato and Haim-chan. Otherwise, I wouldn't wear something like this. Huh? Hey, I see. His teasing words were brushed off effortlessly, and Haruki, fully accepting her appearance, placed her hands on her hips and stood tall. Kazuki widened his eyes in surprise, then squinted as if dazzled. Though I was outdone by Hayato initially, showing him my sexy underwear and getting his flustered reaction means I won, right? MGH? Oi, Haruki. PFFTW. What do you mean, sexy underwear? Haha, Haru-chan. That's enough. Come here. Haruki, with a smug expression, declared that she had deliberately shown Hayato her underwear. Kazuki choked in shock, while Hayato slapped his own forehead and looked skyward, and Haimko instinctively moved to cover Haruki's mouth. Only then did Haruki realize what she had said and blushed in embarrassment. Naturally, this drew even more attention to the four of them. Haruki's bell-like voice carried well, and the word sexy underwear caught the ears of bystanders, their stares piercing. Neither Hayato nor Haimko was used to being the center of attention. Unable to bear the atmosphere, they hastily dragged Haruki to a less crowded spot. Having realized the gravity of her actions, Haruki buried her face in her hands and crouched down, making a pitiful sound as tears welled up in her eyes. Haimko, after regaining her composure, comforted her. Hayato, meanwhile, rubbed his aching head and stepped forward to address Kazuki. Well, Kaido, now you know how Haruki is. She's been like that forever. Just pretend you didn't see anything. Sure. But you geese seem really close. Yeah, we've been friends since childhood. I'm sure you've figured it out already. And that girl over there, the one Haruki keeps saying is her childhood friend, is Haimko, my sister. Haimko Kirishima. Nice to meet you. Oh. Nice to meet you too. I'm Kazuki Kaido. With some encouragement from Hayato, Haimko managed to introduce herself properly. Haruki, noticing this, patted her head in approval, perhaps making up for earlier. Oh, you've done well this time. Well done. Well done. Geez, Haru-chan, stop treating me like a child. Come on, enough of that, we should get going. Okay. Prompted by Hayato, both girls responded cheerfully in unison. It was a playful exchange that had been repeated countless times since their childhood. Despite the earlier incident, the familiar atmosphere quickly returned, a testament to their long-standing bond. Hayato, slightly embarrassed, addressed Kazuki. We're heading to the movie theater. It's our first time going as a group since we didn't have one back home. We should get going. And I'd appreciate it if you could keep today's events to yourself. With that, Hayato waved and turned to leave. Hayato and Kazuki weren't particularly close. They were acquaintances, not quite friends, and their relationship was iffy at best. Wait, can I come with you? So, those words came as an unexpected surprise. Kaido, huh? Hayato and Haruki, who were called out to, turned around and looked at each other in surprise. And above all, Kazuki's face was the most astonished, unable to hide his confusion as to why he had said such a thing in the first place. An atmosphere of bewilderment filled the air. The first to break the silence was Haruki. What do you mean? She stepped forward forcefully. Her dubious expression resembled that of a glare. Kazuki took a step back instinctively when faced with such an expression. However, it was only for a moment, before he firmly looked back at Haruki and awkwardly began to speak. I think it would be more convenient if I were there. Convenient? Well, you haven't made your relationship public, right? So, If I'm there, it would look like a double date. And even if someone else saw us, we could cover it up. DDD double date? I mean, wait, Nakaido-san? A DGD double date? Who's with who? No one's having Hayato. I'm not giving him away. Haruki, who suddenly reacted sensitively to the phrase double date, flushed red in an instant. With a face that looked like steam might start rising from at any moment, she fiddled with the frills of her skirt, glancing nervously between Hayato and Haimko's faces. She was in a state of complete disarray. Hayato, having witnessed the complete destruction of Haruki's composure, sighed and muttered, "I'm not a thing to be given away," and then handed the flustered Haruki over to Haimko, turning back to Kazuki. So what are you planning?" "I'm not planning anything." "Is that so?" Kirishima-kun. Hayato stared intently into Kazuki's eyes, trying to discern his true intentions. While they wavered with anxiety, they were also filled with a sense of expectation. They seemed to be both fearing something and seeking something dazzling. They were eyes he remembered from somewhere. Haruki Nakaido and Kazuki Kaido are very similar. He found himself thinking that again. As far as Hayato was concerned, he knew nothing about Kazuki's circumstances, nor did he intend to get involved. But faced with eyes so similar to Haruki's, he couldn't help but feel reluctant to leave him alone. Moreover, despite Kazuki's excuses, Hayato found himself agreeing that there was some truth to it. It would be an effective alibi and could be used to avoid unnecessary trouble. Sighing deeply, Hayato scratched his head in frustration, and then, as if giving in, sighed deeply. "Treat me to cola and popcorn." Kirishima-kun. Hayato. Kazuki's voice was filled with surprise and joy, contrasting with Haruki's voice of protest. Hayato also let out a troubled laugh, and as if to end the conversation, started walking ahead. Geez. And I went through all the trouble to set your hair up, Ane. And Haru-chan too. All while Haimko, who had caught up to him, scolded him for his messy hair. Section. The movie theater was a very large building spanning an area easily twice the size of the school gymnasium and a height of 12 stories. It was so tall that you had to strain your neck to just look at it completely. Its grandeur was clearly overwhelming. It's huge, amazing. Ahaha. This is unexpected even for me. Grand Cinema Spirits. This was the name of the cinema complex that Hayato and the others visited today. Boasting one of the largest screens in the country, as well as interactive theaters, cafes, and merch shops, it would be more accurate to describe this venue as some sort of amusement facility. Kirishima-kun, you coming in? Oh, sorry. It's my first time in a place like this, so I'm a bit overwhelmed. I actually can't figure out where the entrance is. The lower floors have all kinds of facilities too. Floors 1 to 3 are occupied by various shops. The movie theater entrance is on the 4th floor, which you get by taking the escalator next door. Oh, then, let's go. Haruki, Haimko, HMPH. Why yeah. Among the 4 of them, Kazuki was the only one who seemed unfazed. Perhaps he was used to this sort of thing. Watching the 3 of them in their amazement with a gentle smile, he urged them along. It was a gaze that Hayato and Haimko had become accustomed to since they moved, often directed at them when they found themselves surprised by the differences between the city and Tsukino's. But for Haruki, it was different. Accustomed to her usual facade, this was the first time she had been subjected to such a gaze, and she wore a slightly annoyed expression as she slipped between Hayato and Kazuki. "I am just surprised by how big it is, that's all." Meeting Kazuki's amused eyes, she huffed and turned her gaze away. Meanwhile, Hayato and Haimko, unaware of the prior exchange, occupied themselves by looking around curiously at the huge escalator leading to the 4th floor, completely behaving like typical tourists. Wow. Whoa. The entrance of the cinema complex was also astonishing. It had a circular floor that opened up to the upper levels, and its futuristic design with streamlined curves featured many people flowing through it like a river. Naturally, this was Hayato and Haimko's first time in such a place. Even though Haruki had lived in the city for many years, her solitary lifestyle meant this was her first time too. The 3 of them stood there, unsure of what to do. Seeing them, Kazuki chuckled as he spoke to Hayato. Have you decided what to watch? Oh, yeah. Faith, the movie Chapter 3, the anime, is that surprising? A bit. I thought you'd be watching Nayuta's Moment since that's the talk of the class right now. Haruki's shoulders twitched in response to Kazuki's comment. At this point, that was not out of the ordinary, as it seemed to be somewhat of a landmine for her. Noticing Haruki's openly displeased expression, Hayato hurriedly took some bills out of his wallet and shoved them towards Kazuki. Kaido, I don't really know how to use the ticket machines and stuff, so can I leave it to you? You know, for Haruki and Himeko too. Okay, should I just find seats where we can all sit together? Yeah, thanks. Kazuki also seemed to have picked up on the mood, as he took the money from Hayato with a slightly worried look before smiling brightly and walking off. Hayato was impressed by how perceptive he was towards people's emotions. No wonder he's popular. Kazuki quickly bought the tickets with smooth, efficient movements, in stark contrast to Hayato, who often struggled with train ticket machines. I'm sorry, my brother isn't very reliable. You don't have to say that, Himeko. Haha, it's no biggie. Besides, I already know that Kirishima-kun isn't good with this kind of stuff. Kazuki's innocent and friendly smile also succeeded in softening the usually shy Himeko. He really was good with getting along with others. While Hayato admired his sociability, he couldn't help but feel conflicted. It says we're at screen number 7, which is on the 8th floor. Let's take the escalator and go up leisurely. Haru-chan. Though Haruki didn't seem to like Kazuki much, she growled and slipped between him and Himeko, forcibly taking Himeko's arm. Kazuki, still smiling, shrugged and spoke to Haruki as she passed by. Don't worry, I won't take either of them. TSK. Ow. Haruki, her ears turning bright red in anger, glared at Kazuki and kicked him hard in the shin. Her excellent athletic ability made the blow particularly harsh. And as if to prove such a claim, Kazuki clutched his shin dramatically. Yet, despite the tears in his eyes, he couldn't help but laugh. Hayato scratched his head and sighed in exasperation. Kaido, you're an idiot. Yeah, I'm surprised myself. Section. Although it wasn't the massive screen that could accommodate 768 people that Himeko had been hoping for, the theater still had a capacity of over 400, greatly impressing the group. And as soon as the movie began, Haruki, who had been emanating a vicious aura, immediately became pacified, becoming completely absorbed in the film. The movie was fantastic. The quality of the animation was top-notch, and even though Hayato and Himeko were starting with the series midway, they were quickly drawn into the story. As expected, Haruki was so immersed in the movie that she gasped during tense scenes and sniffled during emotional ones, leaning forward in her seat. By the time they returned to the entrance after watching all the way through the end credits, she had a face beaming with satisfaction. That was so amazing, she exclaimed, spinning around and clenching her fists in front of her chest, her eyes sparkling. Even someone as stoic as Hayato couldn't help but smile in response. It was better than I imagined. Haru-chan, now I'm curious about the previous movies and everything else. Right, Hime-chan, I'll bring you all the DVDs next time. Haruki, Himeko still has her high school entrance exams, so take it easy. I know. Haha, but it was really interesting, especially the final battle scene. Despite being an improvised team, that line of trust they shared was really powerful. Nice catch, Kaido. That part wasn't in the original work, which made it all the more impactful. As the conversation continued, all signs of Haruki's previous moodiness disappeared, replaced with high spirits. Hayato watched her enthusiastic demeanor with a fond smile. Seriously, she's so simple. Haruki, excitedly talking about the remarkable scene, began to fiddle with her pamphlet. Taking a deep breath, she pointed her makeshift pamphlet sword at them, her demeanor shifting dramatically. Unlike you, I have trust! Exclamation mark. In that instant, the world around them seemed to change. Haruki's voice was cool and unlike anything they had heard from her before. The other three widened their eyes in surprise, their breaths caught in their throats. Presented with the Haruki in front of them, they felt as if they were seeing the character from the actual movie. The impact was so profound that no one could find words to respond, and it felt as if time had stopped. For Haruki, it was likely an extension of her rebounds per game addiction. Even back in Tsukino's, it was common for her to act out scenes after watching anime or tokusatsu shows. However, something was distinctly different this time. Seeing Hayato's astonishment seemed to satisfy Haruki, who then returned to her usual mischievous self, with time seemingly resuming. Haru-chan, that was amazing. I was shocked. That scene really showed the bond between the characters that had formed unexpectedly, didn't it? Right. The director totally gets it. It's like they have total love for the characters. Love. That part was great, but for me, the scene where they entrust the kid really got me. Oh, that part was good too. Himeko was the first to recover from the shock, getting caught up in Haruki's excitement. Without caring about others around them, they chatted animatedly about the movie. In the midst of it, Haruki took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She relaxed her body, changing the air around her, and when she opened her eyes, she once again recreated a scene from the movie. You protected me. This time, her voice was low, yet clear and dignified. Her expression and demeanor were akin to that of a loyal, battle-hardened warrior, making it hard to believe she was just a 15-year-old girl. This is amazing. Haruki really has a number of facades in her arsenal. Even Kazuki, standing beside Hayato, couldn't help but express genuine admiration for her. And while Hayato responded with a slightly sarcastic remark, he couldn't help but admit that he, too, was surprised by Haruki's unexpected talent. It was something he was oddly sure of. Kaya. Yes, it was only a short line, but it carried so many emotions. Ho. Exactly. Haim-chan, you definitely need to check out the previous works now. Oh, by the way, Hayato, what was your favorite part? Well, Suddenly, the conversation turned to Hayato. Since he was more focused on Haruki's unexpected talent than the movie itself at this point, he glanced around, thinking of something to say. It was only then did he notice the attention they were attracting. But it goes without saying. Even from Hayato's perspective, Haruki was a beautiful girl. This undeniable fact was made especially true today, and the way she was dressed obviously appealed to guys. Not only that, but Himeko, standing next to her, had also put in effort and didn't look out of place. And Kazuki, needless to say, was pretty attractive as well. Add to that Haruki's powerful performance from earlier, and it was hard not to be interested. Come to think of it, wait, aren't there too many people at the entrance? As he looked around, he saw a certain poster that made him widen his eyes in surprise. Come to think of it, the theater they were at was pretty large, with Himeko and Kazuki both mentioning it earlier. Nayuta's moment, with a special stage greeting today in the giant hall seating 768 people. Starring Mautagura. Now he understood why people were gathered in such an orderly fashion at the entrance, and at just the right time, the person that all these people were here to meet made her appearance. She was also surprised. Somehow, the fans who had been waiting for her were now all focused on Haruki. It was impossible not to notice such an oddity. Luckily, Haruki, with her back to the entrance, hadn't noticed. As Mautagura widened her eyes in shock upon seeing her, Hayato grabbed Haruki's hand and started running towards the exit. This way, follow me. Kirishima-kun. Wait, you're not saying the proper lines from that scene. Hold up, Hayato. Led by Hayato's brazen behavior, the two dashed down the rarely used stairs, 2 steps at a time. The way they hurried down could almost be described as tumbling. It was quite an unseemly sight. Not that it mattered to Hayato, he was solely focused on getting outside. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say he didn't have the luxury to worry about it. By the time they reached the main street, both Hayato and Haruki were completely out of breath. Phew. The sight of a young man and woman bent over, hands on their knees, breathing heavily, drew curious glances from passers-by. Haruki then glared at Hayato with a resentful face as he awkwardly scratched his head. Geez, what was that all of a sudden? Sorry. No. It's not like I want you to apologize. It's just, Hayato glanced upwards briefly. Following his gaze, Haruki's expression went blank. A huge poster above the entrance of the movie theater features a woman clearly in her prime, Matsubura. Though she now understood the situation, Haruki couldn't say anything. Hayato also had no words for her, feeling a sense of frustration and helplessness. Suddenly, Haruki laughed and turned to face Hayato. "Haha, Hayato, you're really overprotective and definitely a busybody!" Well, I don't think it's weird. Maybe for you. You think so? Yes. That's why I need to work hard too. As Hayato was about to ask, work hard for what? Haruki's smile and gaze stole his words away. Her eyes, somewhat exasperated but unusually serious, conveyed a sense of strong will. They compelled him to look deeper, beautiful. And despite it being just Haruki, he couldn't help but find her captivating to the point of being unable to look away. Her large, bright eyes were clear and deep, yet their depths were unfathomable. He felt as if he were being drawn into them, his heart skipping a beat. "That's why, please keep watching over me from now on!" And when she smiled up at him, it was impossible for him not to be flustered. He even caught a glimpse of black lace at her neckline. Hayato was overwhelmed by such unfamiliar feelings. His heart pounded rapidly. In a panic, he turned his entire body away and scratched his head vigorously. Haru-chan. What was that all about? Geez. Himeko. Just as Hayato turned away, he caught sight of Himeko and Kazuki. It seemed they had followed them. Himeko, fuming with her hands on her hips, approached them, grumbling all the while. "It was such a hassle after you guys left. We were getting all this attention because of you, and the actors that were there greeting were moving around. And I kind of wanted to see that. Are you listening, Ane?" Yeah, I said I was sorry." While calming Himeko down, Hayato felt relieved, feeling like he had been saved. But Himeko, not liking her brother's attitude, raised her eyebrows even more. Clearly, Hayato's attempt to brush things off was not going well. Well, Hime-chan, that was that, so let's calm down, okay? Himeko, I'll treat you to lunch, so please cheer up. You two have been like this since forever." "What's wrong, Himeko?" "Hime-chan, what is it?" "Well, I felt like we were being watched." Himeko suddenly looked around, as if something had caught her attention. Hayato and Haruki also scanned the area but saw only a flow of people moving somewhere. They did feel like they were attracting some attention due to the commotion they had made, but nothing unusual stood out. Himeko tilted her head in confusion. At this point, Kazuki, reading the mood, stepped in to redirect the conversation. "Why don't we move on for now? It's no surprise if people are curious after witnessing such a scene." "Yeah, but I'm hungry." "Oh, I remembered there's a place I wanted to check out." Let me see." With that, Himeko began searching on her smartphone. Watching her, Kazuki then turned to Hayato and Haruki. "By the way, what was that about?" "Who knows? What could it have been?" The three of them exchanged glances and laughed. The place they ended up going to was an affordable Italian family restaurant that was popular among young people. "No way. You can just sit anywhere?" "There's no menu, so you order with a tablet." "How do you use this?" It was Himeko's first time in a family restaurant, and she was exhibiting all the signs of a newbie, asking things like, "Is this really going to place my order? And does the drink bar really let you drink as much as you want for the same price?" It was a carbon copy of how Hayato had acted once before. Being in a family restaurant for the second time, Hayato reassured Himeko, "If you're worried, you can check the order history. And want me to get your drink for you too?" Himeko, though frustrated, nodded in agreement. Haruki also quietly whispered, "Melon soda, Ane. Why are you so experienced with this?" "Yeah, really, Hayato. It's surprising." "Well, it's not my first time." "What? Even though it's Ane? Even though it's just you, Hayato? You guys?" The incredulous looks Hayato received from Haruki and Himeko, along with his own voice, overlapped. "By the way, Haruki too, despite looking composed, was clearly curious about her surroundings, her eyes wandering around much like Haruko's. Kazuki watched them, and under his gaze, both Haruko and Haruki shrank back in embarrassment. However, as soon as the food arrived, Haruki and Haruko's eyes lit up with delight. They chatted excitedly, tasting each other's pasta. Hayato, on the other hand, had bites of his food taken by the two without much ceremony, but he was more astonished by how cheap it was. This for only 300 yen? It's cheaper than making it at home. It was a harmonious atmosphere. Haruki and Haruko provided lively conversation. Hayato interjected and responded to their chatter, and Kazuki watched over them, occasionally stepping in to mediate or support. There was a sense of balance. In this context, Kazuki quietly mused. Are Kirishima-kun and Nakaido-san always like this? You guys had such intense expressions earlier, but look, now you're just laughing with each other. Yeah, that's true. Hayato recalled events that had occurred earlier. His actions were indeed sudden and couldn't have gone unnoticed. Yeah, I guess that was pretty unusual. I just brushed it off because it was Ane and Haru-chan, but from an outsider's perspective, it must have seemed really strange. Haruko, while munching on her pasta, nodded in agreement. Well, I often get caught up in Haruki's sudden whims too. If anything, I'd say it's the other way around. Hayato's comment, following Haruko's, was met with Haruki's pouty protest. Seeing this exchange between her brother and their childhood friend, Haruko sighed deeply, while Kazuki couldn't help but laugh. You guys get along well. But as soon as he said that, both Hayato and Haruki frowned slightly and looked at each other. They weren't exactly on bad terms, but Kazuki's statement felt off somehow. If they truly got along well, they'd be able to talk about anything and wouldn't be in the current situation. Thus, Hayato and Haruki's expressions were both slightly stiff, and the following words were brusque and detached. Do we really get along well? Who knows? I guess we're not on bad terms. Ane. Haru-chan. Haha, is that so? From an outsider's perspective, it looked like they were just embarrassed and trying to hide it. Haruko, resting her cheek on her hand while holding her fork, sighed in exasperation. Kazuki squinted, as if dazzled by the scene. Hayato felt that their intended response wasn't conveyed properly and was about to correct it, when someone interrupted him. Well, isn't this rare? Here comes the traitor Kaido. Suddenly, these words were thrown at them. Kazuki flinched at the sound of that sudden voice, his expression growing increasingly tense. There stood a group of 4 boys still hanging out with girls. Kaido? So, what's the deal this time? Already in a love triangle? You haven't changed at all, have you? Hayato didn't recognize their faces. They seemed to be around the same age. He looked at Haruki for confirmation, but she shook her head lightly. Apparently, they weren't from the same high school. However, it was different for Kazuki. His face, usually cool and composed, was now pale. The boys all had nasty sneers on their faces, taunting Kazuki in a way that was far from friendly. The atmosphere was tense. All Kazuki could do was look down, clenching his teeth. No matter how much they provoked him, he simply clenched his fists, gripping so hard that his knuckles turned white. But he didn't respond. It was as if he was enduring a storm, waiting for it to pass. What's going on? Hayato was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. These unknown guys showed up and started bad-mouthing Kazuki, who was with them by chance. That was something that didn't sit well with him. Despite only meeting him recently, Hayato knew Kazuki wasn't the type to deliberately hurt or belittle others. That much he was certain of. He frowned instinctively. If you're looking for girls, you might want to stop hanging out with Kaido. Yeah, this guy has a personality to match his looks. He was pretty awful back in middle school. The girls who fall for it are just as bad. Haha. Then, they turned to Hayato, mocking Haruki and Haruko as they glanced at them. Jealousy, disdain, hatred. It resembled all of these emotions but was somehow different. It was hard to read, but their gazes seemed to be more about contempt towards girls in general rather than Haruki and Haruko specifically. The nature of their relationship to Kazuki was unclear. However, from their words, Hayato could get a grasp of the situation. Kazuki was popular with girls. That seemed to be the issue. He glanced at Kazuki beside him, who was biting his lip in silence. To be honest, Hayato didn't really care about any of this. The past was irrelevant. He wasn't particularly interested in Kazuki in the first place. But when he looked back at the group of boys, he saw faces twisted with ugliness, a mix of hatred and envy. It made Hayato's chest tighten. He recognized that expression from somewhere. Kaido-san actually has a crush on Nakaido-san. He recalled Minamoto's words. Damn it. He also remembered his own childish actions from the other day and scratched his head furiously. It felt like he was watching his past self, making his face contort with a grimace. He couldn't bear to look at them any longer. The food's lost its taste. Let's go, Haruki, Himeko. And Kaido too. Hayato abruptly stood up, leaving his half-finished plate, grabbed the bill, and headed for the register. His face was twisted with self-mockery. What? You little Kirishima-kun. But it wasn't just the boys who were taken aback by his sudden action. Not only was Kazuki shocked by Hayato's abrupt actions, he was also shocked at hearing his name called. He looked bewildered, while Himeko looked around nervously at everyone's faces and the plates of food left behind, clutching the hem of Haruki's skirt. Amidst this, Haruki remained unusually calm and composed. Hey, just to make it clear, I don't like Kaido or anything like that. She spoke in a matter-of-fact, cold voice. Haruki's words were enough to stop the boys from following Hayato. In front of the astonished boys, Haruki continued with a seemingly annoyed expression, almost as if she were complaining about having to share the same oxygen with them. Far from liking him, it's quite the opposite. I can't stand how he always puts on a front and never shows his true feelings, how he tries to please everyone and seeks attention without being honest about what he wants. Even today, he just barged into our group out of nowhere. It's really annoying. Who was she speaking to? Really? Her voice grew more intense and her words became sharper, cutting through the air. She squinted at the boys. But you guys, judging everything based on superficial appearances, are even worse. Let's go, Haim-chan. Ignoring the stunned boys, Haruki stood up and took Himeko's hand for the group surrounding them. It was a completely unexpected turn of events. One of the boys, feeling insulted by Haruki, turned red and tried to grab her. Hey, wait a minute, you little bit. But Haruki deftly avoided him and tripped him. Carrying his momentum, he fell flat on the floor, letting out a pathetic cry. Causing such a commotion naturally drew the attention of the entire restaurant. To bystanders, it looked like a scene where a pretty girl had just coldly rejected a boy who was now sprawled on the floor. The boys helped their fallen friend up, looking embarrassed, and quickly retreated to their seats. They seemed to realize that any further action would only compound their humiliation. How lame. Haruki spat out, looking down at them with disdain, then sighed. She then addressed the still stunned Kazuki. Come on. Let's go. Kaido, you too. Why yeah. Kazuki's voice trembled slightly as he replied. Section. Geez, Ane, why did you do that all of a sudden? We were still eating. Sorry, my bad. A short distance away from the restaurant, Hayato found himself being scolded by Himeko. Even Hayato had to admit that he had acted selfishly. So he just let Himeko's words wash over him. He glanced at Haruki as if asking for help, but she only shrugged. However, her eyes were unusually gentle. Himeko's were the same. Kirishima-kun. Kaido. Having caught up a bit later, Kazuki immediately bowed his head. Thank you for earlier. Those guys were from the same junior high. Stop. You don't have to explain. I don't want to hear it. And I'm not interested. What I did back there was on my own volition. It has nothing to do with you, Kaido. Even so, Kazuki's adamant attitude gave Hayato conflicting emotions. Being confronted with such raw emotion made it hard to brush him off. So, Hayato let out a sigh and admitted his true feelings. I find you a bit difficult to deal with, Kaido. Haha, I can tell, but it's exactly because of that. That's why I want to get along with you. I want to be friends. That's the kind of thing you say that makes me uncomfortable. Waving his hand dismissively, Hayato turned away, signaling the end of the conversation. Though still troubled, his mouth softened into a faint smile. How about we go to another place for a change of pace? On your treat. Kazuki. Yes. Kiiri, Hayato-kun. Oh. In that case, I want something sweet. I've been wanting to try honey toast. As Hayato began to walk, Himeko joined in and raised her hand while voicing her preference. Kazuki laughed and walked along beside them, while Haruki watched the three of them with a somewhat dazed expression. Haru-chan, what's wrong? We're leaving you behind. Yeah, I'm coming. Snapping back to reality, Haruki jogged to catch up with the rest, but she had a troubling expression on her face, muttering self-deprecatingly under her breath. I still don't like Kaido. Chapter 10. I'm telling you, it's because it's special. The western sky faintly wavered like a mirage, giving it a deep red color. The air warmed by the daytime sun was now filled with storm clouds, darkening the sunset. Hayato and the others silently watched the transition from evening to night through the train window. After the incident at the family restaurant, the group headed to Karaoke Celery at Himeko's request to eat something sweet. It was the same place Hayato and Haruki had visited the other day. There was a moment when Himeko, surprised and flustered by the new place, was envious of Hayato, who was more relaxed on his second visit. But after that, they had a great time eating and singing karaoke. They especially relished the honey toast, which the two on diets indulged in as a special treat today. Perhaps remembering this, their faces, although tired, were filled with a certain comfort and satisfaction. Eventually, however, the train reached the station at which Hayato, Haruki, and Himeko would get off. Well, we're getting off here. Sorry about earlier again. No, you paid for half in the end, and I enjoyed seeing the different sides to everyone. Kaido-san, thank you for today. Thanks for today, Kaido. As Hayato got off the train and waved his hand, Kazuki raised his own in response. Let's go together again. Hayato-kun's monotonous singing is kind of addictive to listen to. Wah, shut up. I'm actually kind relieved that Ana is bad at singing and Haru-chan was really good. Well, I've trained a lot in the bathroom. Haru-chan. Hey, Hayato, Himeko, what's with the pitiful gazes? Haha. Watching this exchange, Kazuki chuckled. Then, the train doors closed, signaling its departure to another town. Shall we go home? After absent-mindedly seeing off Kazuki, Hayato scratched his head and prompted Haruki and Himeko to leave the station. Their steps were somewhat heavy, as if they didn't want the day to end. As they were about to exit the ticket gate, Haruki suddenly stopped. I don't need dinner tonight. I ate too much. I'll just go home. Me too. If anything, I'll just have something light like ice cream. That's not a complete meal, Himeko. Haruki, I'll walk you home. It's fine, it looks like it's going to rain. See? Looking up at the sky, the dark red storm clouds rumbled with a menacing growl. The storm seemed like it would hold off for a while, but the clouds looked like they could strike any minute. Well then, see you later. Geez. See you later, Haru-chan. Without listening to Hayato's call to stop, Haruki started running. Hayato's outstretched hand grasped at the air, and he lowered it with a sigh. Will she be okay? Of course, she will. She's not a child. Anne, you're too overprotective. Anyway, let's stop by the supermarket on the way home. Yeah, you're right. Section. Haruki ran through the twilight residential area, seemingly attempting to outrun the now already long shadows. Geez, the day had been a fun one. Though they had changed their playgrounds from fields, mountains, shrines, and even unused mountain huts, to movie theaters, family restaurants, and karaoke parlors, it was just as fun as the days back in their childhood. It also enabled them to discover new aspects of each other. Like how Hayato was bad at singing and resorted to pouting when called out for his monotonous voice. Or how Himeko earnestly followed the rhythm of songs, clearly training in preparation for the next time she would go with her classmates. And how Hayato was always left with a frustrated look as Haruki sang with dexterous gestures, while Himeko eagerly cheered for her. With Kazuki, who had somehow joined their group, teasing Hayato and making everyone laugh. Looking back, everyone was certainly full of nothing but smiles. And yet, something dark and muddy swirled in Haruki's chest, burning with pain. It was a feeling close to impatience or jealousy, but it was also a childish emotion akin to possessiveness. "I'm a little envious of Haim-chan," she stopped and muttered to herself. Before she realized it, she was already in front of her house. She didn't know why those words had come out then. Frowning, unaware of the reason, she felt like she was about to fall into a trap. "All right." As if to say she couldn't stay like this, Haruki slapped her cheeks. Then, as if to admonish herself, she opened the door with her usual voice and the familiar ritualistic greeting of returning home. "I'm Ho. I told you to wait like a good girl, didn't I?" A sharp slap echoed through the entrance hallway. Haruki, having just psyched herself up, was more bewildered with shock than the pain that struck through her cheek. With a dazed look, she returned her gaze to where it had come from. Standing there was a graceful woman of mature beauty, who made no effort to conceal her irritation. Matsubura. Haruki, as if just now realizing her presence, widened her eyes in surprise. With her beautiful face and unusually intense eyes, she looked at Haruki as if she was something bothersome. Haruki's face quickly drained of emotion, and she muttered weakly, "Mother." At some point, the sky had begun to cry. Large raindrops pounded down, bursting into mist upon hitting the asphalt. These raindrops cooled Haruki's flushed right cheek. She was already drenched at this point. The hair she had styled for the day hung messily, clinging to her back, and the clothes she had chosen to surprise Hayato were now soaked and as heavy as lead. Her meticulously applied makeup had washed away, leaving dark shadows on her face. She had been walking aimlessly until that point, but now, in front of her, was the familiar sight of the apartment building she had come to recognize. Looking up again, it was a very large apartment. It was family-oriented and could easily accommodate over 100 households, making it seem as if it could effortlessly take in someone like Haruki. "What am I doing?" She let out a wry laugh. Without realizing it, her feet had led her here. She didn't have to think to understand why. Her heart had long been screaming in pain. If she went to Hayato now, he would accept her without a word. He would quietly stay by her side and let her lean on him. That was the kind of friend Hayato was. She wanted to rush to him immediately, but she couldn't. "But that's not because it's me." She recalled today's events. She thought of the person who had been saved in front of her, Kazuki. It was the same as when she had initially been at Tsukino's, hated, isolated, and closed off. At the time, Hayato had forcibly taken her hand, led her out, and changed her world. It was a very Hayato-like action, and yet, her chest ached at the thought of it. She came to realize that she had been subconsciously clutching her phone. Staring at Hayato's contact info on the screen, his face flashed in her mind. Specifically, the face he had made when Haruki found out about his mother being in the hospital, turning his eyes away awkwardly. Her fingers stopped. To Haruki, Hayato was special, and friends were special. That's why she couldn't rely on him. She was already aware that she had been depending on Hayato too much lately. Like how they had stood shoulder to shoulder in their childhood, she wanted to stand next to this dear friend with her head held high. If Haruki relied on Hayato now, her heart's balance would tip decisively in one direction. That's why she didn't want to depend on him. After all, she had decided to try her best on her own. She gently returned her smartphone to its home screen and started running. This time, consciously away from the direction of her and Hayato's homes. It was her stubbornness. She knew it was a largely pointless action, but she couldn't stop herself. "What am I doing?" Eventually, she arrived at a park near a supermarket. The evening's sudden rain had completely cleared, and the sky was annoyingly full of twinkling stars. Haruki sat on a bench, talking to herself. Her head had long cooled. Remembering her earlier self, she let out a laugh tinged with exasperation. "Woof, woof woof, woof." "Hey, Ren. Where are you going?" "We're going home now!" Exclamation mark. Suddenly, she heard the barking of a dog and a familiar voice. "What could be in the park that you're so interested in?" Nakaido-san. Minamoto-san. Turning around, she saw Minamoto, being pulled along by the leash of a large rough collie. She wore a loose black t-shirt and skinny jeans, dressed casually for a short outing. In her other hand was an eco bag containing soy sauce and mirin. She looked more like a housewife than a high school girl, judging by what she was carrying. She was likely on her way back from a grocery trip while walking the dog. Well, Renkun's owner is quite old, and since large dogs need plenty of walks, sometimes I do this for them. Ha, I see. Anyway, that's how it is. When Minamoto looked at Haruki, despite her awkward speech, her face clouded with concern. Seeing Haruki's drenched, lonely figure in the night park, anyone could tell that something was wrong. Minamoto would be concerned even if it wasn't her. Oh right, this park. Haruki looked around and recalled the incident with the large dog. This must be part of Minamoto's daily route. Haruki, looking troubled, desperately searched for an excuse, but Minamoto stared at Haruki intently, then seemed to make up her mind about something, clenching her fists in front of her chest as if to encourage herself. My house is nearby. You'll catch a cold like this. Oh, but I don't want to be a bother. Ignoring Haruki's words, Minamoto placed her eco bag on the ground and forcefully took Haruki's hand, pulling her along. She wasn't very strong, just as her small frame suggested. Though Haruki stood up, pulled by Minamoto's sudden action, she had no intention of relying on her. She recognized this situation as her own doing. Relying on Minamoto didn't sit right with her. I can't just leave a friend in such a state. Haruki's face must have looked quite foolish at that moment. Minamoto also seemed surprised herself, as if she didn't expect those words to come out of her mouth. But, flustered and blushing, she desperately changed her choice of words, trying to find the right ones. Well, we're gardening friends. So, Haruki didn't understand why Minamoto was going to such lengths for her, but seeing her using her small body to desperately convey her feelings, Haruki couldn't help but laugh softly. Her heart felt a little lighter. Thank you, Minamoto-san, but my house isn't that far, so I'll be fine! Saying that, Haruki slipped from her grasp, turning away and lightly waving the hand that had been held. At that moment, she felt a light impact on her back. No, it's not okay. Without worrying about getting drenched, Minamoto hugged the soaking wet Haruki. She was desperate, and Haruki didn't understand why she was doing this. They weren't particularly close. They were just loosely connected through gardening. As she had said, Haruki, with a troubled face and tone, asked. Why? Because right now, Nakaido-san, you have the same look in your eyes as Kirishima-san. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but, well, you just can't go like this. What? Haruki was taken aback by Minamoto's unexpected words. The same look as Hayato, that phrase shocked her into silence. What am I doing? Haruki let out an exasperated laugh once more. Overwhelmed by Minamoto's forcefulness, Haruki was led to her house. Submerged halfway in the bathtub, Haruki let bubbles rise to the surface as she exhaled. From the changing room came the sound of the dryer running. Furrowing her brow, she thought to herself, this house is really big, but there's something off about it. Minamoto's house was close to the park they had been in, though somewhat old-fashioned. It was a large Japanese-style house. Her family looked to be fairly well off. The hallway leading to the bathroom was meticulously maintained, as if ready to welcome guests at any time. It reflected Minamoto's warm personality, yet a sense of melancholy also lingered in the air. Haruki couldn't shake off the feeling that perhaps it really wasn't someone else's problem, and she submerged herself deeper into the bath. Furrowing her brow, she pondered about Minamoto's words. I have the same look in my eyes as Hayato. Something bothered her, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. She couldn't help but think that Minamoto's meddlesome and forceful nature was similar to Hayato's. Haruki emerged from the water, feeling lightheaded, and left the bath without finding an answer. Thanks for the change of clothes. She now found herself in a shirt and shorts, particularly Minamoto's school gym uniform. Though it was a bit tight since Minamoto was a size smaller, it wasn't particularly problematic. However, The chest area felt unusually loose, and Haruki couldn't help but show a solemn expression. Well, I don't have any cute casual clothes. Ahaha. Don't worry, I usually wear something like this at home too. Really? For some reason, Minamoto was sitting on the living room sofa with a weirdly formal posture. Haruki didn't know how to respond, her cheeks slightly stiffening as she murmured, "Excuse me," and sat next to Minamoto. She shuddered. Haruki found it amusing and questioned who was really the guest. An indescribable atmosphere filled the room. Haruki glanced sideways at the tense Minamoto, groaning with nerves. She would also immediately avert her gaze and look down whenever their eyes met. Ahaha. Looks like it'll be a while before my clothes dry. She sighed once and looked around, wondering what to do. The room's furnishings were quite old-fashioned. Among them were an aged cabinet, a scarred coffee table, and an antique TV stand. However, they exuded a sense of warmth, clearly well cared for. This conveyed the owner's personality and attachment well. Yet Minamoto sitting alone in this space seemed odd. Wait, now that I think about it, Haruki realized there was no sign of any other person apart from Minamoto, no presence of anyone else. The eco bag at her feet revealed bottles of soy sauce and mirin, heightening the sense that this wasn't a normal household, at least not anymore. It was clear, similar to Haruki's situation, that there were circumstances Minamoto couldn't easily talk about as well. Noticing Haruki's contemplative expression, Minamoto met her eyes with a troubled look, clenching her fists on her knees. After some hesitation, she shyly revealed her secret. "It's only me here." Haruki's eyes widened involuntarily. It wasn't something you'd casually tell someone. And then, with a strong sense of déjà vu, various thoughts suddenly settled in her chest. My grandpa, who I've been with for a long time, is actually hospitalized. I was actually pretty lonely. So bringing you here, Nakaido-san, was for myself. I'm sorry, you don't need to apologize. But, I see. So that's how it was. Loneliness. The desire to be with someone. Her confession resembled that of a child apologizing for doing something wrong, which Haruki found somewhat amusing. The fact that Minamoto went out of her way to confess this showed her sincerity, and Haruki thought once again that it was clear she was a good person. Seeing her waiting bravely for someone's return, despite her loneliness, prompted Haruki to move naturally. Being alone is tough, right? Nakaido-san? I'm alone as well. It's just me at home too. Actually, being alone is lonely, right? Nakaido-san. Following the impulse that had arisen within her, Haruki gently embraced Minamoto, as if cherishing her. She couldn't help but do so, regardless of her surprise. Oh, I see. It makes sense now. She now understood many things. Being alone inevitably leads you to be consumed by emptiness. It makes you want to do something about it. Surely Hayato feels the same. No wonder that childhood friend of hers was so overprotective and meddlesome. Therefore, Haruki made a resolve to fill the void in her heart. "Hey, can I come to your place again? Next time, during the day?" Yes, I'd be happy to. And also, I want to be friends." Not just gardening friends, but normal friends. "I want that. Is that fine?" There's nothing wrong with that. So, I mean, please take care of me from now on. Or you. Haha. Haruki and Minamoto looked at each other as they laughed awkwardly. The darkness each of them had been harboring had been displaced with smiles. It was probably a simple solution all along. They had just been too stubborn to see it. Believing this, Haruki vowed to try her best, remembering an old promise. Ring. Just then, Haruki's phone rang. It was Hayato. Why is he calling? That was the first question that popped into her mind. Due to the fact that they saw each other regularly, it was rare for Hayato to contact her by phone. At most, he would only send a message. Minamoto, startled by the ringtone, quickly stepped back and nodded, encouraging her to answer without worry. Haruki, with a wry smile, tapped the screen. "You okay?" About earlier today at the movie theater. If it was nothing, then, his voice was tinged with worry. It surprised Haruki, and she couldn't help but let out a strange noise. But considering what happened today, his call made sense. It was just like Hayato. Hearing his voice, Haruki quickly regained her usual composure. Her heart felt lighter, and she smiled. However, something else brewed within Haruki. She glanced at Minamoto, grinning. "Haha. What's this? Got so lonely that you wanted to hear my voice?" "Wah, shut up, no way." "But, well, if nothing happened, then that's good. I was lonely, Haruki. When I got home, my mom was there. She slapped me the moment she saw me." "Funny, right? Even though we hadn't seen each other in half a year. She even said that having me was a mistake. I ended up running away because of that." Haruki calmly recounted what had happened when she had gotten home. This was Haruki's own problem. It wasn't something to casually tell others. All it could do was trouble those that were listening to her. It truly created an awkward silence. Even so, Haruki wanted the two of them to hear it. "I'm the illegitimate child of Mataruka!" Exclamation mark. Phew. From the other end of the phone call came Hayato's gasp, and right in front of her, Minamoto couldn't help but be flustered, clearly surprised. "I've never heard anything about my father. But either way, my existence is inconvenient. I feel so unwanted and it makes me terribly lonely. In that case, I'll come to you right now. We made that promise, didn't we?" "Where are you now?" "You can't, Haruki. The truth is, I did go to your house. I thought if I just went, you'd accept me without a word and stay by my side. But then I realized that's not right." "Maybe it's because it's me, Haruki." "What are you saying?" In contrast to Hayato's agitated voice, Haruki's tone was calm and clear. Furthermore, seeing Minamoto getting anxious over the conversation made Haruki chuckle. "Because, you see, Hayato is lonely too!" Exclamation mark. "I told you the other day, right, that you're special, Hayato. That's why I don't want to just lean on you. I'd become too dependent on you. I want to support you too. Besides, this is my personal problem." There were things that had changed during their time apart. Time that had become a void. Their difference in height, to the point where she had to crane her neck just to look at him. His voice, much deeper than she remembered. And the unfortunate family circumstances that both of them carried. "I'm sure we can't stay the same as we were in the past." That's not true. They had been the same once together, but now, they couldn't stay the same. The past had long passed, and reality had already changed. But you know what? Just because things had changed, there were things that could remain unchanged. Separation back then was unavoidable, but now it could be different. She wanted to build this still fragile connection, to strengthen it by piling up new memories just like before. So, Haruki loudly proclaimed her wish. "I want to become someone truly special to Hayato, so I want to change and become stronger." It was a strange feeling indeed. Haruki was aware of the boldness of her words. Her heart was pounding, yet her chest felt warmly comfortable. "Well then, see you tomorrow at school." "Hey, wait, Haru," and as if to cover up the embarrassment that arrived belatedly, she quickly ended the call. It was only then did she notice Minamoto staring at her, bewildered. Haruki's face turned red all the way to her ears with shame. Upon reflection, that conversation had been really heavy. Even confessing such wishes to Hayato required a lot of courage. How would someone feel if they were suddenly involved in such a matter? Her heart now raced for a different reason. As regret began to color her face, Minamoto widened her eyes and grabbed Haruki's hand with a burst of energy. "I won't tell anyone about your situation, Nakaido-san." "Whoa." Minamoto-san. "I know it's hard to talk about." "Like my grandpa too." "So, it's because we're friends." "Ah." She said it was no big deal, that she herself was in a similar situation and didn't mind. Most importantly, she emphasized that they were friends. This small girl, though clumsily, tried her best to convey this. And it was exactly why Haruki was drawn to her. So, she squeezed Minamoto's hand in return and bared her own fragile feelings. "You know, I'm actually a really troublesome and useless person, Nakaido-san. So, I'd like you to help me become stronger, if you can." "If you're okay with me." Haruki smiled. With a troubled expression, she did her best to show a genuine smile. "First, could you listen to my complaints about my dear and special childhood friend who always keeps me on my toes, please? Minamoto-chan." Minamoto also smiled, blinking in surprise but savoring the fact that she had called her by her first name. Yes, Haruki-san. The city night sky visible from the window harbored fewer stars than the countryside, and had moons hidden among its skyline. Still, it was without a doubt that something else was shining brightly and powerfully that day. Chapter 11. Only act like you used to in front of me. Geez. None of this makes any sense. Hayato's murmur from the balcony blended into the late-night cityscape, just like the haphazardly constructed buildings visible below. His heart was in turmoil. The roar of truck engines driving along the main road could occasionally be heard despite the late hour. As he gazed up at the night city sky, Hayato noticed that there were more twinkling stars than usual. Perhaps the rain had washed the sky clean. Even so, there were still far fewer stars than in Tsukino's. Unlike in the countryside, the lights of human activity on the ground shone far more brightly than the stars above here. These lights overshadowed many of the stars. The illegitimate child of Mount Aruka, Haruki's words had been weighing on his mind, keeping him awake. Midnight had long already passed. He recalled the moment that both of them encountered Mount Haruka at the filming set the other day. Haruki's pale face, dilated pupils, and the way she had instinctively tried to escape, only to leave the scene in a hurry. And now, the sorrowful words of her mother, someone who didn't even know the father of her child. Someone who regretted giving birth, saying it had been a mistake. But the voice with which Haruki had conveyed this had been clear and straight, so pure that he found it beautiful. Yet somehow, he couldn't help but feel like he was being left behind. His heart was pounding so hard it hurt. Anxiety, frustration, urgency. None of these words quite captured the emotion burning in his chest. He truly wanted to rush to Haruki's house right now, but he couldn't do that. Even if he went, he didn't have the words to stop Haruki or keep her from leaving. Moreover, he had also heard the startled voice of a woman behind her when they called. That only added to his hesitation. Damn it. So, Hayato desperately searched for the right words. There was no way he was going to be able to sleep tonight. The next morning, he walked along his regular school route with heavy steps. He had spent the previous night tossing and turning in bed, barely getting any sleep. According to Himeko, his face looked as though all his happiness had run away in the night. As he neared the school, he couldn't help but look around, hoping to catch sight of Haruki. But even if they met, he was unsure of how to talk to her. With a feeling of helplessness, he let out a sigh, scratched his head roughly, and passed through the school gate. His destination was the flower bed behind the school building, tended by the gardening club. He was concerned about the state of the ridges they had planted in after last night's rain, and remembered that Haruki had also been tending to the vegetables. It was still a quiet spot, but had more people tending to it as of late. Sure enough, Haruki was there. Minamoto was with her too. Hayato couldn't help but furrow his brow. Weeding's easy after rain. Minamoto-chan? Yes. But some of the ridges have collapsed. We gotta fix them. You're right. Look, the base looks unstable. Should I pile soil up like this? Haruki-san? Please use a trowel instead of your bare hands, or you'll hurt yourself. Too lazy for that. By the way, you're only growing vegetables here, but why not try some herbs? Something like mint or rosemary? You could use them while cooking too, right? Don't. And if you do, use potted plants. Mint spreads like weeds do. There's even a term for it, mint terrorism. That's how invasive they can be. And rosemary? That's practically a tree. Oh, Kirishima-san. Good morning. Hayato. Wait, really? I didn't know that. Hayato interjected in their conversation with a comment. He felt that he managed to join in just as naturally as always. Haruki didn't seem any different from usual either, but still, something felt off. Minamoto seemed unusually close to Haruki. A feeling of unease bubbled up in his chest, prompting him to take on a slightly sulky tone as he made an observation. You two have gotten pretty close, huh? You and Mitake-san. Well, you know, a lot happened. We ran into each other last night too. And she helped me out. Yes. Oh, and I didn't know you and Haruki-san were childhood friends. Kirishima-san. Yeah, we are. But, It seemed they had talked about quite a bit. Learning that they were together last night left him both relieved and deeply unsettled. What is this? In front of him, the two girls chatted happily while tending to the vegetables. Even though he was part of the conversation, Hayato couldn't shake the strange feeling of being left out. Let's wrap up for this morning by tossing these weeds out. Haruki-san, you should wash your hands and face too. Yeah, I should. Got dirt under my nails. That's what you get for doing it barehanded, idiot. Here, gimme the bag. I'll throw the weeds out, so go wash up. Okay. Thanks. Hayato somewhat forcefully grabbed the trash bag and headed toward the disposal area. He felt out of place and, without realizing it, quickened his pace. Whoa. As he rounded the corner of the school building, he almost collided with a girl who was rushing his way. They passed each other, and Hayato wondered why she was in such a hurry until he saw the person trailing behind her. It was Kazuki. Recognizing the girl's retreating figure, Hayato realized that this was a repeat of what he had seen before. Noticing Hayato, Kazuki gave a sheepish shrug with a troubled expression. Being popular must be tough, huh? Yeah, I've had enough of girl-related drama for a while. Hayato let out a confused sigh. It was now lunchtime. Hayato usually would have headed to their secret base, but today, he didn't feel up to it. He glanced to the side, and when his eyes met Haruki's, she smiled. It was just like always, as if nothing had happened the previous night. Furrowing his brow, Hayato scratched his head in frustration, unsure of what to do. Is Hayato-kun here? Kazuki, TSK. Just as he hesitated, Kazuki arrived. This had become a familiar sight recently. As usual, Haruki began to sulk. Noticing Kazuki's presence, Mori rushed over in a flustered state and dropped a bombshell. Hey, Kaido. Is it true you turned down Takakura-senpai's confession this morning? What? No way. You mean the Takakura-senpai? That gorgeous second year in the drama club? The one who won all 3 categories in last year's Miss contest, huh? Wait, is that true? And why would you turn her down? Kaido-kun. Don't tell me, are you not interested in girls? No, I mean, it's just that. In an instant, the classroom erupted into chaos, like a beehive that had been disturbed. Both the boys and girls swarmed around Kazuki, demanding the truth. Caught off guard, Haruki and Hayato exchanged glances, both wide-eyed with surprise. Haruki was particularly shocked, stammering, "See, confess? Takakura-senpai. Rejected?" Her flustered reaction was kinda adorable, and it seemed Takakura was quite famous. Hayato returned his gaze to Kazuki, who was now looking at him with a mischievous grin. It seemed like he was up to no good. Wait, everyone, calm down. It's true that I rejected Takakura-senpai, but there's a reason for it. Kazuki raised his voice, pushing his way through the crowd and making his way to Haruki. All eyes turned to the two of them. Haruki, seemingly not expecting this turn of events, began glancing around nervously. Kazuki, with an unusually serious expression, then displayed the most radiant smile Hayato had ever seen from him before declaring something outrageous. "Nakaido-san, please be my girlfriend." What? The moment Kazuki finished speaking, Haruki let out a massive shriek and slapped him across the face. The sharp sound echoed throughout the room, plunging the classroom into silence. Hayato's mind went blank, completely blindsided by the sudden turn of events. I told you yesterday, I don't like you at all. Haha. Yeah, I heard you. I remember. Looks like I got rejected again. This exchange between Haruki and Kazuki set off an uproar in the classroom, far louder than before. Wait, no way. What's going on here? Yesterday too? Does that mean he's done this before? The rumor that Kaido-kun's true feelings of Nakaido-san are true? Naturally, not only Kazuki but also Haruki found herself surrounded by a crowd of people, confused and at a loss. She could only stammer, huh? In a flustered state. For some reason, it seemed like Kazuki had just confessed to Haruki, as if the rumor was true. Hayato's heart pounded painfully in his chest. He couldn't make sense of the situation, or rather, he didn't want to. As he looked at Kazuki, the guy had a mischievous grin, like a naughty kid who had just successfully pulled off a prank. And when their eyes met, Kazuki gave him a playful wink. Haruki Nakaido was a pure and lovely beauty. Sooner or later, even if it wasn't Kazuki, someone else would surely confess to her. Just like what was happening now. Hayato had thought he understood that things had changed since the old days, but he knew all too well that nothing ever stayed the same forever. Suddenly, he remembered the time when he had held back his tears as the both of them parted in Tsukino's, and when Haruki's eyes met his, pleading for help. Hayato couldn't help but move on his own. Haruki. This way. Wah. Hayato, ignoring Haruki's surprised cry, he grabbed her hand and bolted out of the classroom. For some reason, he couldn't stand the thought of losing her to anyone else. He was aware that his body was growing increasingly warmer. Damn it, the girl whose hand he held now no longer overlapped with the Haruki of the past. But even so, he had reached out for it, fully aware of that. As if to reassure himself of their connection, he tightened his grip. Her hand was small enough to fit perfectly in his, and it was incredibly soft. In that moment, Hayato became acutely aware that his perception of Haruki was changing. In the middle of lunch, Haruki found herself being dragged by Hayato off school grounds. The series of unexpected events had left her in a state of disarray. She couldn't understand why things had turned out this way. It felt absurd. As they dashed through the residential area, she called out to his back. Where the hell are we going? The arcade by the station. I've never been there. The arcade? Why? And my wallet's in the classroom. Yeah, I didn't bring mine either. Then what are we going for? Just to check it out. I suddenly got curious about what it's like. What does that even mean? His explanation wasn't really an explanation at all. The classroom was probably in chaos by now. Hayato was always so spontaneous. And yet, despite everything, she found herself feeling oddly nostalgic about the situation. If we run, we can make it back before the lunch break ends. Let's hurry, partner. Partner. That word, spoken for the first time in a long while, brought back memories of their time in Tsukino's. She remembered the loneliness she felt back then. She was shunned by her mother, by everyone around her. She had no place where she truly belonged. Being an illegitimate child, not knowing who her father was, faced with the harsh judgment of the world. Even her grandparents in Tsukino's were no different. She had convinced herself that she was unwanted, hiding within her own shell. From today, Haruki's my partner. As she sat with her knees hugged tightly to her chest, who had been the one to pull her out of that world? The back she once looked up to and chased after had grown so broad right before her eyes. The hand that held hers was rough, and the strength pulling her along was incomparable to what it had been when they were children. Even then, she couldn't help but wonder the kind of expression he wore while pulling her along. As they stopped at a red light, she circled around to peek at his face, only to see the same embarrassed, flushed smile he had in their childhood, only for him to turn away in embarrassment. Something about that made her chuckle, and Haruki couldn't help but shake her shoulders in amusement. It was then that he suddenly shoved something into her free hand. Puzzled, she looked down at her palm, and saw a key with a cat keychain attached to it, something she vaguely recognized from seeing it often recently. Still not quite able to make sense of the situation, she kept glancing back and forth between the key in her hand and Hayato's face. It's my, spare key. Okay. Just, use it whenever. If something like last night happens again, I'd rather you come to our place. Don't hesitate. Even if it's in the middle of the night or early morning. Wait, whoa? Hayato turned to face Haruki, but before she could respond, he ruffled her hair, clearly trying to hide his embarrassment. What are you doing? Listen, it's not just you who wants to support someone else. Hayato, I want to be strong enough so that you can rely on me without hesitation. It was nothing special, just a way of saying that he felt the same. Smiling like that, Hayato's eyes held a color Haruki had never seen before, and it made her chest stir uneasily. The light's green. Let's run. Geez. And they took off running again. There were so many things she wanted to say. Like, isn't this the key you always use, Hayato? Or the arcade isn't somewhere you just sneak out to during lunch break, or you've always been so forceful, huh? There were things that had changed and things that they wished to change, yet, some things remained the same. She was sure Hayato would continue to drag her around like this in the future too. Even now, just thinking about what would happen when they returned to the classroom made her head hurt. So there were words she wanted to shout in her heart, aimed at his back as he forcibly pulled her along. Only act like you used to in front of me, geez. Epilogue. That evening, Hayato and Haruki returned home a little later than usual. Ah, we're already here. Just opened the door already. My hands are full. Haruki, in a somewhat good mood, laughed and opened the front door with the spare key she had been given earlier today. Meanwhile, Hayato had a bitter expression on his face bright red. The reason was that he was holding a large calico cat plushie, about the size of a body pillow, with both hands. While it was charming and cute, it was a pretty high hurdle for a male high school student to walk around carrying it in public. It was a prize from a competition held after school at the arcade they had visited earlier in the day. Furthermore, he had dropped a whopping total of 1,600 yen today, and Hayato couldn't drop his disgruntled expression. Haha, you won it during your turn. The owner's gotta carry it. Damn it. I feel like I won the battle but lost the war. Ane. The heck are you holding? Haimko. Haim-chan. As Haruki was unlocking the door, Haimko, who had just returned home, called out to them from behind. Hayato, fully aware of how silly he looked, frantically searched for an excuse. But before he could, Haimko had already taken a picture with a sly, mischievous grin. Ahaha, I'll show this to Saki-chan. Oh, I still need to send her that honey toast from karaoke yesterday. Wait, stop it, Haimko. Too late, got a reply. What's going on? Why is Anai-san holding that kitty? And what's with that bashfully cute face? And karaoke? He's all dressed up. And who's that super handsome guy next to him? And why is Haruki so overly cutesy? Saki-chan? Actually, Haimko quickly retreated to her room, facing the front of that immediate reply. Watching her noisy retreating figure, Hayato and Haruki exchanged wry smiles and stepped into the house. Good for you, Hayato. It suits you after all. That doesn't make me happy at all. Geez. Hayato didn't know how to respond when faced with Haruki's usual teasing. He let out a single sigh. It felt like he'd been dragged around all day today. Haruki's one thing, but Kazuki too. He recalled the time they returned to school in the afternoon. Even though he had grabbed Haruki's hand and ran off during lunch, he didn't draw that much attention. That was because the classroom was abuzz with talk about Haruki and Kazuki. Must have been tough, huh? Afterwards, Hayato had confronted Kazuki, the one behind the whole situation, only to be met with a cheerful, "Oh, don't worry. I wasn't serious." It was only natural that Hayato reflexively gave him a light jab. But now, no one will approach me or Nakaido-san, right? It was only when Kazuki followed up with his usual playful tone did Hayato found himself at a loss for words. Recently, Haruki had changed. Though there were moments where she still seemed to hold back like a defensive cat, she had undoubtedly become more approachable. Surely, the future held more opportunities for confessions to come her way. In that sense, Kazuki's move earlier was a good way to ward off others. Even so, Hayato couldn't help but feel troubled as he looked at Haruki once more. At the entrance, she was not only slipping off her loafers, but also removing her high socks. Her slender, bare feet that were usually hidden were now exposed so casually. It was a sight she only showed in front of Hayato. He couldn't help but feel a bit resentful that her expression remained as indifferent as ever. As he gulped, he realized his cheeks were growing warm and quickly averted his gaze. "What's up, Hayato?" "Still blushing?" "That's not it." Sensing that something was up, Haruki leaned in to peer at his face. She wore her usual mischievous expression and teasing tone, yet it made his heart skip a beat. Luckily, Haruki had misunderstood his flushed face for the embarrassment of carrying the plushie. Trying to mask his pounding heart and a slight tinge of frustration in his voice, Hayato thrust the plushie towards Haruki. "Here, take it." "Huh? It's a gift. I can't keep it. A gift? Haruki? An indescribable expression appeared on Haruki's face. She felt a whirl of emotions, a mix of confusion and a feeling of being lost, but she didn't dislike it. She didn't quite understand her own feelings, and Hayato tilted his head in puzzlement as well. Noticing Hayato's reaction, she waved her hands awkwardly, and hesitantly began to speak. Well, you sure this is okay? You know how my mom is, and I've never received a gift from anyone before. I don't really know what to feel. Hearing her voice gradually trail off with those words, Hayato felt his chest tighten. So, without hesitation, he grabbed Haruki's hand and forcibly made her hold the plushie. Sorry, your first gift's from me. Just accept it, okay? Well, I think this lil guy would be happier by your side than staying with me. I get it. I'm happy right now. I think. Haruki blinked rapidly a few times, before her eyes lit up with joy and understanding. Her face bloomed into the radiant smile, and she was hugging the plushie tightly with a soft "I'll treasure it." Thanks, Hayato! Exclamation mark. Her smile was so beautiful. For the first time in his life, Hayato found himself thinking that Haruki was cute. I see. Hayato's heart was now racing for a different reason, as he scratched his head in an attempt to play it off. It seemed that he wanted this childhood friend of his to keep smiling. Maybe, ever since they were kids, he always had. The evening sunlight streaming through the entrance painted their smiles a warm red. Authors afterward. Hibara here. To be precise, I'm the signboard cat for the Hibara Public Bathhouse located somewhere in town, and here I am, able to meet all of you again in this afterword. Meow. So, here we are with Volume 2. The main focus this time around was having both Hayato and Haruki making new friends of the same gender. Little children often play together without a care for gender, but as the time to start school comes around, they all form groups separated by boys and girls for the first time, becoming conscious of each other as members of the opposite sex. This was the dynamic I was going for, but happening after a long gap in time. Also, I tried to make sure there were various things that mirrored between volumes 1 and 2. How did you find it? Additionally, while keeping the parts I wanted to convey from the web novel, I've significantly added and revised the content. I had many discussions and meetings with my editor, Kei-sama, and thanks to that, I feel like as a writer, I was able to enhance Kazuki's presence and level up Minamoto's heroine power. Now, here's a little side note. In the afterword of Volume 1, I mentioned that it's perfectly fine to just write meow in your fan letters. I'm grateful to those who really thought, is it really okay to send such a simple letter? As I received quite a few meows, as a writer, those few words really make me happy. And it wasn't just meows I received. I also got fan liquor, as in alcohol. It's a term I hadn't heard of before. When I got the email from my editor about it, I was like, huh? What does that mean? And my brain short-circuited a little. But yes, I was very happy. Extremely happy. Actually, Anyway, the story is slowly starting to unfold, with changes in their awareness of each other. Hayato and Haruki are bound to experience all sorts of things, and I'm excited to depict the changes happening around them. I also want to actively involve Saki-chan, Haimko's best friend from Tsuki Knows. Please continue to watch over them as their story progresses. Lastly, I want to express my heartfelt thanks to Kei-sama for all their suggestions and discussion, to Saiso-sama for the beautiful illustrations, to everyone who supported me, and to all the readers who've stuck with me up to this point. I'd be so happy if you continued to support me, and to be able to meet all of you again. It'd make me glad if you sent fan letters. This time, just like before, a meow alone is perfectly fine. Meow. Kabaru. End of Volume 2.